thoroughly swollen and darkened from his kisses. A tendril of hair had escaped her coif, and her cheeks were rosy. She looked well loved and sated, and his cock twitched as he took in the glorious sight of her. If he were a painter, he would capture her just like this, the flush of desire on her creamy skin, her bountiful breasts on display, lips parted. For a beat, he thought he would commission just such a portrait, and then realized he would have to kill any other man who ever looked upon her thus. "Oh, my," she whispered, her breathing still ragged, her gaze flitting to his and then away. "Yes," he said darkly, for he still sported a cock-stand that was hard as a lump of coal, and he could not satisfy it in the manner he wished. "Oh my, indeed." The stabbing pain in his thigh chose to return with a vengeance in that moment, reminding him that he had been too long on his feet. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand from her, allowing her skirts to fall back into place. Blushing a furious shade of crimson, she adjusted her chemise, covering herself, before struggling with her corset. He brushed her fingers aside, gritting his teeth against a fresh onslaught of pain. "Allow me." She swallowed, her eyes still averted, but accepted his help. With quick, efficient movements, he had her once more laced and buttoned. To look upon her, no one would have an inkling that she had just been thoroughly pleasured against a wall. But he knew. God did he bloody know. He kissed her again. A quick peck this time, lest he be tempted to lift her skirts and fuck her like the beast within him so desperately longed to do. He was not well enough for such a feat, and neither was she ready. Her expression was becoming more dire by the moment, and he sensed her need to flee. Perhaps he had taken things too far too fast, but before he could offer her reassurance, an insistent knocking on the chamber door disturbed the silence, accompanied by the last voice he wished to hear. "Your Graces?" The bloody not butler. He cursed as a visceral sear of rage permeated his being. "Go the hell away, damn you!" he called to his recalcitrant domestic. Carlyle was going to pay for saddling him with the intrusive behemoth one way or another. He vowed it. His gratitude toward the bastard for protecting Georgiana in his absence had a limit. "Is the Duchess within?" he persisted, his meddlesome voice muffled by the closed door. "Lady Philomena's kittens are growing restless, awaiting her return." "Of course, the poor dears." She shimmied beneath his arm and slipped away before he could stop her, taking the scent of lavender along with her. "I shall only be a moment, Ludlow," she called more loudly. A growl sounded from his throat at the loss. Her abrupt defection stung, and not just because she walked away from him with such haste, but because she acted the part of good little pup, trotting after the not butler when she should have told him to go to Hades instead. Leveraging himself off the wall, he turned in time to find the fluffy white traitor of a feline waiting at the door, as if she was already governed by the hulking, homicidal beast that claimed to share blood with the Duke of Carlisle. "Et tu, lady?" he grumbled at the thing, feeling more disgruntled than he had when he'd opened his eyes to a knife at his throat. Which sin, it ought to be noted, had been perpetuated by the not butler as well. Clearly this intrusion was a less murderous addition, but it was a deliberate sabotage nonetheless. Of that he had no doubt, and he did not like it, not one whit. Nor did he care for the manner in which his Duchess was scampering away, as though the fires of hell itself licked at her dainty heels. He wanted her to remain where she was, and he wanted her all to himself. The twin realizations were bad enough, but they weren't what hit him rather like a sack of rocks to the chest. No, that sensation was brought on by a different sort of realization entirely. One that terrified and shocked. He had feelings for Georgiana. That was the disturbing change inside himself, the warmth that could not be escaped. Christ on a cross! Feelings! How pathetic! He would have limped after her, but disgust kept him rooted to the spot, halfway across the Axminster, watching her take her leave. He had no idea how the devil it had happened, but somehow, between his ignominious return to Leeds House and this very moment, the way he felt about the woman he had never bothered to know had metamorphosed. He had become, he could not find the proper word for it, enthralled? Fixated? There did not seem to be a term in the English language that could describe to his satisfaction the hold his wife had over him. She wore trousers and animal fur. She had filled his home with creatures. She had employed an animal doctor to care for him rather than a proper physician. Chickens had nobler pedigrees than she, with her dead uncle's railroad money and nothing save her beauty and her soul-searing kindness to recommend her. Nothing about her should make him so wild and frenzied inside. And yet, a fierce possessiveness gripped him whenever he saw her. He could not look at her without thinking about stripping her bare and staking his claim. He had spent the fortnight since he'd first kissed her at war with himself over whether or not he dared to do it again, because he had understood that one more kiss would be his breaking point, that he would not be able to resist her until he had her, and having her would be foolhardy when he needed to do everything in his power to discover what had gone wrong during his mission in New York. Georgiana cast a wary glance back at him as she prepared to sail from the chamber alongside her cat. She caught her lip between her teeth, and he knew a stab of envy. He longed to bite that lip, damn it. But then she dashed the thought by hurrying back toward the bed, scooping something up and spinning around. It was his cane. Mortification burned through him, replacing the thwarted lust. He had been slavering over her like a mongrel in heat, waxing poetic over the way he felt for her, as if he were a lovesick swain, and meanwhile she had been thinking of his bloody injury. Pathetic does not begin to describe you. Unbidden, the long-ago words of his father returned to him, more fitting now than they had been then, when he'd been but a lad. "Here you are, Leeds." She extended the walking-stick to him, her voice soft. "You ought not to be moving about without it." He snatched it from her with more bloody force than necessary, feeling violent. He bloody well hated being an invalid. He bloody well hated the spectre of his father, and he bloody well did not want to have feelings for anyone, let alone his sainted wife. "You needn't have troubled yourself." If his words were bitter, it could not be helped. Kit searched her gaze for a sign of pity, but found none, only compassion, and it made him want to roar. "I do not wish you to re-injure yourself," she explained, frowning. "You must take care not to do too much too soon. Dr. Gage warned against it." "Dr. Gage can sod off." His callous words left him before he could think better of it. The not-butler chose that instant to knock at the door and insert himself back into the situation again. "Your Grace, is anything amiss? May I be of service?" "You can sod off as well," Kit called. The not butler was silent, and Kit was willing to wager the entire marriage portion he'd received upon his nuptials to Georgiana that it required every shred of control the bastard possessed to keep from grinding out a retort. Georgiana tilted her head at him, giving him a look designed to chastise that was rendered less severe by her continued fluster. "Do try to be civil, Leeds. Ladies' babies have all opened their eyes now, and I do not think you will mistake them for rats any longer. Won't you get dressed so that you can come down and have a look? Afterwards, you can meet the Lilliputians and compare, if you would like." A smile toyed with the corners of her lips, and the urge to kiss her again rose, sudden and strong. He tamped it down. "Madam, I draw the line at mice." Her grin broke forth then, wide and unabashed. "But you have never met my mice, Kit." Before he could offer further protest, she was gone, taking the furred, white thing with her. As a general practice, he loathed all rodents, but the woman had called him by his name, had spent so gloriously in his arms, and damn it, he could not refuse her. First, however, he would need to do something about the raging erection tenting his dressing gown. Chapter 13. Georgiana awaited her husband in the morning salon, and though she had donned a dress that morning on account of Dr. Gage's visit, and her wish to at least attempt to appear respectable, even if she wasn't, she was seated on the floor. The better to allow 6 adorable mewling kittens to crawl all over her with their sticky claws and their seeking little noses. And crawl all over her they did, getting caught in her silk and satin, batting at the fringe and silk roses adorning her skirts. Lady slid against her waist, and Georgiana smoothed a palm over her soft fur, not wishing for the mama cat to feel ignored. Lady. Yes, she was willing to use the abridged Leeds-approved name for her wilful feline. The thought of him sent heat soaring through her, and a corresponding tingle of awareness between her thighs. The flesh she had so skilfully pleasured throbbed now with a depraved reminder of the sensation of his fingers working over her, the wet heat of his mouth on her nipples, his tongue in her mouth. What he had done to her, it had been sweet agony. She had never known her body was capable of such vivid, delicious sensation. But Kit had forever unlocked that door, and now she longed to go through it with him again and again. Heavens, she was about to burst into flame. What was she thinking, allowing herself to get so carried away? Succumbing to the potent lure of her husband was foolish and inadvisable. And yet she could not seem to quell the longing rising within her even now. With a muffled sound of frustration, she focused her attentions on a more worthy distraction, her animals. At that moment, a particularly determined orange kitten began climbing her bodice as though she were a mountain he could conquer. But not even the distraction of the tiny furry adventurer was enough to keep her mind from returning inevitably to Kit and what had happened in this chamber. Despite her rational mind, despite his arrogance, his bluster, and the fact that she did not dare trust him when he still kept the truth from her, she enjoyed his kisses, his knowing touch and wicked caresses. She wanted more. In her weakest moments, with his mouth eating hers in such potent carnal claiming, his fingers wringing a pleasure from her body so intense she almost wept with it, she wanted everything. She longed for a true marriage, for the weight of his body on hers, the heat of his skin singeing like a brand, his hardness against her softness. But then came the moments when she was removed from his devastating magnetism, moments such as now, when she could expunge the cloud of lust from her body and focus on facts. The kitten climbing her bodice made his way to her neckline, sinking his sharp claws into her bare skin. That too was a well-timed reminder that she could not allow herself to fall prey to Kit. A beautiful face could hide a wealth of sins. He was cold, angry. He had made her no promises. And yet, he was also the man who allowed Lady to curl on his chest, who worshipped her body without a care for his own need for release, who called her a goddess. "There is nothing base or rudimentary about what I feel for you." Which Leeds was the real Leeds? The snarling glacial beast seated on his ducal throne, or the passionate lover who had held her in his arms and said everything she longed to hear? When the door to the salon opened, and the object of her troubled musings limped into the chamber, cane clenched in one hand to help him balance, her confusion only heightened. He had come to see the kittens after all, and it made her heart go all warm and queer and jittery. The unyielding, callous Duke of Leeds had ventured to the morning room because she had asked it of him. Bewildering. Their gazes locked, his burning bright blue. His jaw was rigid, cheekbones high slashes, his brows perfect, his shoulders broad. Every part of him was masculine flawlessness, but it wasn't his looks that drew her to him, that made her pulse pound. It was the fact that he was here. He had dressed and come to her, and she had no pretense or coyness or even defensiveness that could withstand the impact of his presence on her heart. "Kit," she greeted, offering him a genuine smile. "Come and see the kittens now that their eyes have opened, won't you? The difference will astonish you, I promise." He raised a slash of a brow, settling a withering look upon her. "They still resemble rats from here, wife." Wife. She forced herself to break his gaze as the lone word sent a trill of something foreign and delicious down her spine. She liked hearing it in his deep voice and clipped aristocratic accent, which had almost completely been restored following his time in America. Far too much. The way he said it was intimate, a caress. This would not do. "You do not like him," she reminded herself sternly. "Think of how rude he was earlier to Dr. Gage. Think of how he sneered at your origins. Above all, do not recall his hand inside your drawers." She preoccupied herself by petting a white kitten with patches of black stripes on his head and body. "Perhaps your eyesight was affected by your injury," she suggested, keeping her tone tart in an effort to hide the unwanted feelings he sent coursing through her in spite of herself. Not an hour before, those long, elegant hands of his had stroked her to climax, and it was difficult indeed to pretend it had not occurred. "Come closer and see for yourself if they still look like rodents in proximity." He closed the door at his back, and she continued to refuse to look at him, locking her eyes on the kitten instead. Though Kit didn't say a word, she was more aware than she would have preferred of his every step across the room, until at last his shoes approached her outspread skirts, stopping just short of the ribbon and box-pleat bedecked hem. "Are you certain that mountain of a man who attempted to kill me has not replaced the actual kittens with rodents?" Pressing her lips together, she reluctantly glanced up to find him looming over her. rakishly handsome and looking dapper and refreshed in his trousers, waistcoat and crisp white shirt. He did not wear a jacket, and she had to admit that the rather intimate air he exuded appealed to her. For a moment she could forget their inauspicious beginnings, forget his time away from her and his deceptions, and imagine what their life together could have been like, what he could have been like as a true husband. But that was all a moot point, was it not, when the man before her, regardless of how handsome he was, and in spite of how her heart had begun to warm to him, had no intention of being a true husband. She had begun to sense a change in him, a cagey restlessness that was different from the bitter anger she had come to expect. He was preparing to leave her again. Georgiana was no fool. All the time she spent in the company of animals had made it rather easy to read the hearts, minds, and motivations of humans. After all, humans were not as different from animals as most would have preferred to believe. "Georgiana?" he prompted softly. She realized belatedly that she had been staring at him. Mortified heat flew to her cheeks, even as she acknowledged that there had been a different, underlying quality to his voice, almost a tenderness, but she didn't dare believe that. Not for a moment. "Have a seat, won't you?" She forced a bright smile she little felt to her lips. It would be far too easy to forget all the impediments between them, the unpleasant truth of their union. But she could not. This man was bound to disappoint her, to leave her again. He was not hers, even if he knew how to make her body sing. But he did as she bid, leaving her speechless once more, making his way to the divan and lowering his long, lean frame into it. He rested his cane against his knee and turned his large hand palm up, as if in supplication. "Here, you have me. I have dutifully appeared to witness the transformation of your rats." He frowned, the smooth skin between his brows veering into a furrow she longed, for a ridiculous moment, to kiss. "Do you always loll about on the floor, allowing them to climb you like a bloody tree?" His disgust was palpable. Sometimes Georgiana's heart ached to think of the childhood the Duke of Leeds had experienced. Her own father had certainly never been loving toward her, as she supposed she had reminded him too much of her mother and all that he had lost. But in the animals of the farm she had found the love her father had denied. Who had loved Leeds? Certainly not his father. That was why he insisted on being so aloof, why he was a man unto his own, why he could not bear kindness without questioning it. It was possible that no one before her had ever shown him it, and that realization made her heart break for him, just a little. She forced her mind from such thoughts, lest she allow herself to entertain any more fanciful notions about the Duke of Leeds. "I begin to question your comprehension of the English language." She pursed her lips, considering him. "You seem to be confused by the definition of first rodents and now lolling. I am merely sitting here, as you can see." "On the floor?" His lip curled. She supposed he could not help himself. "Being at their level brings me joy. I do not wish to perch myself on a settee and watch them from afar. I want to love them." He stared at her, his jaw going hard, his eyes intense, searching. "Is it not safer to watch from afar?" Georgiana gave him a small smile of understanding. They were so very different, she and he. It was impossible that their marriage could ever have a hope of becoming something more. even should he abandon his covert governmental work and remain in London. Safer does not mean better, Kit. Sometimes you must lower yourself, allow yourself to feel, to experience the joy of newborn kittens, to get covered in fur, soak in the unabashed love of a dog or the trusting nuzzle of a mouse. Sometimes you must crush your silk and sit on the floor and allow half a dozen kittens to climb you like a bloody tree, because it's worth it. Their love is worth it. His gaze sharpened, silence blossoming in the wake of her impromptu speech. Heat rose to her cheeks as he continued to study her, she feeling like a butterfly that had been starved of air in a jar, only to have its carcass pinned to an observation board. Why, oh why, did the Duke of Leeds possess the power to affect her so? To cut her down with one deadly look, to kill her with his quiet. "My dear, naive American Duchess, do you not realize that love does not exist?" he asked at last, the corners of his sensual mouth quirking as though he found her amusing. "None of these creatures love you. They require food, a warm place to sleep, and they enjoy being petted. Not so very different from men, actually." Her embarrassment burned into anger, beginning deep within her and radiating outward in violent ripples, so that she longed to go to him and slap his haughty, perfect cheek. "Your view of the world is appalling," she said instead. And disappointing. Perhaps she had imagined his softening. Perhaps he enjoyed toying with her, and he was merely biding his time, recovering from his wound, waiting to disappear into the ether once more. How sad that she had allowed herself to be bound to a man who did not even believe in the sweet, unadulterated love of an innocent animal. He raised a brow, unsmiling. "My view of the world is realistic, Georgiana. I imagine I've simply had more time to acquaint myself with the way of things than you have." "If you think I have never known hardship or betrayal, you are wrong. I lived a life you cannot even fathom, being born as you were to privilege and power. I dare say I've had every bit as much time to acquaint myself with the way of things as you. I, however, chose to see the good in life for the blessing that it is. Not everyone is a humorless thundercloud with the arrogance of a Greek god, you see." Determination mingled with the anger, and she carefully removed each kitten from her dress, save the white kitten with the striped patches. He was her favourite, with his signature daring and his loud meows that seemed to suggest he wished to hold a conversation. Whenever he was lost in the room, hiding beneath a settee, wandering beneath a chair, she had but to listen for his meows, and Georgiana could find him each time without fail. Stalking to the forbidding man seated across the room, she extended the kitten to him as if in offering. The Duke's expression shifted from his customary hauteur to alarm. He held up a splayed hand as if to ward off a plague. "I don't want it." "It is a he." She held the squirming kitten, waiting for her husband to relent and accept the adorable bundle of fur. "It is a rat," he frowned. "Kindly keep the thing to yourself, madam." Ah, so they had returned to formality again, had they? She bit her lower lip to quell her mounting vexation. "He is a kitten. His name is Sherman." She bit out as if she was speaking to someone who spoke a different language, and then she deposited the kitten on Kit's chest so that he had no choice but to lift his hands to hold the feline in place, lest Sherman's claws ruin his shirt and waistcoat. The sight of his large masculine hands cupping the tiny kitten with such tenderness in spite of all his bluster, made a lump form in Georgiana's throat. Indeed, Leeds cradling the kitten caused strange things to happen to her insides. She felt faint and feverish, and for a brief, mad moment she wondered what it would look like to see him holding their babe in his arms. All the angels in heaven, where had that horrid, awful, ludicrous flight of fancy emerged from? More importantly, why did it linger now, taunting her, making her realize how much she wanted to see that some day? This unfeeling monster would make a horrible father, she reminded herself. You do not even like him. Nearly half of his conversation consists of blasphemy and epithets. He does not like kittens, and he thinks love is a fiction. That was all true, of course. The Duke of Leeds was as handsome as he was horrible. He had almost nothing to recommend him, save his life-altering kisses, his tantalizing caresses beneath her skirts, and his handsome face. Why, then, did her stomach feel as if it had fallen straight to her feet? And from where did this unwanted sense of warmth blanketing her now emerge? The oddest thing of all happened then. Instead of removing the clinging kitten from his chest, or demanding that she take it back, the Duke stroked a large hand over Sherman's back, soothing him. The kitten nuzzled against that touch, and Leeds did it again. Oh, heavens! Why did she have to find the sight of him cuddling a kitten to his fiendishly broad chest so appealing? Why was it causing her heart palpitations? An odd choice of name, he remarked suddenly, as he continued to stroke the kitten's fur, soothing him even more. She bristled, seizing upon an excuse to distract herself from the disturbing nonsense invading her body. His namesake, General William Tecumseh Sherman, would not agree with you, sir. Leeds continued to pet the kitten, but his gaze, fierce and scrutinizing, was fastened upon her once more. General Sherman? Georgiana resisted the urge to squirm beneath his perusal, forcing her mind to the subject at hand. He did not know who General Sherman was. Only a brave and celebrated general during the Great War. She didn't know what to do with her hands, flustered as she was by his regard, and flummoxed as she was by his gentle treatment of the kitten. He cocked his head, a new light entering his eyes. Surely you are too young to recall your country's civil war. That was where he was wrong. When it came to war, no age was too young to recall. War ravaged and terrified, it robbed and pillaged and killed, for as long as she lived, she would never forget the sound of cannon fire rumbling in the distance, or the fear that at any moment enemy soldiers could tear into their home and take everything they had. My father's farm was in Pennsylvania, about an hour's ride from a place called Gettysburg. The words that emerged from her own mouth startled her. As a practice, she did not speak of the war. Many years had come to pass since that desperate, terrifying time. A lifetime, it seemed. Why, then, would she rip open this vein before the callous Duke of Leeds? She didn't know, but as she searched his gaze, she found herself wanting to unload her past, wanting him to understand her, just the smallest bit. Have you heard of it? He inclined his head, his expression hardening into grim angles and sharp lines. I have. Of course he would have, she supposed, being a well-versed man of the world. Gettysburg had seen 3 deadly days of ravaging battle that would never be forgotten. I was but a child of 4 when the battle was fought there. I will never forget the sound of the guns, endless and rumbling in the distance. When I heard the cannon, I understood for the first time what fear truly is.
Georgiana.
The Duke's tone had gone rough with an emotion she couldn't quite define. She glanced down at the patterned carpet, away from him, lost for a moment in the turbulence of the past once more. Her father had been enlisted, and they had not known whether or not he fought in the battle. Rumours had swirled that the Confederates were winning, that they would sweep through Gettysburg and ravage the surrounding countryside. She, her mother, and her brother, who at 8 was too young for conscription, along with some elderly hands, had been the only occupants of the farm. Her mother had kept Georgiana and her brother in the root cellar until word of the Union victory had finally reached them. Words could not adequately express the horror of those days. Inevitably, thoughts of her brother Arthur filled her with melancholy. For like Mamma, he was no longer with her. But she said none of that to the indecipherable man before her, for she had revealed too much, and she did not wish to give him any further ammunition against her. Nor did she wish to appear weak in any way. I was 6 years old when it ended. Old enough to understand, she finished instead, jerking her head back up to face him. The war was inescapable. After it ended, my mother took me to Washington City to see the grand review of our victorious army, and I will never forget that day, catching sight of General Sherman at the head of his men. Mamma held me on her shoulders after I nearly lost her in the throng. She trailed off in bittersweet memory, recalling that it was one of the last happy memories she had of her mother. That winter, Mamma had grown ill, and she had never recovered. By the following spring, Georgiana had not been witnessing a joyous parade as she had the year before, but the lowering of her mother's coffin into the earth. Arthur's had followed a month later.
I stand corrected.
His deep voice jolted her back to the present. She frowned down at him. I'm sorry?
His name. Leeds continued to give Sherman slow, affectionate strokes.
The kitten's eyes had begun to grow drowsy, making slow blinks. His face was pressed against the Duke's chest.
It's an excellent one.
She swallowed against another rushing tide of emotion and fell deeper into his gaze, so deep that she didn't even realize he had taken her hand until he tugged. His left hand cradled a now sleeping Sherman, while his right clasped hers. Georgiana would have wrenched away from his grasp, but there was something about his touch, his fingers entwined with hers, the softness around his ordinarily cynical mouth that ensnared her. She could not let go. Instead, she found herself clinging to him, to this fragile hope that the brief glimpses of warmth she saw within him were real, and that they could perhaps one day develop into something more. That one day they could have a true marriage. Was it what she wanted? When had procuring her divorce from him ceased to be foremost in her thoughts and desires? Her heart thumped. Too much, her body seemed to say, far too soon. But then he gave another tug to her hand, and she folded herself primly at his side, taking great care that not even the billow of her skirts touched his trouser-clad thigh.
"There you are," he said, a smile curving his beautiful mouth for the first time since he had entered the morning salon. "Precisely where you belong."
At his side? She was holding his hand as if they were not strangers thrown into a marriage neither of them wanted, as if there had never been any lies or hurts between them. Lord, what a fool she was to sit here,
basking in his presence as if it were something she required. Feeling peevish and uncertain of herself, she withdrew her hand from his. "Who are you to decide where I belong?" Instead of withdrawing his hand, he allowed it to linger on her lap. Through the layers of her skirts, he found her thigh and squeezed with gentle intent. "Your husband." His touch, intimate enough to nearly graze the apex of her thighs, where she yearned for more of his clever touches the most, and his possessive pronouncement sent a shock of pure, molten need straight to her core. She would have gasped aloud had she not sank her teeth into her lower lip in a most vicious fashion, and she would have turned to him and kissed him had she not averted her gaze to the floor yet again, where Lady had decided to snuggle into her makeshift bed and nurse her darlings. They crowded round her instantly, mewling atop each other, attempting to garner the best placement. "You have not been much of a husband," she observed, before she could stop herself, still unwilling to look at him. The sight of his handsome, raw masculinity and strength cradling that fluffy kitten was too much for her resistance to withstand. "Perhaps I wish to rectify that." The breath rushed from her lungs. She stiffened. "What if you cannot?" For as much as she felt drawn to him, she also felt the need to save herself, to keep her heart from getting hurt. The ugly, awful realization struck her then, with the force of a wallop across the face. She could love him if she let herself. She must never, ever let herself. "Georgiana." Her name, in his dark, wicked voice, made her throb in places she had not known existed until today. She gripped handfuls of her silken skirts, staring down at Lady and her kittens, refusing to acknowledge he had spoken. "Georgiana, God damn you, look at me." There was something in his tone, perhaps a tinge of desperation, perhaps one of fierce, all-consuming need that made her give in. She turned her head and met his gaze, exasperated, hungry, confused. "What do you want, Kit?" "You." His single-word response landed between her thighs as a pulsing, vehement ache became a trill down her spine, made her heart beat in double time, her lips part in surprise and anticipation. She felt the reverberation of his confession in every part of her, all the way to her tingling fingertips and her toes. She gathered her senses, shook her head. "I cannot give you that." "You can," he countered. "I wish to be your husband in more than name, Georgiana." "No." She refused to believe it, to believe him. This was more cruelty on his part, a callous joke he played to enjoy watching her squirm. Or perhaps his motives were more nefarious, and he wished to see if he could make her weak for him before rejecting and denying her. "I cannot give you that. Not now. Perhaps not ever." "Yes, you can." His blue gaze was bright, direct, unwavering upon hers. "We are inextricably bound. It stands to reason that we could, should even, turn to each other. For comfort, for solace, for pleasure. What we shared earlier is just the beginning. There is so much more." Pleasure. That lone word did wicked things to her, lighting a fire that would not be doused by common sense. She could not look away this time, no matter how much she wanted to. He was serious. Despite all of her suspicions, despite their past, despite his coldness, she believed him. Georgiana wanted to say something meaningful, to answer him in kind, but fear paralysed her tongue, and she could not say any of the things dancing through her mind. Instead, she sought safety. "Sherman ought to be returned to Lady so that he can have his repast," she told Leeds quietly. "Of course." He gently collected the slumbering kitten and returned him to her arms. The ginger care of his touch surprised and pleased her against her will. "Think upon what I have said." As if she would be able to think of anything else. Who would not want more of the wicked sensations he'd unleashed within her in his chamber? Her body yet hummed with awareness. As she accepted the kitten, his eyes burned into her. Wordlessly, she returned Sherman to his mother, grateful for the distraction. She watched the kitten burrow his way into the pile of wiggling, purring fur, gave Lady a head scratch, and then rose to her feet. "Georgiana!" Kit called her name again, but she could not look at him. He was her Medusa now, and if she looked upon him again, she would turn. But not to stone. Instead, she would turn into a weak-kneed, wide-eyed naif who was only too eager to accept his sweet seduction. She could not surrender to him, not any more than she already had. It would be folly. "I believe I am needed elsewhere now, and I must take my leave," she called over her shoulder like the coward she was. "Monsieur Cotillon needs to review the menu, and Mrs. Drake wishes to have a word with me about the cleansing of the rugs in the library. Good day, Leeds." With that, she hurried from the room. As she fled, he called after her. "You can run from me, Georgiana, but I will catch you. Also, the rugs in the library were just cleaned following the relocation of your brood of kittens. Be warned, I know prevarication when I hear it." Drat the man for being so observant. But one supposed that came along with the territory of a spy. She shivered and kept going, girding her heart along the way. Chapter 14. Kit woke from deep sleep, body tensed. Years of training and conditioning could not be completely lost in a few months of civilian life. When he was unconscious, lulled into the dream-filled terrors of slumber, he was a finely honed killing machine, prepared to mete out justice at the slightest sound. A pin dropped on the carpet, an inhalation, a creak in the floorboard, one misplaced footfall. And that was how he knew he wasn't alone. Someone lurked in the darkness. He forced himself to feign sleep-breathing as his hand slowly crept beneath his pillow. Since his return to London, he had been waiting for an ambush, if not by Ludlow, who, oddly enough, appeared to be on the same side as he, then by another. The bastard who had double-crossed him would not stop until he was dead, or until Kit ended his unknown enemy, whichever happened first. Kit would do his damnedest to ensure it wouldn't be him. He had too much to live for. Vengeance would be his, and the man who had attempted to murder him would live to pay for his sins. Perhaps this was the day. A soft exhalation left the assailant's mouth. A floorboard creaked as the intruder approached his bed. His fingers found the cold, hard hilt of his blade. Another breath sounded, nearer this time. It was short, rapid, shallow, suggesting a bout of nerves. Kit's eyes were adjusted well enough to the inky darkness that he discerned a figure looming over him, hesitating, it seemed, mired in either lack of courage or indecision. The Kit he had become in his convalescence knew a moment of compassion for the shadow, who was in all likelihood an untried youth tasked with a man's profession. Killing was not for the faint-hearted. He slid the blade from beneath his pillow, preparing himself to strike first. Being on the defensive would put him at a severe disadvantage in the lack of light. A quick blade to the gut would be sufficient to take down his opponent. It would be a lingering death rather than a quick bleed-out, but he had neither time nor inclination to exercise compunction with someone about to attempt to murder him. Another step brought the would-be assailant closer. Kit tensed, preparing for action. His gaze found his mark, where he would sink his blade to effect optimum damage. He would need to lay the fellow low, for he still was not up to full strength, and he was not certain how a battle to the death in the dark would go for him otherwise. The lamps flared suddenly to life, and a pistol was cocked. Blinking into the brightness, Kit realized, with not a bit of disgust, that he need not have fretted over a fight to the death. Clearly his spy senses were far more diminished than he had realized, for just beyond his would-be murderer stood the not butler, pistol in hand, lamplight bathing him in an otherworldly glow. "Drop your weapon!" Ludlow barked. "Now!" Damn his hide. How miserable, awful, horribly fucking luring. Not only had he not heard or sensed the presence of a third person in his chamber, but he had just been rescued by the last bloody man in Christendom that he would have wished to become indebted to. The man who was in love with his wife. As his eyes adjusted to the light, Kit noted the intruder was precisely as he had suspected. A lad of indeterminate years, no more than 15 or 16, frail of build and pale of complexion. He held a sinister-looking blade loosely in his thin, almost girlish hand. But he rather looked as if he would sooner drop the thing and cast up his accounts than do any damage with it. "Drop the fucking knife or I'll end you," the not butler demanded, his voice devoid of any emotion. It was then that Kit knew for certain that Ludlow did, without doubt, share blood with the Duke of Carlisle. For an icier, more emotionless, soulless bastard he had never met before or after. "Do not kill the lad, Ludlow," Kit snapped. "Can you not see he's afraid of his own bloody shadow?" "I ain't afraid of nothing," the youth snapped in a decidedly Cockney accent, his chin quivering as he diverted glances between the not butler and Kit. "In that case, you're a brainless twat," spat Ludlow. "For if there is anything you ought to fear, lad, it is a bullet lodged in the brain." The lad's spine stiffened, and Kit saw the moment he decided to tempt the devil and do something foolish. He took the choice out of the lad's hands by delivering a sharp, quick blow to the wrist that made his fingers open and the blade clatter to the floor. "Damn it, Leeds!" hissed the not butler. Kit ignored him. He did not wish for blood to be spilled today. What he wanted more than anything was answers. Definitive answers. "What was your purpose in coming here tonight?" he demanded. "Go fuck yourself," the lad said sullenly. Ludlow strode across the chamber, glowering so ferociously that his scar took on a menacing, ominous quality. He pressed the barrel of his pistol to the lad's head. "You may want to rephrase your response, you witless sot. Tell us why you've come, or I'll finish you here and now." The lad closed his eyes. "Finish me, then. What's the difference, anyhow?" "You little shit," Ludlow growled. "You have until the count of 3 to say something worthwhile before you're sporting a bullet between the peelers. 1. Whatever you've been paid, I'll quadruple it. Kit interrupted, sensing that a different tactic, aside from Ludlow's barbarity, may behoove them.
"Give me the answers I'm seeking, and you will be amply rewarded."
The lad spat at the floor. "And I'm supposed to trust you? Promise the world, won't you? And then see me tossed into prison or the river for me efforts?" Ludlow sneered, skewering Kit with a glare.
"That's the difference between quality and regular folk. You think you can buy or talk your way out of anything, don't you, Duke?"
"Fancy gents are all the same," the lad said,
his expression surprisingly mulish for a weaponless youth, with a mountain of a man at his back and a pistol pressed against his skull.
"Worthless you are. You can go and get buggered."
But Kit was undeterred. He kept his gaze trained on the lad, his mind focused upon what he wanted more than anything else. Answers. "Who is it you're trying to help, lad? A mother? Sisters? Give us the information we need, and I will see to it that whoever it is, she will be aided as well as you."
The lad's face changed, his mouth screwing up into a fine line of indecision, until finally he apparently reached his resolution. He nodded. "Me sister. If you promise to help her, I'll tell you anything you want to know."
"Tell us now," the knot butler intoned, giving the lad a shove with the pistol barrel. "Patience," Kit told Ludlow. "As you so recently told me, stuck birds don't sing."
"How much?"
the lad demanded of Kit, his dark eyes never leaving Kit's despite the knot butler's rough treatment. £200, Kit said. "Your life," the knot butler growled at the same time. Damn it, the bastard seemed determined to dog and undermine him every step of the way. He sent him a pointed glare before turning back to the lad. £200, he repeated, along with your promise that you'll never again accept money to commit murder. The next bloke you try to stab to death in the midst of the night isn't likely to be so understanding." He was trusting his instincts on this matter. The youth did not have the look or air of a seasoned street criminal. His nerves had given him away from the first. Kit believed in second chances. The lad's eyes bugged.
"It weren't ye I was meant to find. It were a bird."
"Georgiana? Of course." The outside world was not aware that the ducal apartments had been overrun by a slavering pack of canines, and no one would have known that he now occupied the Duchess's chambers. His blood went cold. "You were sent here to murder a defenceless woman in her bed?"
"Didn't ask no questions. Coin is coin when you're needin' it." The lad paused, and his every mannerism suggested he told the truth.
His gaze did not falter or dart about, but held firm.
"Me sister is in jail and I need to get her out. A knob offered me half the money for the job beforehand and half when the deed was done."
Kit absorbed the information. It sounded like a familiar practice, nothing out of the ordinary. But how could he connect the man who'd hired the lad to Georgiana's father? "This knob, can you describe him?"
"Dark-haired, mean-eyed, and had a brogue, but said he hailed from New York. Said there was plenty more where that came from back home when he gave me the quid. That he worked for a rich bird, and she were in love with him."
New York made sense. It was close to being the connection to Georgiana's father he needed. But the rich bird threw him. The man who'd hired the lad to commit murder worked for a wealthy woman? It hardly made sense. And then there was the troubling matter of the brogue. His accent. Was it Irish?
"Couldn't say. Odd sounding. Not as like I've heard before." Kit and Ludlow exchanged a glance. This accent business was a troublesome development, as it rather muddied the waters. If there was a chance that the person responsible for the attacks made against Georgiana was somehow related to the vicious factions of Fenians he'd infiltrated, "Where were you to meet this supposed knob after committing the heinous deed?" Ludlow demanded, keeping the pistol trained to the lad's head. "In the alleyway behind Charrington's," the boy responded, naming a well-known East End alehouse. "Immediately after coming from my task here." Kit raised a brow at Ludlow. Sure they were thinking the same thing. It was more than likely that the lad would have met his own end in the darkened alley behind Charrington's, bleeding out into the cobbles, rather than collecting the rest of his blood money. At least they now had a place to begin, however. "Sounds like we're going to Charrington's," Kit announced grimly. "Ludlow, take our friend here elsewhere while I dress, if you please." Ludlow's lip curled, but he inclined his head. "Any false moves, and I'm still putting a bullet in you," he warned the lad on their way out of the chamber. Kit threw off the bedclothes and dressed himself with all haste, careful to arm himself with a pistol, 2 knives, and his cane. Doubtless the small blade contained within its end might prove useful on a night such as this. "The little bugger is going to run," the knot butler predicted an hour later as they waited together in the darkness behind the bustling alehouse. They had left Leeds House under the watchful eye of additional guards provided by Carlyle, with 2 men stationed at Georgiana's door and 3 on the perimeter just below her chamber. The sleeping guard who had enabled the lad to slip in a library window had been relieved of his task with a bloodied nose for his lack of concern for his duty. By some miracle, Georgiana had not been awakened by the household's sudden midnight commotion. He had checked on her himself, and he intended to keep her undisturbed and unafraid. He had every intention of vanquishing this foe before she even knew it existed. "If he does flee, he won't get his bloody money," Kit whispered back. He had made certain to withhold every farthing from the lad until this evening's farce had been delivered of its final curtain call. "He's got half the bounty he was promised for his devil's bargain with her Grace's father. If he was smart, he'd run with the coin in his pocket and flee straight to the countryside." Ludlow's tone was sour. "You ought to have allowed me to ruffle his feathers." "I do not understand your penchant for the avian," Kit grumbled, irritated with the man, and yet somehow also amused. Reluctantly, he acknowledged to himself that were it not for the cheeky bastard's obvious love for his own wife, Kit would actually like him. "Moreover, I have the distinct impression that your notion of ruffling feathers would equate to breaking off a damned wing or a beak instead." It was true. The mountain was uncivilized, his affinity for violence apparent. And yet his wife spoke of the devil as if he were the gentlest lamb. It was painfully clear that Ludlow was as tender as a ravenous bear. But any jealousy burning in Kit's gut over his Duchess's allegiance to the not butler fizzled when at long last a tall figure clad in black, wearing a hat that shielded his features, approached the lad. They were not near enough to discern the dialogue between the two, so Kit motioned for Ludlow to follow him as he inched nearer. With painstaking torpidity, they moved closer until the tall man's voice could be heard over the din of the nightlife that thrived all around them. "Need confirmation before you can earn the rest of what was promised. Naturally, I cannot merely take you at your word that the deed is done." There was no mistaking the lilt in that voice.
Kit had infiltrated the most mercurial and dangerous circles of Irish Americans in New York for half a year's time. He recognized the accent of an Irishman who'd lived a number of years on the opposite end of the Atlantic, the same way he knew the reflection in the looking-glass was his. What an interesting, troubling twist that presented. "I stabbed her in the heart, bled like a pig all over everything," boasted the lad. "Just as ye asked. Now I wants what's owed to me." Kit's hands clenched into fists at his sides at the words. Even as he knew that Georgiana was unharmed and sleeping peacefully under heavy guard at Leeds House, he longed to tear someone limb from limb. He would begin with the bastard who had hired the street urchin to murder his wife. Only Ludlow's staying hand on his elbow restrained him from tearing forth into the darkness and launching himself at that shadowy figure. His fists ached with the need to bury themselves in the son of a bitch's teeth. "You'll get what's owed to you," the figure promised in a dark tone that almost echoed Kit's thoughts. He withdrew a gun from his jacket and pointed it at the lad, cocking it. "You should not have been greedy. But you were, and now you'll have to pay the price." "Bloody hell," Ludlow muttered at his side. "We must strike." They had formulated a battle plan. Gripping his cane in one hand and a pistol in the other, he moved forward in unison with Ludlow. He was running purely on instinct now, his mind overtaking his body. There was no place for weakness or pain. There was only necessity, a need to act. Now. The lad and the tall man spun to face them. Kit read the fear in the lad's wide eyes in the moment before impact. For a beat, as he launched himself forward, time seemed to suspend, moving with sickening torpidity. A pistol report rang through the air. The sound of a bullet finding its home in flesh, undeniable and all too familiar, struck him. His body connected with the lad's, and they went crashing down. Pain speared his thigh at the impact, but he was able to move himself at the last moment so that the healthy side of his body bore most of the brunt of the force. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head to find that Ludlow had taken down the other man as well. Both were alarmingly still. The man's pistol had been raised, cocked, ready to shoot. There was the distinct possibility that, as capable as he no doubt was, Ludlow had not managed to shoot first. "Ludlow!" he rasped as he rolled from the lad and forced his protesting body into a standing position. The knot butler shifted, and Kit knew a relief so fast and furious that it rather irritated him, even in that instant of supreme solemnity. Ludlow hauled himself up from the ground as well, blinking as he stared down at the supine figure who lay motionless on the cobbles. Further inspection revealed a bullet wound in his head, oozing blood. In the dim light, Kit stepped forward, his gaze travelling over the man's face, hoping for an answering flare of recognition, and finding none. This man, the dead man, was not anyone he had ever crossed paths with before. He stared at the knot butler then, frustration surging through him in the next instant, following the relief that he was alive and not the one lying face up in the alley. "You killed him." Ludlow's gaze was unrelenting. "It was him or us. There was no choice. You could have bloody well shot him elsewhere. The hand, for instance," Kit argued on a wave of anger. "I wanted answers, and now we will have the damned constables blazing down upon us." "Constables?" The lad spoke for the first time since the scuffle, bringing Kit's gaze back to him. He was pale, wide-eyed. "I don't want no trouble.
You knobs are all bloody fucking mad!" Kit extracted the lad's reward from his jacket, thrusting the notes into his chest.
"Your payment. It ought to be more than enough to help your sister's plight. If you know anything else, if you hear anything else, and if anyone ever again approaches you with a proposition to harm the Duchess of Leeds again, you will seek me out, or you will suffer the consequences. You know where to find me. Are we clear?"
The lad blinked, his fingers closing over the money before he shoved it inside his tattered jacket. He nodded, his complexion pale, and there was not a doubt in Kit's mind that the string bean before him could not have murdered one of her Grace's Lilliputians, let alone her. Without a word, the lad ran into the night, proving the not butler right after all. A new sort of commotion had sprung up from the alehouse and surrounding streets, cries and hollering, a cacophony of horses and tack, a raucous female laughter, of male shouts.
"Here now! There was a shot fired! Do we have any witnesses?"
The strident tone of a lone policeman echoed to them. A fresh sense of urgency hitting him square in the chest, Kit turned back to the not butler, only to find Ludlow rifling through the corpse's pockets, searching for valuables, notes, clues. Kit was sure he didn't want to know.
"Damn it, Ludlow, we need to move."
Ludlow took the corpse's pistol and tucked it inside his jacket, moving with a methodical precision that suggested this was not the first time he had removed personal items from the body of a dead man. A man he had just killed, even if it had been a defensive killing made to protect them all.
"This is our only opportunity for answers," the not butler said calmly, making a sound of approval as he extracted some correspondence and secreted that in his jacket as well. "He has no rings or other ornamentation, and not a guinea on his person. This bastard came here to kill tonight, no question."
Shouts grew nearer, lights dancing on the brick of the building.
"Who goes there?" "Ludlow, we must leave. There is not a moment to spare."
Ludlow stood, and together they bled back into the darkness from which they had emerged. As they returned to their waiting carriage, Kit found himself facing several unwanted truths. First, he and the not butler made a damned good team. Second, he respected the not butler far more than he ever could have imagined. Third, that the threats facing Georgiana were all too real, and he would give anything, his limbs, his sight, his life, whatever required of him, to protect her. The way he felt for her would not fade as he had wished. It would not be ignored or deterred. It was there, a beating, breathing thing with a life of its own, pulsing beneath the edge of every moment, threatening to tear him apart as much as it promised to lift him up. Despite the years of his training, he could not deny that tonight had rattled him. For a moment, the smell of the gunpowder and the bark of the pistol, the unforgettable sound of the bullet meeting its mark, it all took him back to the day he'd been ambushed, to the sound of feet surrounding him, the reverberation of guns, the acrid scent of fired weapons, the bitter smell of blood. But not even those flashbacks had been enough to curdle his gut and disarm him with a pervasive sense of fear. Seated in the comfortable confines of his carriage, amidst the scent of freshly waxed Moroccan leather, what terrified him the most was the fact that Georgiana was in definitive danger. And it was entirely possible that the danger had been of his own making, that he had led evil, danger, and darkness to her door. Somehow, He would have to do everything in his power to slay every demon that would attempt to take her from him. For now that he had her, he could not bear to let her go. Ever. Chapter 15. When are you going to tell me what is amiss, Georgiana? Georgiana started from her morose contemplation of her teacup and glanced up at her dearest friend Daisy, the Duchess of Trent, a fellow American heiress who had entered a marriage of convenience with an English aristocrat. She was as golden as an angel, strikingly lovely, with a heart as wide as the Mississippi River and a fierce loyalty streak to match. She and Georgiana had bonded quickly and easily, and theirs was a friendship Georgiana would forever cherish. But despite the sisterhood they'd formed, she still wasn't certain she wished to unburden all the troubles lying heavy upon her yet, especially that she had one more to add to it after the correspondence she'd received today from Uncle George's lawyer. In just 2 years' time, her father and stepmother had misspent the entire fortune left to her father by his brother. Mrs. Dumont appears to have squandered a vast sum. The home on Fifth Avenue has been stripped of anything of value by creditors. It is my duty to inform you that Mr. Dumont has requested access to the separate funds held in trust for your future heirs. The letter had been 5 pages in length, detailed and shocking. She still was not sure which surprised her more, that her stepmother and father had swept through the immense sums of money at their disposal with such haste, or that her father would attempt to fleece her unborn children without her knowledge. The unwanted revelations, coupled with her equally unwanted reaction to her husband, left her at 6s and 7s. Her mind was a confused jumble, her emotions the equivalent of a shipwreck that had been dashed upon rocky shoals. She'd spent the past several days alternating between hiding from her husband, sneaking about Leeds' house to catch a furtive glimpse of him, and consuming enough of Cook's raspberry tarts that today's emerald and cream silk felt a hair's breadth too tight in the bodice. Last night she had fallen asleep on the floor of the dog chamber, only to wake at dawn to Alice's sloppy, sodden kisses, her back sore in muscles she hadn't known existed. She'd been covered in fur and slobber when she'd stumbled to her chamber like a sleepwalker. Yes, things, and she, were horribly messy. Not that Georgiana wished to admit any of that to her glorious, elegant friend, who looked as if she'd had a full night's rest, ethereally radiant in her purple silk worth. Her delicate condition had just begun to show in the form of a slightly thicker midsection, but she was as beautiful as ever, with a perpetual aura of happiness surrounding her. Georgiana attempted a bright smile. "Nothing is amiss, dearest. I am positively thrilled that Leeds has returned home to London. I could not be happier." Daisy raised a brow, looking unimpressed. "Darling, you were glaring at your tea as if you were contemplating assassinating it, and you haven't touched one of Chef's chocolate biscuits." Drat her friend for being too observant. When she had seized upon Daisy's invitation as a means to escape from Kit and continue the much-needed distance she sought between them, she had failed to ponder all the ramifications. "My tea is too hot. It has been sitting for the last half an hour," Daisy pointed out. "Forgive me," she improvised. "I meant to say it was too tepid." "What of the biscuits, then? No one can resist them. I myself have tucked away 3, and even Sebastian, who is quite exacting about his desserts, says they are one of the best things he has ever eaten, aside from other desserts." Her friend finished lamely, her cheeks flaming. Here was yet another problem she ought to have considered before taking tea with Daisy. She and the Duke of Trent were madly in love with each other. She did not wish to hear about what the Duke of Trent did with his mouth in general, though specifically as it pertained to her friend, and she had a feeling that the flush on Daisy's cheekbones meant that the Duke of Trent preferred his wife to the biscuits, which, while as it ought to be, was something that left her embarrassed and envious, not to mention a trifle queasy. She gave her friend a tight smile. "While I am gratified on your behalf to hear about Trent's appreciation of other desserts, it also makes me want to cast up my accounts all over the cocoa biscuits." Daisy's colour remained high. "I have no idea what you're implying. I simply forgot which dessert Sebastian had used as a comparison. And please do refrain from vomiting on my cocoa biscuits, as it would be an egregious waste of them, and I'm certain I have room for at least 3 more. 3 more? It was Georgiana's turn to raise a brow. You ordinarily eat like a bird. How in heaven's name could you possibly consume 6 cocoa biscuits in one sitting? Daisy flashed a smile and took a sip of her tea. I find I have an increased appetite these days. Yes, I suppose being with child will do that. She stifled an unworthy twinge of jealousy at her friend's lovesick euphoria. It wasn't as if she wanted to have a child with Kit. Why should she become covetous of her dearest friend's contentment? Because I'm falling in love with my husband. The realization was as sudden as it was unwanted. She dismissed it and reached for a chocolate biscuit, stuffing half the confection in her mouth at once. It was a shocking exhibition of horrible manners, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. She chewed, swallowed, shoved the remaining half in her mouth, all over again. Her friend's eyes were wide upon her. Georgiana, are you certain nothing is amiss? Leeds has not hurt you, has he? If he has ill-treated you, I shall thrash him myself. Georgiana chewed the remainder of her chocolate biscuit. She hadn't even tasted it, but she wanted another. That would be a sight, the Duchess of Trent round with child, attempting to thrash the tall, ridiculously muscled Duke of Leeds. Firstly, I said nothing about a mere attempt, for I assure you that I would succeed. When I'm determined, all others ought to stay out of my path. Daisy grinned then. Is he tall and ridiculously muscled then? I have yet to cross paths with him. Pardon? Georgiana paused in the act of liberating another biscuit. Who said that about him? Her friend's grin widened. You just did, my dear. Oh, she frowned. The man was invading her thoughts, disturbing her faculties. Why, she could not even go an hour without thinking about the maddening sensation of his hands bringing her to pleasure, without wanting more and making her body ache with a desire that could only be fulfilled by him. Well, Daisy prompted, the minx. He does have the physique of a sportsman, she grumbled, snatching up another biscuit. While I fail to see how it signifies, he's also so handsome it nearly hurts to look at him. In the vicinity of her heart, but she wisely kept that to herself. I see. Her friend took another dainty sip of tea. I do believe I may have uncovered the reason for your distraction. Leeds has nothing to do with it, she fibbed around a mouth of chocolate pastry. Daisy stared, her expression vaguely aghast. Georgiana could only suspect the cause was her appalling lack of niceties. But it couldn't be helped. All the lessons in comportment she'd learned seemed to have dissipated like the gloom after a rainstorm. Here she was, without a crumb of refinement, A farm girl pretending to be a duchess, eating biscuits to drown out the unwanted emotions multiplying within her.
"Georgiana, you seem out of sorts," Daisy began.
She swallowed the biscuit, but it was a lump in her throat, or perhaps that was caused by thoughts of Kit. Tea. She needed tea before she choked. Blast the man. She had removed herself from his very household, and still he haunted her. Very well, she closed her eyes. If you must know, it is Leeds. His return has flummoxed and confounded me. Daisy leaned forward in her seat. Never say you are falling in love with him. Yes, and it was horrible. I could never love him, she denied, hoping that if she said it aloud often and with enough conviction, she could persuade her heart of the rightness of it. He doesn't like my animals. He is surly as a bear interrupted from hibernation. He is condescending and rude, and he possesses an abysmal penchant for cussing whenever the mood strikes him. Would you believe that he insisted upon referring to ladies' kittens as rats? Lady? Daisy's brow crinkled. Have you taken in more cats since we last spoke? Lady Philomena Whiskers, she elaborated, feeling a flush steal over her own cheeks now. The dratted man insisted upon abbreviating her name. He sounds like a fiend. Her friend's tone was amused as she too took up another cocoa biscuit. Never mind that I myself have told you on many occasions that is an awfully silly mouthful for one white cat. What else has he done? He has kissed me, she muttered, and not just once, nor were they the sort of kisses that a gentleman would give a lady. They were bold and demanding, and I cannot say I have ever experienced the like. And she had loved every blissful moment of them. Oh, Georgiana. Daisy's voice was soft, her eyes glinting with understanding. You're not falling in love with him, are you? You're already in love. Her friend's pronouncement was the verbal and emotional equivalent of a pail of ice water thrown into her lap. She shot to her feet, sending her teacup and saucer flying as her voluminous skirt swayed with the force of her hurried movement. Thank heavens it was empty, and the carpets would suffer no ill effect for her clumsiness. I am not in love with Christopher Anthony Harcourt, she disavowed, resorting to his full name for emphasis, as if the specificity would somehow render her impassioned repudiation closer to the truth. I cannot possibly be. Did I ever tell you that he left me before the wedding breakfast? Daisy nodded, her expression thoughtful. Only one time, or a handful, dearest. You may have also mentioned that there was lobster salad. Because there was, Georgiana cried, and she didn't know why. But all these months later it still mattered. I selected it for him, and he didn't care. He left me with no word, no letters, not a thought for 6 months, Daisy. Then he reappeared, bleeding and out of his mind with fever. I nursed him back to health. I bandaged him, tended him. Do you know what the last thing he said to me before he left me on our wedding day was? I do not give a goddamn what our guests think, madam. My ship awaits. How beastly. Precisely. Georgiana heaved a sigh, feeling the urge to pace the length of the room. He is a beast, and I do not like him. This weakness I have for him. With some time and distance, I am certain it will go away. Daisy rose and came to her then, drawing her into an embrace. Her golden curls tickled Georgiana's cheek. Love never goes away, my dear.
It is stubborn and frustrating, frightening and wearying, and sometimes it may seem as if it will break us. But love is the bravest and most rewarding act of all." Though she accepted her friend's comforting encirclement, she remained stalwart. "I do not love him, Daisy. He is the most curmudgeonly, arrogant, vexing, unlovable man in all England. Not to mention handsome and wicked. Heavens, mere thoughts of his hand up her skirt, his fingers dipping into her to tease and caress and bring her to her pinnacle. No, she would not think of any of those things now. Perhaps if she repeated the sentence to herself internally, it would aid in her quest to remove him from her thoughts for good. I do not love him. I do not love him. I do not love him. But then she thought about the way he had kissed her for the first time, with such hunger and reverence, taking his time to devour her as if she were both fragile and delicious all at once. She recalled the slow thawing of his ice regarding Lady, how gently he had stroked her fur, how lost he had seemed, as if he were at odds with himself. Remembered the soft expression on his face after she had revealed her memories of the war to him, the vital comfort of his hand over hers. His words haunted her. "I wish to be your husband in more than name, Georgiana." And her desire for that too, unhindered by all her doubts and common sense. Her irrational need for him, to be with him, to touch him, kiss his forbidding mouth. There, at last, was her answer, hitting her in the chest with the force of a barreling locomotive. I love him. Dear God, I truly love him. When had that happened, and how? It seemed to her that her love had slowly grown and developed, like the brushstrokes of an artist on canvas. What began as an empty space, transformed with each swipe of the paintbrush, adding colours, layers, shadows, highlights, depth, until all at once the picture was complete. And there she stood, dazed and helpless as she'd ever been, standing in her friend's salon, staring numbly at the wall covering, realizing she had fallen in love with Kit. Kit, the husband she'd been so intent upon divorcing, the husband who had abandoned her once and quite possibly would again at the first opportunity that presented itself. Then came the most pertinent question of all. How could she undo it? "Georgiana?" Daisy's worried voice penetrated the haze of confusion clouding her mind. "You're trembling, my dear. What is it?" She withdrew from her friend's embrace, stricken by the unwanted discovery. She'd never felt more helpless. Oh, drat it all, Daisy. This is horrible." "What is horrible?" Daisy's gaze searched hers. "I do not want to love him. Heaven knows I don't trust him." She took a deep, shuddering breath. "But I do. I love him. And that is precisely what is horrible. I love a man who doesn't believe in love." More of Kit's words re-emerged from the recesses of her mind, this time to haunt her. "My dear, naive American Duchess, do you not realize that love does not exist?" "There now. It cannot be so bad as all that. How do you know he doesn't believe in love?" Daisy patted her shoulder, consoling. "Because the words emerged from his smug, beautiful mouth." She clapped a hand over her lips before her wayward tongue could say more.
Daisy, who never failed to see the good in everyone around her, offered an encouraging smile. "Then you shall have to disabuse him of that ridiculous and false notion. You have the biggest, most wonderful heart of anyone I know, Georgiana. Leeds is fortunate indeed to have claimed it. Trust me on this, if on no other matter. If you love someone, you must fight for that love." Full circle, Georgiana thought grimly. They had returned once more to Daisy and Trent's bountiful love. Where were the chocolate biscuits when she needed them most? She was jealous and she was conflicted, and her entire being felt as if it were in agony. "Darling, I know you and Trent are madly in love, and I am happy for you. But you must realize how rare that is, if not impossible." Daisy pursed her lips, taking on a determined expression. "Rare, perhaps, though never impossible. But you, my friend, deserve only the best. I shall have to meet Leeds myself to determine his worthiness. You must bring him to dinner. I'll send an invitation. It will be a small affair. No one but the four of us." "No," Georgiana's reaction was instant. "All I want is to stay as far away from him as possible, so that this inconvenient love nonsense that is troubling me will dissipate." "I'm afraid to tell you that it won't fade," Daisy frowned. "It only grows deeper and larger with time, until the love is all there is, and there's no longer room for anything else." "With you and Trent, perhaps," she stressed, casting a side-eye longingly toward the abandoned biscuits. How she longed to stuff one of the confections into her mouth. When she returned to Leeds' house, she would order a plate of raspberry tarts and a glass of wine. She'd feel horrid afterwards, with a dreadful stomachache, but it would be better than seeking out Kit and making herself even more vulnerable to him. "You will come for dinner," Daisy said with an air of finality that brooked no claims to the contrary. "I insist." Georgiana sighed. "I do not think it wise." A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. "Buttercup?" The rich, deep voice on the other side of the portal belonged unmistakably to the Duke of Trent. "Buttercup?" Georgiana's gaze flew to her friend, whose cheeks were rosy for the second time, but a smile of unabashed happiness curved her lips in the next breath, her eyes sparkling as she shrugged. "Yes, my love?" she called out. The door opened, and the Duke stepped inside, tall and imposing in his black trousers and jacket, coupled with a navy waistcoat and crisp white shirt. His eyes flitted over Georgiana before settling on Daisy, his expression one of open adoration. "How are you feeling, darling?" "I am well, my love, as I told you not an hour ago, and I shall tell you an hour from now when you next ask." Daisy grinned at him, her love reflected in her gaze as well. "Come and take tea with Georgiana and me, won't you? Cook has made your favourite cocoa biscuits, and Georgiana has been threatening to retch on them, so you must enjoy one before they're spoiled." Trent shot Georgiana a perplexed look. "Is this coded woman language at which I am hopelessly inept, or did you truly suggest you would commit such a flagrant sin against Cook's cocoa biscuits?" Georgiana laughed, charmed as she always was by the Duke of Trent's endless adulation for Daisy and his easy sense of humour. A more perfect pair could not exist than the two of them. Daisy, the beautiful light to his dark handsomeness. "Never fear, Trent. Your biscuits are safe, I swear it." But her heart was not. The unbidden reminder shot through her like the bolt of an arrow. Swift, painful, terrifying.
The Duke sent her a boyish grin before dropping a kiss on Daisy's forehead that lingered a bit longer than necessary. "In that case, I should love nothing better than to enjoy some tea and biscuits with you two lovely ladies. Indeed, I thought you'd never ask." Georgiana suppressed a sigh of envy at the sweet domestic ease between Trent and Daisy. Her foolish heart dared to hope, for just a moment, that one day she and Kit could share the same loving bond. But just as quickly she dashed that hope, silenced it with another cocoa biscuit, and drowned it with tea, for she knew without a doubt that she and Kit and love simply were not meant to be. Chapter 16. She had been avoiding him for far too long. 11 days, almost a fortnight, and he'd had enough. On day one he'd hoped he had made inroads with her, for in spite of all his best intentions, regardless of his determination to recover his reputation and his rightful place in the league, he had decided that the day he'd made her spend against the wall of his bedchamber, that he would have her at all cost, and certainly despite the cursed warmth that spread through his chest whenever he saw her or thought of her. And distinctly, despite the dreaded feeling she unleashed in him, a peculiar weakness that continued to mystify him. After all, why should he not when she was lawfully his wife? Regardless of his every effort to the contrary, the woman had grown on him. She had shown herself to possess an intrinsic caring and benevolence that outshined her less than noble pedigree. It had ceased to matter to him that she had been born and raised on a farm, and that she did not comport herself with the icy hauteur that a duchess ought to exhibit. If anything, it made him want her more. That day in the morning room, she had revealed a part of herself to him that he had never known. The moment of deep, intimate connection, on the heels of making her spend so gloriously, had affected him to his bones. But she had run from him then, and had failed to appear at dinner that evening. The next morning, Dr. Gage had reappeared to bandage his wound. By day 3, and yes, he had bloody well counted the days, because the woman affected him that much, thoughts of a tiny chestnut-haired Georgiana, cowering as cannon fire thundered in the distance, struck him in the heart with the precision of a dagger. It was all he could think about. He woke, covered in perspiration, and for the first time it had not been caused by fever, but rather the nightmare of young Georgiana, learning fear in the shadows of brutal war. She was once more absent from Dr. Gage's visit, from breakfast, from luncheon, from dinner. To make matters worse, none of the domestics, when questioned, offered any inkling as to her whereabouts. They were either protecting her, or they were truly in the dark. Ludlow, smug bastard that he was, would offer nothing beyond reassurances that she was safe and well guarded at all times. On day 4, his suspicions she was waging an intentional campaign to disappear solidified. There was no confusing her sudden wraith-like qualities. When he gathered his cane and stalked the halls, he could detect the phantom scent of lavender, and yet no Georgiana. He appeared at breakfast to discover that she had enjoyed her repast before him. Another day he'd been early, only to learn she had foregone her morning meal. Day 5 came, and he cornered the bloody mountain yet again, and demanded to know her location. She was once more visiting the Duchess of Trent, or the Daring Duchess, as she was known in the press. He awaited his wife's return, only to receive a missive informing him she was detained and would be spending the evening with the Duchess. The excuses seemed to collect like snowflakes on the winter ground,
until the days compounded and he had reached the 8th morning and had unwound his bandage himself, finding his wound favourably healed. His pain had lessened considerably, and no sign of infection had been discovered by the dubious Dr. Gage in weeks. Then had come his unexpected night-time visitor, and the subsequent altercation behind Charrington's. It was a bitter, stark reminder that Georgiana was in danger. He had distracted himself by committing his mind and time to his investigation of the man who had put a price on her head. But he and the not-butler, after reluctantly partnering to examine the pilfered contents of the bastard's pockets, found nothing to definitively connect the dead man to Georgiana's father in New York. They discovered only the pistol and what appeared to be a love letter that reeked of cloying perfume, along with a ring that had been tucked into its envelope. There seemed to be no connection at all to New York Fenians, aside from the fellow's distinctive accent. Kit's entire life had become a goddamn stalemate. He continued to be on the periphery of the League, and his wife continued to keep him at bay. It was as if he had galloped in a perfect circle, expecting to arrive at a new destination, only to realize he was precisely where he had begun. But today was where it ended. He was breaking the bloody circle, and it was well past time. He was healthy. This morning he had left his chamber without his cane, and though his leg ached and he could not escape his bloody limp, he felt stronger. Physically, he was reasonably healed. Inside, he was a goddamn disaster. Which was why he didn't even knock at the door that currently shielded his wife from him that morning, after a breakfast she had refused to attend. "Her Grace has taken a tray in her chamber," the Mountain had snidely informed him upon his query into her whereabouts. Which was why he turned the knob, opened the door, crossed the threshold, and closed it quietly at his back. Also why he had ignored the lackey Ludlow had placed at the end of the hall to guard his wife's chamber, the sight of which irked him mightily, for it was a reminder that his not-butler was not only in love with his wife, but also had seen far more of her in the last week than he had. The chamber she'd been keeping as her own with him in residence was small. That was the first thing he noticed as the door closed behind him. It was cheerful enough, he supposed, with its yellow damask walls and its oversized window. The sun was up, filtering through the opened curtains to illuminate the space. But it was a guest chamber, and she was not a guest. A strange warmth pervaded his chest as he stared at the bed, which had been made and smoothed to perfection. It was where she slept, where she laid her head to the pillow each night. Yet he couldn't help but feel the inherent wrongness of it. This small, simple guest chamber was not where she belonged as the Duchess of Leeds, as his wife. And damn it, that was what she was, even if she did her best to pretend she wasn't. A gasp cut through his tortured musings. There, before him, stood a petite domestic that resembled nothing so much as a plump little sparrow. She pressed a hand to her heart, seeming not to realize that said hand contained a pair of her mistress's drawers. And damn it, if his mouth didn't go dry and his cock didn't twitch at the sight of that white linen and lace confection. Knowing the delectable skin it would touch was enough to undo him. "Your Grace!" Her bosom heaved, her eyes going wide. "I did not expect you, nor, I believe, did her Grace." She cast a worried glance in the direction of the bathing chamber that was connected to the room. Bless his father for his dedication to renovation at Leeds House. Each chamber had its own bathing amenities, and that meant Georgiana was at her bath, which meant Georgiana was naked and wet. Oh, the possibilities. "You are dismissed," he informed the lady's maid. She stared at him, her face expressionless, as it was clear she warred inwardly betwixt loyalty to her mistress and loyalty to the man who was ultimately responsible for her employment. "Your Grace, I'm afraid that her Grace was specific in her request. I am to set aside her clothing for the day and allow no one to disturb her. At any moment she will call for me to wash her hair, and I need to attend her." Even better. For once the gods had smiled upon him. "You are dismissed," he repeated. "In fact, if you do not leave this chamber at once, I will see you sacked without a letter of recommendation. Am I clear?" "Yes, Your Grace." She curtsied, laid the drawers across the end of the bed, and fled. Had he not been so singular in his determination to at last, after so many days, set eyes upon his wife, he would have been ashamed of his behaviour. In truth, he would not sack the maid, especially not for her obvious loyalty to her mistress. But what he needed more than anything in the world at that moment was to at last see his wife. He found his way to the bathing chamber by rote, opened the door, lost his breath. Georgiana was sunk deep in the tub, water kissing her bare shoulders, the tops of her full creamy breasts on display. Her eyes were closed. "Maud, I am ready for you to wash my hair whenever you are ready," she announced, keeping her eyes tightly shut. He swallowed. The sight of her in the tub, naked, glistening, wet, so damn glorious that it defied description. He could barely move to do her bidding. She wanted her hair washed? To devil with the maid Miranda, or whatever her name had been. He would wash her bloody hair, and then he would set his lips to the pulse on her throat, lick her there, to see if she tasted as sweet as he remembered. Explain to her that he had meant everything he said. He wanted to be hers, for her to be his. That he had tired of this game she played. Their cat and mouse was over, and it was time for the cat to have his reign. For now, he kept his silence, grateful to have left his cane behind and for the chair the maid had conveniently placed behind the tub. He took care to keep his footfalls as hushed as possible so that she would not realize he had replaced the domestic. Fortunately, the sparrow was efficient and prepared, having laid out a cake of shampoo on the chair. He retrieved it and settled himself in the chair, not without a corresponding angry twinge in his thigh. Her glorious chestnut mane was wet, and her bath smelled of lavender. With the warm steam rising and the sight of her bare legs pale and beckoning beneath the water, gathering his control required a moment. "Maud?" Hesitation had crept into her voice. "If you were otherwise occupied, you needn't have rushed in here on my account. I am not a particular person, as you know, and am more than happy to soak in my tub for longer, if it will aid you in accomplishing your duties. Why, I still find it a marvel to take baths in a chamber devoted solely to this purpose. When I was a girl, we had a basin that we kept in the kitchen by the coal stove." Had a halo produced itself directly above her head in that moment, Kit would not have so much as blinked. How was it possible that anyone could be so self-effacing, lovely, and compassionate? She was like a beautiful, glorious angel who had been sent to torment and distract him from his true purpose. These days his life as a spy, forever feigning and deceiving, always one step away from certain death, seemed a dim memory. He had once been unyielding in his belief that his work for the Home Office made him feel alive, and yet he had begun to realize that these old sensations paled in comparison to the emotions and hungers Georgiana elicited from him. Dangerous, that. He plunged the cake of shampoo into the water, then lathered it in his hands. Lavender, orange, and ambergris filled the air. He inhaled, for it smelled that bloody good. The only way it could smell better was by being on her. Somehow, in addition to being a beautiful goddess, universally loved by man and beast, she also had the capacity to render a man brainless by inhaling her scent. The moment his fingers began massaging the shampoo into her scalp, however, she stiffened. "Maud?" "Not Maud," he admitted, for he had been caught out, and he would far prefer to wash her hair as her husband than as her bloody lady's maid. A gasp tore from her, and she whirled about in the water, facing him, crossing her arms over her bosom. Pink stained her cheekbones, her emerald eyes flashed, her lush lips parting. She was the most gorgeous creature he had ever seen, with her hair unbound and wet, her shoulders bare and glistening above the water, her breasts a shielded temptation. Even her arms, meant to obstruct his view, made his mouth water. They were elegant, fine-boned and smooth. All that skin on display had his cock rising to attention. "What in the hell are you doing in here, Leeds?" she demanded, her tone decidedly frigid and haughty. Here at last was the icy disdain one expected of a duchess. Pity it was directed at him. He'd never been particularly adept at being on the defensive, and that flaw hadn't rectified with age. He raised his suds-covered hands, as if in supplication. "Washing your hair, madam? What the devil does it look like?" "I did not give you leave to enter this chamber." Her brow snapped together into a ferocious frown that somehow only rendered her more delicious. "Nor did I ask you to wash my hair. What have you done with Maud?" What did she think? That he had committed some sort of nefarious act upon her lady's maid? He raised a brow, deciding to bait her, because she deserved it after a question like that. "I beg your pardon, but to whom do you refer?" "Maud," she gritted. "My lady's maid, you rotten man." "Oh, her." He feigned dawning comprehension. "I've ordered the plump little sparrow to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. I fear you will need to find another domestic to assist you from this point forward." She stared at him for a tense moment before she relented. "You do think yourself amusing, do you not, Duke?" "I think myself a man whose hands are covered in shampoo." He wriggled his fingers in emphasis. "If you would but return to this end of the tub, I could complete my task." Her eyes narrowed. "No." "No?" He quirked a brow. "Be reasonable, madam. Your hair is in need of washing. I have the means to accomplish the charge. Slide over here, turn around, and I shall do just as well, if not better, than the sparrow would have done." "Kindly cease referring to Maud as a sparrow." Her gaze bit into his, unrelenting. "Further, I am reasonable and rational both, which is why I have never accosted anyone whilst they were in the private moment of their bath." "You are my wife," he pointed out calmly, prepared for her argument. "In name only," she reminded. "A fact that can be rectified." He dropped the shampoo onto the chair and lowered his hands into the water, dunking and cleansing them of their soap before turning his attention to his shirt sleeves. Slowly he rolled up each one, exposing his forearms.
"That will be rectified."
Kit didn't miss the way her gaze lowered to his arms, lingering and warm, before shooting back to his face once more. If he prolonged the moment to enjoy her wide green eyes eating him up, he could hardly be blamed. He took his time, hoping she recalled the sensation of his hands on her, parting her flesh, driving her to distraction, playing with her clitoris until she spent. Lord knew he could think of little else. The slick heat of her cunny seemed to have been branded upon him, along with the sweet musk of her arousal, the breathy sound of her cries. His cock twitched, and he knew that he must end that errant vein of thought. He had not come here to seduce her, but to woo her. At last he scooped the shampoo back up.
"You wish to force yourself upon me, then?" she asked, eyes wide.
That rather quelled his ardour. He stilled, the shampoo in his hands.
"Is that what you think of me, Georgiana?"
She flinched, perhaps at the sharp anger of his tone.
"Leeds, my name is Kit, goddammit," he burst out, before he could control himself. "My name is Kit, and I am your bloody husband. Even if it were my right, however, I would never force you. And unless I am mistaken, I would not need to, though you have been doing your best to make certain that our paths never crossed these last 11 days. Tell me, who do you hide from, Georgie? Yourself or me?"
She swallowed, seemingly attempting to gather her thoughts.
"Georgie?"
He hadn't meant to create a sobriquet for her, but the moment it had left his lips, he'd known it was right. Her name was long, multisyllabic, and cold. She was warm, passionate, and deceptively lovely. Georgie suited her much better, and now that he had unwittingly decided upon it, he could not think of her as anything else. This name was his alone, and she brought out the fiercest possessive instincts within him. Nearly a year too late, but there it was. Honesty at its best and worst. She was still looking at him as if he were the most peculiar man she had ever beheld. So he blurted, "It doesn't suit you." She blinked.
"What doesn't suit me?" "Your name," he elaborated. "It's too long, far too starchy, too lofty and aloof. Not at all the woman I've come to know since my return."
"Yet you scarcely know me," she countered. "You have been here for little more than a month, Your Grace. I cannot be anything but a stranger to you."
"Kit," he reminded her. Damn, the woman was vexing. But at least he had finally cornered her. She could not run or hide or avoid him now. She had to remain in her bath, beneath the water, lest she reveal herself to him. Was it wrong of him to begin to pray that the water went cold sooner rather than later? Strike that internal question, for he had an answer. Yes, he had no doubt that it was. But he was a desperate man these days, going to desperate measures, and if it took his Duchess to reach the point of teeth chattering to realize she needed to rethink her view of him, then so be it. She studied him with an intensity that stole his breath. "How can you presume to know what suits me, Kit?" Gratification hit his chest and reverberated through his entire body in warm, welcome ripples. She had used his name, and he couldn't help to hope that this time, unlike all the others preceding it, she would no longer revert to formality to keep him at bay. He didn't waver, didn't blink, didn't breathe or look away from her mesmerizing emerald gaze as he answered her with all the honesty he could dredge from deep within himself.
Perhaps I want to become the man who knows what suits you."
Her lips firmed into a forbidding line, eyes flashing. "You forfeited that right by leaving me." She had him there, and what could he say that would remedy it? "The truth," a voice inside him prompted. The temptation to reveal all to her rose, until he had to clench his jaw to bite back the words. He'd been expelled from the League, but he still had a duty to the Home Office, to the safety of England's citizens, who would never be free of the danger of being maimed or injured by the Fenian dynamite campaign without every last conspirator being caught and tried for his crimes. He stared at her, wondering when and how it had happened. The first time he'd lost control and kissed her, listening to her tale of a small Georgie hearing the cannon of war, watching the selfless adoration she had for her menagerie? He couldn't say. For almost half his years, his life had been devoted to one cause, yet ever since his return, this small, fierce woman before him had slowly and steadily supplanted that. She was all he saw, and he spent each breath out of her charmed presence devising a means to land himself back within it. "I left you because I had to," he told her at last, for it was not a lie. His covert mission in New York City had become imperative after the League had uncovered evidence that New York-based Fenians had constructed a submarine to be used upon passenger ships for maximum bloodshed. "Your bathwater grows cold, Georgie. Come here and let me wash your hair now." But she was not about to relent, holding out her small hand, palm facing upward. "Give me the shampoo, if you please, Your Grace, and I shall do it for myself. I've rather a great deal of experience in it as a juvenile American farm girl." She needn't have added the emphasis for him to recall his own callous words. He repressed a grimace as he thought of how he had condescended to her when he had first returned, wounded, in pain, and angry as two rival tomcats that had been thrown into a barrel. "But you are a beautiful American duchess now, and your penitent husband wishes to be of service to you. Will you not let him?" He held his breath, awaiting her answer, and he realized the sensation inside his chest, clawing, gripping, scrabbling, was hunger. Hunger for her. Georgie tipped her chin in defiance. He did not think she was aware that when she had uncrossed her arms and held out her hand to receive the shampoo, she had also once again removed any obstructions between his gaze and her full, gorgeous breasts. His gaze hovered over them now, and they were as perfect as he recalled, glistening, her pretty pink nipples just below the surface of the water. "Will my penitent husband tell me the truth about where he has been for most of our marriage, and why he returned to London with a gunshot wound and an infection that nearly killed him?" she demanded. "Because if he will not, then I shall have a very difficult time believing in his contrition." Damn the woman for being stubborn as a goat. Fitting, as she was so enamoured of every animal that came across her path. Why, it was truly a marvel he hadn't a herd of goats in his library eating all the bloody books and shitting on the Axminster. The rueful grin threatening to curve his lips at this very moment was proof that the woman had addled him. Perhaps her madness was catching. It was certainly delicious. She was delicious, and gorgeous, and vexing, and perplexing, and everything he had ever dared to imagine could be his, more than he had ever wanted, more than he deserved. "Well?" She raised a dark brow,
looking so damn luscious that a bolt of need made his cock go rigid in his trousers right then and there. Hell. He licked his lips, trying not to look at her nipples, trying not to imagine hauling her from the water, her body bare and glistening and ripe for his tongue once more. I want to taste her everywhere so much it is a living, pulsing need inside me. Damn it! Damn her! Damn me! He also did his best not to think about taking one of those pert nipples into his mouth, raking it with his teeth, to refrain from recalling the cock-hardening sounds of her arousal, to stifle the memory of her moaning as he sucked her breasts and worked her pearl. Above all, to forget about how she had soaked his hand as she came. Bloody fucking fuck! Control yourself, Kit. He cleared his throat. If I were free to tell you, I would, Georgie. She pursed her lips. He thought about kissing them. Damn, this entire tableau was becoming a problem. I know enough of the truth to assume the rest. Her gaze was shrewd as it singed his. But I want to hear it from you. Time to try another tactic. Deflect, distract. He dipped the shampoo into the water, wetting it enough to work up a lather between his hands. If you know, it hardly requires elaboration. You abandoned me on the day of our wedding. A frown marred the perfection of her brow. If any situation requires elaboration, surely departing the country without warning and leaving your bride to settle into a new home on her own would be it. You did not even introduce me to the domestics. I arrived here after the wedding breakfast, alone and in the pouring rain. It was an omen. When she phrased it thus, he could hardly argue the point. In truth, he had no wish to. She was right. Full stop. Of course you deserve answers. I wish that I could give them to you, Georgie. If they were mine to deliver freely, I would. But there is too much at stake. The lives of so many good men and thousands more innocents. I cannot have that blood on my hands. It was the most honesty he could give her, and even that was far too much. You do not trust me enough to tell me the truth, and yet you expect me to trust you. She shook her head slowly, locks of her chestnut mane falling in long, damp, luscious tendrils around her face. Why are you even here, Kit? What do you want from me? He raked his gaze back down to the water for a beat, before shame reminded him that he ought not to gawp at her as if he'd never before witnessed a nude woman. He had, though, admittedly, the League had become his mistress in more ways than one in recent years. He had not bedded a woman since long before his wedding day. But nevertheless, he had just seen and enjoyed every inch of his wife's luscious breasts 11 days ago. Surely he ought to be immune to their charms. Surely he ought to be capable of meeting her gaze as any gentleman should. But no, he could not seem to stop staring. Look away from her breasts, Kit. You've seen nipples aplenty in your lifetime, hers included. Gather your wits, man. Why did she have to be so damned enticing? I am here because you've been avoiding me for almost a fortnight, he growled, perturbed by both her and himself in equal measures. And what I want from you is you, Georgie. Your body, your mind, your time, your trust. All of you. Your heart. But no, he would not say that aloud. Not just yet. I have not given you leave to call me Georgie, she said, her expression turning stricken. You scarcely know me, and I cannot even begin to know you. Give me the chance you would grant any stray." His eyes burned into hers with intent, longing, naked desire. "Let me know you. Let me in, Georgie. It begins with coming to this side of the tub and allowing me to finish shampooing your hair. The decision is yours. If you say the word, I will leave and never again presume to enter your bathing chamber." Even as he said the words, he wished he could recall them. It was a leap of faith to suppose she would not banish him forever. But then his fierce little American Duchess did the strangest, most surprising thing. She nodded. "Very well. I can give you that." And then she turned her back to him and glided across the tub, once more within his reach. Relief crashed over him like an ocean wave, and in its wake he felt buoyant, as though the heaviest weight he'd ever known had been lifted from his chest. He sank his fingers into her hair, overcome, and pressed his lips to the part of the crown of her head, breathing deeply of her damp scent. "Thank you, Georgie." "Do not make me regret it," she cautioned. Her warning wrung another smile from him as he soaped her hair, fingers working over her scalp, gratitude humming through him. "I shall endeavour not to, my dear." He'd never imagined that something so intimate yet so simple could make his insides feel so damned odd. She made a non-committal sound, but she did not move away from him, allowing him to wash her hair before she ordered him from the chamber, so that she could finish her bath in peace. He did as she bid, feeling that he had won this battle between them. Next, the war. Chapter 17. Georgie. Ridiculous that the abridging of her name ought to make her feel such a spark of longing, that it should resonate in improper places, or cause a tingling in her nether regions, or increase the deep and complex feelings she had for him 100-fold. The man was horrid, irredeemable. Had he not lied to her, left her for months? Did he not return with a vicious personality and the mouth of a sailor? Yes, to all of those queries. And yet, when he said her name, she went weak. And yet, her foolish heart still insisted upon beating like a butterfly's wings whenever she was in his presence. The unwanted emotion lodged in her breast, part pain and part all-consuming wonder, refused to go away. Love. Of all the men in the world she could have fallen for, why did it have to be him? "Georgie!" The angry bellow reached her seconds before her chamber door flew open. She jolted from her wool-gathering at the commotion, the response she'd been writing to Daisy's dinner invitation flying to the floor. Sir Nutkin, who had been curled up in the makeshift bed she'd made for him, peacefully dozing, roused and leapt to his hind legs. An alarmed chattering expelled from his small body, and his fluffy tail twitched in his agitation. "Hush, little fellow," she murmured, running a calming hand over his downy fur. Leeds stalked into the chamber, his limp less pronounced than ever as the door slammed closed behind him. His handsome face sported a thunderous expression. His jaw was clenched, eyes glittering with outrage. "Would you care to explain the mouse that is currently making its home in my chamber, madam?" Oh dear. So that was where her missing Lilliputian had scampered off to. Of all the places in Leeds House, why did the miscreant have to choose her surly husband's chamber? She frowned and scooped Sir Nutkin into her arms before rising from her chair. "There is no need to shout. How can you be certain there is a mouse in your chamber? And if there is indeed a mouse, How do you know it is mine?"
"Bloody hell, Georgie."
He stopped when he was near enough that his delicious male scent drifted to her, his horrified gaze dipping to Sir Nutkin.
"What the devil is that?"
"He is not a that." She raised a brow and gave him her most admonishing look. "He is Sir Nutkin."
"Madam, I do not understand your predilection for rodents."
A note of disbelief tinged his deep baritone. Truly, she needn't explain herself to this vexing, arrogant man. But since he had interrupted her solitude, she would deign to elaborate. "Sir Nutkin is a squirrel who fell from his mamma's nest and required nurturing. He is not a rodent."
"You cannot mean to keep it. The thing belongs out of doors, in trees."
His brows raised to underscore his perplexity. She shielded Sir Nutkin with a hand, as if Leeds intended to snatch him from her bosom. "He doesn't require trees when he has me."
"Do you mean to say you allow that little furred menace to climb you? Good God, you truly are daft, woman. If I harboured any doubts as to your sanity, they are officially dispelled. You're a bloody lunatic."
He glowered at first her, then Sir Nutkin, as if he expected the squirrel to attack. While he was so much easier to resist when he was scowling and berating her about her animals, she rather wished in that moment that he had flown into her chamber bent upon seduction instead. She banished the unworthy thought immediately. "Sir Nutkin does not climb me, Leeds, nor are my wits addled."
"I beg to bloody differ. Do you or do you not currently sustain a mouse family named after the characters in Gulliver's Travels?"
He paused for emphasis before verbally ploughing onward.
"And did not one of the miserable little pests escape, during which time you kept silent about its mysterious whereabouts, while the thing shit in one of my shoes and chewed up my correspondence?"
Sir Nutkin let out a string of chirps just then. Georgiana soothed him with a pat. "Do not fear the angry man, darling. I won't let him hurt you." His lip curled.
"That thing does not understand you any more than the mouse using my shoe as its cesspool does."
"Do you have anything else you wish to say to me that doesn't involve insults, condescension, or disparagement?" She returned his glare with one of her own. How could she possibly love this man? What was wrong with her? How had she allowed the fleeting glimpse of his vulnerability yesterday to convince her that there was a softer, gentler side to him that needed only to be nurtured? He closed his eyes for a moment.
"Georgie, has it ever occurred to you that you cannot simply take in every creature that comes across your path? Eventually, the house will be overrun and no one, not even the bloody maids, will have a place to sleep at night." His tone had gentled. He closed the distance between them, sighed. "Who will take care of them if I do not?" The question that dogged her left her lips before she could think better of it. "Someone. No one. I do not know."
He sighed a second time, the sound both weary and exasperated.
"Why do you do it, Georgie? Why do you take in so many broken creatures and attempt to save them?"
It was not a question she wished to answer, for doing so would require introspection, and introspection would lead to dredging up painful memories she would rather forget. "Because I care?" He shook his head, reaching out to tip up her chin with a gentle nudge of his forefinger.
"It is more than that."
The place where his bare skin touched hers felt as if it would ignite. She ran her tongue over lips that had gone dry. "Do not analyze me, Leeds. I am not part of your spying mission."
"I no longer have a mission."
His voice was hollow, the admission sounding torn from him against his will. His acknowledgement that she had not been wrong about his covert activities, that Ludlow had been truthful when he said that Leeds was a spy, settled into her with a kiss of warmth. At last. She found herself leaning toward him, into his large, strong body and intense presence. He was like a fire, and she was cold to the bone, hungry to be as near to him as she could to heat herself. Warning sounded in her mind. But he is still a beastly man. You must not allow yourself to weaken for him. You must never let him know he owns your heart. You regret what happened in New York, she said, able to read him now after finally having spent some time in his presence. I devoted half my life to service. He inclined his head in grim recognition. Having it abruptly torn asunder has been difficult. I have not adapted well, I am afraid. As he spoke, his touch remained upon her. He opened his hand, cupping her jaw, his strong, thick fingers splaying over her throat. She resisted a shiver of awareness that longed to shake free. What had this sudden, gentle impostor done with the real Duke of Leeds? The man who had swept into this chamber in maelstrom fashion, blustering and cursing and glowering. Where was the Duke of Leeds she had grown accustomed to, the one she loved because her foolish heart could not resist the broken and the needy and the ones no one else would love? His abrupt tenderness undid her far more than his bluster ever could, though it would seem she loved his bark just as much as his purr. "Why did you do it?" she asked him then, before her mind could wander any further afield than it had. "Why take on something so dangerous when you are a duke and have all of London at your fingertips?" "I wasn't always a duke." A self-deprecating smile curved his beautiful lips. "I was the spare, the dreaded second son. My father detested me, and my mother died birthing me. I existed for no purpose other than to be my brother's replacement should the need ever arise. My work for the Home Office became the purpose I longed for." He had revealed a part of himself, an important, hitherto unknown shred of his past to her just now, and she did not miss it. They shared some similarities, it would seem, as her father spared no love for her either, and her mother too was long gone. Her heart ached to think of the lonely child he must have been, raised in the shadow of his brother, the future Duke, his forbidding father refusing to show him the love that any child needed. Little wonder he was so cold and unrelenting as a man. "And now you have no purpose?" she frowned, trying to understand the complexity that was her husband. "Now I have you." His thumb traced a path over her lower lip. She swallowed, shaken more than she would have preferred by that lone sentence. "You have always had me. I have been here, Kit, all along." It was a bitter reminder that he had never taken the time to know her, to woo her. He had never cared for her at all, and he had treated her no differently than her father, as if she were an object he could use or discard at will, depending upon the moment and whether or not she served his purpose. "I'm beginning to understand that." His expression had turned so hard that he could have been hewn from marble as his gaze plumbed hers. "I am sorry for the way our marriage began. I cannot undo what has come to pass between us, but I can begin again, from this moment forward." Of course you wish to begin now, and not when you first entered my chamber, bellowing at me about my mice and Sir Nutkin." She gave him an arch look. My heavens, was she teasing the Duke of Leeds? The most surly, blistering curmudgeon she knew? The man who had married and left her in the span of one day. Yes, she was. And he was smiling at her, a true smile, one that transformed his handsome face into something softer, boyish almost, unexpected. When he smiled at her in that easy, intimate way, the breath fled her lungs and her heart thumped in her breast. A strange, pleasant tingling radiated from between her thighs. "I do not bellow, madam." "Call me Georgie," she whispered before she could stop herself. His smile deepened, turning knowing. "Georgie, you see, it does suit you. Perhaps I want to become the man who knows what suits you." Yes, Georgie did suit her. He did, rather. In spite of their inauspicious beginning, something about this man called to her in a primitive, unexpected way. But that didn't mean she wanted him to know it. She shrugged. "Mayhap it does." His thumb trailed over her cheekbone now, in a long, slow caress. "The animals, Georgie. Why do you think you can save them all?" "Because I know what it is like to have no one who cares." There it was, the awful truth, and how she wished she could recall it, so that he could never understand how bitter and lonely her life had been until she had realized the unfettered love an animal could give her. "No one cared for you?" He clenched his jaw, his thumb stilling on her cheek. Too late to dissemble now. She'd revealed far too much. "My mother did, until she died. My uncle, of course, though my father came between us. I was the daughter Uncle George had never had, and he was the father I wished for instead of mine." His touch achingly gentle, he trailed his caress back down her throat. "You see yourself in the animals, don't you, love?" Was it the term of endearment he uttered with such fluency that once again stole her breath, or was it the unexpected compassion glinting in his gaze, the reverence of his fingers trailing over her bare skin? Or worse, was it that he could see her, read her, understand her better than she understood herself? That he was capable of such understanding should not surprise her. He was a spy. Studying the world and people around him would be second nature. She swallowed, realizing the veracity of it. "I see lonely creatures in need of love and a home, both of which I can provide. Why withhold it?" "You cannot save them all, you know." His touch left her then, and she looked down to see his hand slowly approached Sir Nutkin, who cuddled against her with dark, watchful eyes. "I can try," she told him. He patted the squirrel's head gently, and Sir Nutkin made a happy chirp. Traitor. She pursed her lips, studying her rescue, watching as Kit gently stroked the fur of the very animal he had so recently referred to as that. "Has it ever occurred to you that this beast may be happier outside where he belongs than trapped here within plaster and wood?" Kit asked, his eyes intent upon her. Yes, of course it had. She had known that she could not keep Sir Nutkin forever, but she had grown rather fond of him. She frowned. "No." "There is a tree beyond that window." He gestured toward the large window to her right, which faced the courtyard and gardens of Leeds House. "Large, old, strong. He can reach the branch from here if we open the window for him. Let's take him there. Open the window. Allow him to decide for himself." Georgiana shook her head. "No, he is perfectly content here with me. Can you not see?" "Give him the choice, Georgie. His tone was soft, cajoling. The gentleness he exuded after so much bite and bristle undid her. Very well. She would play along, for she knew what Sir Nutkin would choose, didn't she? Come. He surprised her by wrapping a possessive arm around her waist and guiding her to the window. In a handful of steps they had crossed the small chamber. Kit opened the window, thrusting it wide. Beyond, the old wizened branches of the tree in question pointed upward, adorned in a froth of green leaves. Sir Nutkin made a flurry of sounds and squirmed in her arms. Here now. Kit took the squirrel from her slowly. There's a fellow. How would you like to live in this lovely tree? She swallowed against a sudden sting in her eyes and throat. The Duke of Leeds was talking to her squirrel as if they had just sat down for tea, and he had apologised for leaving her on the day of their wedding. Fancy that rarity. An apology from Leeds. Why, it almost wasn't to be believed. She was sure her eyes and ears deceived her. Against her will, she had to admit that perhaps Sir Nutkin had indeed outgrown his need for her. He was not a defenceless baby any longer. What if Kit was right? The branches of the massive tree reached near enough to the window that Kit could lean his tall body through the opening and place the squirrel on a particularly large limb. Sir Nutkin made his happy sound, flicked his tail, and scampered into the tree without a backward glance. Her heart gave a pang as she watched the squirrel she'd nurtured for the last few weeks disappear amidst the leafy boughs. Well, that was that then. Her husband had been correct after all, though it much aggrieved her to even think the thought. Under no circumstances would she lower herself to admitting it aloud. She could only imagine the way it would swell his considerable arrogance. I suppose he is gone. She couldn't quite keep the note of dejection from her voice as Leeds closed the window. He is where he belongs. He turned back to her, his gaze as impenetrable as his countenance. The little blighter appeared rather pleased, did he not? Undoubtedly he was. She crossed her arms over her chest, hugging herself, feeling suddenly bereft. The males in my life all have a penchant for leaving me, so why should a squirrel be any different than the rest? Kit stilled, his jaw clenched. We have trod over this tired ground before, Georgie. My duty necessitated that I leave you. On our wedding day? She could not help but demand, for the wound was old and deep and bitter, and it did not want to heal. His eyes flashed. Would it have been any bloody better the next day? Of course not. Kit's arm slid back around her waist, yanking her into his hard, delicious chest, and his possessive grip felt at once familiar and right. She found herself leaning into his heat, her palms flattened on his pectorals. It was at this particular inconvenient moment that her mind chose to recall what his chest looked like bare, each rigid slab of muscle on his abdomen. Her mouth went dry. Why did he have to smell so masculine and divine? And why, oh why, was his mere presence so intoxicating? She inhaled, captivated by his nearness, the quiet strength he exuded, the aura of danger. Even his throat enthralled her, the delineation of his Adam's apple, the scruff of his day-old whiskers stippling his skin. He lowered his head until their noses almost brushed. How about the next day? What was he asking her? Good heavens, she'd become so ensnared that she couldn't even remember. She felt like an orator who had lost her place and was now foundering before a crowd, frantically attempting to seize the next sentence she'd been meant to say. She wet her lips. "The next day?"
"Georgie, the point is that I would have had to leave you anyway. I had an obligation to carry out, an oath I swore long before the vows I exchanged with you. But that has changed now, and mayhap I have too."
He closed the last small distance between them, pressing his forehead to hers and inhaling.
"Hell, it seems I don't know anything any longer. But one thing I do know is that I want to begin anew. Let me make amends."
"Push him away. Guard your heart. Do not allow him to woo you. Above all, do not think about how persuasive his lips can be, or his tongue, or his fingers."
Oh dear, it was too late.
The twin threads of reluctance and caution inside her snapped. She slid her hands over his chest, twined them around his neck, and hauled his mouth to hers. Chapter 18. Sodding hell. She took his breath. Her lips moved under his, and he angled his mouth, opening, demanding. His tongue traced the seam, keeping him from claiming her as he wanted to, and she opened for him without hesitation. She tasted of her morning chocolate, sweet, unexpected, and decadent. Her full lower lip thrust against his. He caught it between his teeth, tugging and nipping until a moan tore from her, and then he kissed and soothed away the sting. His hands found the tempting dip in the small of her back before travelling lower. Her generous derriere's delicious curve burned his palms through her layers. He settled her more firmly against him, his hard cock nestled into the billow of fabric between her thighs. She was lush where it mattered, fine-boned and delicate, and how had he not seen her for the goddess she was when they had first wed? How had he not done everything in his power to stay with her for one night, even if it was all he could have? The kit that held her in his arms and took her mouth now could not reconcile it. Had he been so caught up in the league? Had he been too distracted by his resentment? Why had he never taken the time to see her, to know her, to taste her? Make her body ache and quiver, to wring soft, breathy sighs and moans from her. Time to do penance for his past failures, in more ways than one, and he meant to make up for every way he had wronged her. Kit could still hear her husky voice saying that every male in her life had a penchant for leaving her, and it killed him to realize that he had been one. She had been hurt before, and he had added to that hurt. The knowledge cut through him with a physical pain to rival the ache in his healing thigh. And so he kissed her as if his next heartbeat depended upon it, long and lingering, deep and slow, hard and fast. They were a commingling of wildly beating hearts, wandering hands, open seeking mouths, and tangling tongues. He could not get enough of this, of her. He wanted to devour her, consume her, inhale her. He wanted to lick and kiss and bite every creamy ivory and delicious pink swathe of her skin, especially the pink bits. He wanted to strip her out of her navy morning gown, haul down her chemise, and suck her nipples until they were hard in his mouth, as they had been before, and she cried out with need. He wanted to taste her, to run his tongue over her pearl and lap her up like the finest delicacy. His cock wanted inside her. He wanted to fuck her so hard and so deep and so many different ways that she would never forget him, so that no other man would do. But he had a healing wound in his thigh that reminded him, with a sharp twinge of discomfort, that he could not take things as far as he would like, not to mention a bloody conscience that called him all manner of epithets. What sort of man would make a woman as soft-hearted as Georgie give up her squirrel, even if it was for the ridiculous creature's own good, and then take her on the floor as if it were his due? He tore his mouth from hers, drowning in her. Long, dark lashes fluttered open to reveal the arresting vibrancy of her eyes. Her lips were stained the dark red of a ripe strawberry, swollen from his kisses. A chestnut tendril had worked its way free from her elegant coiffure to linger on her cheek, and he tucked it tenderly behind her ear. She was fierce, his Duchess, but she was also vulnerable. She had never seemed more accessible to him than she did now in this moment, dazed and quiet, emanating the innate appeal she alone possessed. Fuck, she was beautiful. He kissed her again, because he could not resist, could not stop, could never get enough of her. The first time their mouths had met, he'd been ruined. She was all he wanted, all he could think about. When he owned her mouth, everything else fell away. The league, the double crossing, his leg, it all fell away, leaving him free in a way he had never felt. She made a soft sound of need, and he almost spent in his trousers right then and there. That kittenish mule was his undoing. His arms wrapped around her waist, holding her tight against him, and without breaking the kiss, he led her across the chamber. He was going to make her come again. It was a necessity as fierce as the need to breathe. Everything within him swirled and roared and swelled. He was like the components that made dynamite. One wrong move, and he would explode. The need to bring her pleasure was all-consuming. He fed her kisses, guiding her as he went. Kiss, step. Kiss, step. Kiss, tongue. Damn it all, he would not drag her to the carpet, regardless of how much his baser instinct called for it. Kiss, step. Step, kiss. As they approached the bed at last, he stopped in his progress, realizing how fully clothed they were, and how nothing would proceed as he wished until the endless layers of fabric and boning between them were dismantled. He was not ordinarily so slipshod in his seduction of a woman, but this one, his wife, had him at 6s and 7s. "Your gown," he muttered against her lips. "I want it off." She stiffened in his arms, and he could hear the warnings firing in her agile mind. He kissed her longer, harder, persuading her as best he could without words that he was trustworthy, that he only intended to bring her pleasure. They were husband and wife, after all. What would be the harm in exercising their mutual rights, in taking solace and pleasure in each other? He could not, for the bloody life of him, fathom a reason why they should delay their inevitable conflagration a moment longer. It was long overdue. She needed him every bit as much as he needed her. "Leeds," she protested. "I do not think it wise." And then she made a liar of herself by kissing him again, by making that soft feminine sound that never failed to arrow its way directly to his shaft. His groin pulsed and ached, and every part of him clamoured for more. More of her, more of everything. But he was also aware that she was an innocent, and he had not begun their relationship as he ought to have done. She had every right to tell him to go to the devil, for it was precisely where he belonged. He needed to hear that she wanted this, whatever it was, whatever it would become, as much as he did. that she too felt the mad spark that threatened to consume him whenever he touched her, that regardless of the duress under which their marriage had begun, it was not too late for them. He broke away from her for a moment, breathing heavy, staring down into her heavy-lidded gaze. "Tell me to stop." She said nothing, only stared at him. His fingers found the fastening at the back of her gown, hooks and eyes, perhaps a few buttons, some expensive silk. That was all that stood between Kit and what he wanted more than anything else in the world. "Tell me you do not want this," he urged, kissing her deeply once more for good measure, before withdrawing again. "Tell me you don't want me, and I will stop this very moment, never to importune you again." Georgie surprised the hell out of him then by cupping his cheek. "I cannot tell you any of those things, for they wouldn't be true." It was all the encouragement he required. Kit ripped a handful of hooks from their moorings. He kissed her as if he was starving for her, because he was. Hungry, open-mouthed, harsh. There was little finesse in the way he slanted his mouth over hers, the way he bit into the succulent fullness of her lower lip. Fabric tore. He shoved the sleeves and bodice down to her waist without ever removing his lips from hers. His fingers landed on the bare skin of her upper arms. Heaven! She was so smooth, so warm, and he did not want to let go. Ever. But then she would remain clothed, and he couldn't have that. He needed her naked. The last few interminable weeks of longing ate away at him, urging him onward. He dragged his mouth over her jaw, kissed to the hollow beneath her ear, and inhaled the sweet, perfect scent of her. Lavender and woman, with hints of vanilla and rose. His fingers found first her petticoat, sending it to the floor before attacking the lacing on her corset. He plucked open the knot, tugged until it loosened. "Your corset," he whispered into her ear, running his tongue over the delicate whirl there until she shivered against him. "Take it off." She moved, and he felt the scrape of her knuckles against his chest as she undid the line of closures until the undergarment fell with a soft thud to the carpet. He ran his mouth down her throat, kissing over her wildly fluttering pulse. Here was proof that she wanted him every bit as much as he wanted her. He caught the fullness of her skirts and pulled until the silk slid from her hips and landed atop her discarded corset. And then he ran his hands over her newly liberated form, memorizing the curve of her waist before gliding to the lush mounds of her breasts. Rigid nipples poked into his palms, asking for his mouth. God, she was responsive. As he cupped her, she moaned and arched. He gave her a gentle squeeze, rubbed his thumbs over the stiff peaks, gratified when she gasped his name. He sucked on her neck, knowing it would leave a mark. Tomorrow at breakfast he could see the evidence that this moment had been real and not a figment of his imagination. And anyone who looked upon her would know she was his. That he had staked his claim as he ought to have done on their wedding day. "Take off your chemise, love." He spoke the order into her collarbone as he kissed her there. Even this bony protrusion was beautiful and fashioned for his mouth to worship. "Kit," her voice was breathy, uncertain. "I have nothing on beneath it." He cocked his head to meet her gaze and smiled. "That is rather the point, darling." He fingered the lace and ribbon-trimmed décolletage, allowing his touch to linger in the valley between her breasts for a beat longer than necessary, just to tantalize the both of them. Now, off with it." Wordlessly this time she did as he asked, gathering bunches of the fabric and hauling it over her head, tossing it over her shoulder. And just like that, she stood before him in nothing other than her drawers, stockings and shoes, her glorious breasts on display. His mouth went dry at the erotic sight she presented. Her hair was immaculate, not a tendril out of place, twisted into an elaborate Grecian coil that had been pinned at her crown. From the neck up, she could have been gracing any drawing room, but the rest of her was pure, unadulterated siren. Her breasts were perfection, full and round and creamy, tipped with pretty pink nipples the colour of an English rose. As he stared at her, a flush stole over her cheekbones, creeping down her throat. Fidgeting, she attempted to shield herself from his gaze with her arms. Bearing herself before him was still new to her. He reached for her, staying the movement, his fingers curling round her wrists in a grasp that was gentle yet demanding. "You are so damn beautiful. Never hide yourself from me." He looked his fill, allowing her to see just how glorious and riveting he found the sight of her bared upper body. For it wasn't just her breasts that ensnared him. It was the sum of her, parts he had not the time to notice in their last frantic interlude, from her lovely oval face to her elegant throat, the long arms, the hands that had seen their share of work on her papa's farm, to the exposed swathe of skin above her lacy drawers, which were still buttoned snugly at her waist. He could remedy that. His fingers snared the waistband, thumb flicking the button from its loop. "Kit," she protested once more, her fingers clasping his. "Georgie?" He kissed her, long and deep and hard. "Very well. I shall let you do it. Take off your drawers for me. I want to see you. All of you." He also wanted to taste her, to run his tongue over every secret, sensitive place on her body. But he didn't wish to scare her off, so he wisely kept that knowledge to himself. Still she hesitated, cheeks flushed, her indecision written on her face. "Off, Georgie." He kissed her again, because he couldn't resist owning that too-wide mouth, so ridiculous and full, and he could not get enough of it. Her allure was more potent than the most seasoned, sought-after courtesan, for she was artless and guileless and gorgeous all at once. "It is only fair that you do the same," she dared to say when he had released her mouth. Holy hell, this woman. She would be his undoing if he would let her. Fair enough. He stepped back from her, raising his brow in challenge, his gaze never wavering from hers. He shrugged off his jacket, toed off his shoes, stepped out of his stockings as he unbuttoned first his waistcoat, then his shirt. He shucked both, unfastened the trousers, allowed those too to fall. He stood before her nude, for he had eschewed small clothes since his wounding, because of the way the tighter fabric tended to abrade and irritate his healing skin. Though he remained self-conscious of his vicious scar, he made no effort to cover it now. She had seen it when she had tended him after all. "Oh," was all she said as her wide eyes travelled him up and down. When she lingered on his rampant erection, proof that not every part of him had been forever damaged, her brows rose, her mouth falling open. A furious flush stole over her cheeks. "Oh!" He bit back a grin. His cock was large, and he knew it. "The drawers, Georgie. Drop them." She hesitated, and her blush deepened. "But you're... Good heavens, Kit, I know the mechanics of this, and I do not see how... That is to say, it seems utterly impossible for... You know..." She ended her rambling, embarrassed deluge of words in a whisper. Christ, she was endearing, and so bloody arousing that he would lose his mind if he could not see and touch and taste and claim all of her. "Remove your drawers," he repeated, dipping his head to kiss her briefly. "Fair is fair, love." "I grew up on a farm, Kit." She blinked, her long lashes fluttering over her cheeks, before rising to reveal the gleaming depths of her emerald eyes once more. "A farm-dwelling American dowd, I believe you called me. And I know how this is meant to work. But you... I do not see how it can possibly... This is a mistake, I think. You do not even care for me, and neither do I care for you." Too much thinking. He frowned and kissed her again, wanting to erase the reminder of his cruel jibe from both their memories and mouths. He wished he could recall every bitter word he'd uttered in her direction, replace them with seductions and endearments instead. How had he failed to savour her for the rare delicacy that she was, a creature of heart and substance as well as beauty? His lips moved over hers, long and lingering, slow and persuasive, taking his time to delve into her mouth and cajole her until her tongue stroked his, making certain to remind her that she wanted this, that she wanted him, and by God, he wanted her. He had never wanted another woman more. His reaction to her should appall him. She was the most ludicrous female he'd ever met. She had not been born to privilege, and she was no stranger to dirtying or roughening her hands. She had amassed a ridiculous menagerie of creatures in his home, kittens in his library, for Christ's sakes, dogs in his chamber, a mouse that shit in his bloody shoe, and yet she was also the woman who had nursed him back to health, who had slept in a chair at his bedside. She was the woman who wore her heart on her sleeve, who cared for strays and unfortunates that could not have a hope of making it without her. She was the woman he'd walked away from on the day he'd married her, and everything in him wished he had not gone, that he had stayed and used his hands and mouth to erase the frown from her face, the stiffness from her posture. She had been ethereal in her ivory gown, begging him not to leave, and he'd been so consumed by his mission that he hadn't bothered to notice her as anything more than an impediment. He noticed her now. He gripped her hips, kissed her deeper, and all he could think was one word: mine. He whispered it into her mouth. Mine. Moved his mouth over hers. You're mine, Georgie. Say you know it. Say you feel this too, that you want me as much as I want you. We are not a mistake. Kit. She framed his face in her hands, her expression confused, skin flushed, eyes glazed with desire. I want to hate you. He ground his rigid length into her, letting her feel him. Do you hate me? She gasped at the contact, her soft body melting into his. I wish I hated you. Before you returned, I was determined to divorce you by whatever means necessary. Over his dead, bloated corpse. Only before I returned. He had to know. A telling flush of guilt darkened her cheekbones. After as well. You are the most surly, overbearing man I've ever met. not to mention the least pleasant invalid. He supposed he could not argue against the truth. Softness didn't exist in him. The old Duke had done his best to see it beaten out of him, and the League had done the rest. What about now, Georgie? Deciding to employ a different sort of persuasion, he put some distance between them then, reaching down to find the slit in her drawers, his fingers dipped inside without resistance, finding her cunny hot and slick and deliciously ready for him. "Do you hate me now?" he forced out. Her sole answer was a low, delicious moan that sent a bolt of lust directly to his groin. The breath fled his lungs. His cockstand grew harder. He found the bud of her sex, rolled his fingers over it once, twice, thrice. Damn, she was so wet. Everything he wanted. A moan purred from her throat, and she arched into him. He increased the pressure, pressing another teasing, lingering kiss to her lips before withdrawing. "You didn't answer me, Georgie." His need of her had rendered him breathless. No, I do not hate you now." The minx. Without breaking her gaze, he raised his glistening fingers to his lips, sucking them clean. It was his first taste of her, and he could not wait to put his tongue directly on her, to work her pearl, to kiss and lick and nip her, to make her come in his mouth and lap up her nectar. Fuck, he needed her, but he also needed to slow down. "Would you like to remove your drawers like a good duchess, or do you want me to tear them off you myself?" She swallowed, cheekbones still stained bright red as she towed off her shoes. "You." He hesitated, the play of power between them arousing him more than he could have imagined. "Say it, Georgie. I want to hear it from your pretty pink lips." Kit took her mouth again, letting her taste herself as he slid his tongue into her mouth before retreating. Georgie shuddered. "I want you to tear them off me." "With pleasure." She didn't have to say it twice. On a growl, Kit gripped the waist placket of her drawers and rent the fabric in one swift yank in the front and another in the back. The remaining halves of her drawers fell to the floor around each ankle. But he didn't care about the ruined drawers. All he did care about was the fact that his wife was nude except for her stockings. And willing, and wet, and delicious. Ready for him. He took her mouth again, kissed and kissed her. Guided her to the bed, backward, his lips never leaving hers, until they were falling as one to the mattress. He twisted his body to absorb the brunt of the impact with his good leg, Georgie falling against and atop him. By blessed miracle, she didn't land on his wound. As her luscious length came into full contact with his, her body pressing against his rigid cock, he could not withhold the moan that fell from his lips and journeyed straight into her mouth. They still had not stopped kissing, and he did not wish to ever stop. He could kiss her forever. Kissing Georgie made him feel alive in a way that he'd never felt before. Once, he'd believed he required danger in order to feel. But not even the grave perils he'd faced during his covert work for the Home Office could compare to the way moving his lips and tongue against hers made him feel. He rocked his hips into the cradle of hers, seeking relief from the painful erection he had been sporting ever since he'd gotten well. Might as well admit it to himself. He'd been more randy than a green youth who'd just had his first woman from the moment his body had been healed enough to allow arousal. And he'd been drawn to her since well before that. It had been the day he'd informed her he'd commandeered her chamber for his own use. The same day he'd been horrified to realize she had been looking after him intimately during his illness. His pride had made him lash out, but the rest of him had not forgotten what she had done. How many nights had she spent sleeping at his bedside when she owed him nothing? He was the man who had left her, and regardless of the justifications, it was a fact. Her fingers were in his hair, tugging, her nails raking his scalp. She moaned again, matched his kisses with a ferocity that could not fail to set him alight. When her tongue slipped inside his mouth, tentative at first, but then growing bolder, stroking his, he jerked against her. Perhaps he could take her now after all. His stitches were cleanly healed, were they not? The time of infection and tearing it open once more had surely passed, and if it hadn't, well, he didn't give a good goddamn. Not with Georgie atop him and a welcoming mattress beneath him. His mind seemed suddenly as if it was inhabited by an angel and a devil, continuously sniping and offering contrary opinions to each other. His first thought was that she could ride him, but she was an innocent, and then the wickedness within reminded him that she was an innocent he could tutor. One way or another he was going to claim her. He couldn't wait another bloody day. He tore his lips from hers, kissed her jaw, her throat, murmuring her name against her skin like a litany. Georgie. Kiss. Georgie. Kiss, 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 all the way to her ear. He set his lips there on the soft whirl, sank his nose into the silken perfume of her hair. I want inside you. I want to do what I should have done on our wedding day, to make you mine. His fingers slipped between their bodies again, meeting the soft, wet heat of her. Oh, Kit! He teased her pearl with firm strokes, kissed his way down her throat, gratified at the new moan he wrung from her, the buck of her hips that told him she wanted him with a desperation that matched his need for her. But it wasn't enough. Touching her didn't suffice. He had to taste her. Carefully, mindful of his thigh, he dragged his lips and body lower, over her breasts, sucking a nipple into his mouth before continuing over the plane of her stomach. Lower still, until his hands bracketed the fullness of her thighs and his lips claimed the silken patch of skin above her mound. She cried out, her voice husky with her desire as she writhed beneath him. "What are you doing?" "Pleasuring you, love." He caressed her inner thighs, slowly working them open until she was spread before him. The sight of her, pink and glistening, and oh so beautiful, sent a fresh rush of need straight to his cock. "But, Kit," she began to protest, likely shocked by the intimacy he was about to visit upon her. "Hush," he ordered her, and then he licked the perfect engorged bud of her sex. Direct from the source, she tasted better than when he had sucked her juices from his fingers. Sweeter, darker, the perfect blend of raw femininity and musky desire. He sucked her entire clitoris into his mouth. True manna from heaven. He could never get enough. And he wasn't going to stop until she knew without a doubt that she was his. Dear, sweet Lord. She was going to shatter from the pleasure. Her heart was going to gallop straight out of her chest and launch itself into the heavens. The sight of his dark head nestled between her thighs, handsome face pressed to her most intimate flesh, was as shocking as it was arousing. She could not look away, as sensation, pure and decadent, rocked through her, brighter and hotter than the sun. If she had thought Kit skilled with his fingers, she now knew his truest talent lay elsewhere. In his lips, in his wicked, wicked tongue. He licked her as she had never imagined a man would do to a woman, feasting upon her as though she were a confection he could never consume enough of. She was sure it was altogether depraved and wrong, that she ought to offer up a maidenly protest. Georgiana opened her mouth, but all that left it was a moan of appreciation. She lowered her hands to his head, thinking she should perhaps push him away. The act was so very personal, so salacious, so... He sucked on the most sensitive part of her again, and her thoughts scattered like a handful of seeds tossed into the wind. Sensation and pleasure was all that remained, deep and drugging, luxurious and delicious. Her fingers sank into his hair, tunnelling a path, and she was surprised to find the strands as soft as the finest silk imported from Paris, thick and luxurious. She had not imagined a man's hair could be so wondrous to touch, but Kit's was. She revelled in the pleasure of caressing him as he worshipped her. When he gently took her between his teeth and bit, she bucked, crying out. The climax he had brought her to before loomed, and her body tightened, something deep inside her preparing to explode. She was at the edge, and she shamelessly twisted and arched against his mouth, wanting more, wanting release. He hummed his pleasure against her, his tongue flitting over her in fast, hard strokes that alternated with long, leisurely licks. The wet sounds of him suckling her reached her ears, and she knew not an ounce of shame. She was mindless now, desperate. "Spend on my tongue, Georgie, love. I want to taste you when you come." Love. When he spoke that word in his mesmerizing, deep voice, a strange new yearning unfurled within her. It grew in magnitude, opening like a blossom, bursting and uncontainable. He sucked her again, using his teeth to abrade the sensitive bundle of nerves hiding within her folds. It was all she could bear. Her release was sudden and violent, tearing through her with the force of a fire. She spent for him, on him, her heart pounding, bliss radiating from her core in steady, beautiful waves. And he licked into her still, taking her through the rush of her release, dragging it out with shallow thrusts of his tongue, until she was breathless and mindless. And he rose over her, his body lean from his lengthy time of recuperation, but hard with the muscle he had built before his wounding. She had a moment to appreciate the sleek lines of his torso, the delineation of his strength in slabs and sinews. How beautiful he was, how leonine and graceful. He favoured his wounded thigh, bearing the brunt of his weight on the opposite leg as he knelt between her spread legs. His erection jutted out, hard and impossibly large, and she could not help but notice that it appeared to have grown. When he pressed his body to hers, she felt him for the first time, hot and rigid against her inner thigh, the tip of his shaft brushing the nub that still tingled with the sensation of his tongue and teeth upon it. His mouth found her nipple, one of his hands mooring in her hair. She moved against him, opening her legs wider to form a perfect cradle for his body. The weight of him pinning her to the bed, the heat of his skin on hers, the suction of his mouth, it was all too perfect, too wondrous, inciting a fresh maelstrom of desire. Being with him in this way felt like a homecoming, as though the most natural thing in the world was to have this man atop her, claiming her with his touch, branding her with his mouth. "Georgie," he whispered against her breast, flicking his tongue over her nipple. "My sweet, tender-hearted Georgie. I want you so bloody much that it terrifies me." His hushed admission shocked her as much as it emboldened her. She knew the feeling, the way he made her feel, the way she felt for him. It frightened her more than anything could. She captured his face in her hands, drawing him to her. Their gazes clashed, his burning bright with desire and with something else she could not define. "Kit," she said, breathless, "I want you to take me." "I love you," she added inwardly, because she was too much of a coward to confess it aloud, and because it was still too new, because she remained uncertain of what, if anything, her love could mean for them. A growl tore from him, and the hand that had buried itself in her hair tightened. Her Grecian braid tugged at her scalp, but she relished the possession in his hold, the barely leashed strength that told her he was as out of his depth as she was when it came to the mad attraction that sparked and burned between them. It had not been thus during their brief betrothal, nor on their wedding day. But he had returned a changed man, to find her a very different woman than the one he'd left behind. It was almost as if the world had conspired to keep them apart until the moment they were both able to see how much they needed each other. Until right now, when they were skin to skin and eye to eye and soaring, overwhelming need to need. One hand remained planted firmly in her hair, while the other dipped into her folds, working her as he had before. But this time was different, for though he worked his fingers over her wetness, he withdrew to grip his cock, slicking her dew over himself. And the next touch she knew was not his fingers at all, but the bulbous head of him. "Oh," she said on a sigh, as he rubbed his thick hardness over her folds, using the tip to tease the nubbin of flesh within. He felt so good, so right. But this also felt like it was somehow not enough. She was empty and aching and longing to be filled. She wanted him to take her. "Yes, oh!" His mouth was on hers then, and the kiss was claiming, almost barbaric in the way his lips owned hers. It was hard and soft, giving and taking. His tongue was in her mouth, and she could taste herself. It was at once arousing and shocking. He broke the kiss, hovering over her, his mouth a scant inch from hers, his breath falling hot and humid over her lips. "This is your last chance, Georgie. There will be no divorce after this. No other man but me. You are mine forever from this moment forward." "Yes." The lone word was all she could manage, infusing all the vehemence into it, all the suppressed love and desire, everything she had tried so hard to withhold from him. And there it was. She was giving him all the power to hurt her, the power to break her heart, the power to destroy her. But she gave it freely, because she could no longer deny him any more than she could deny herself. Christopher Anthony Harcourt was all she wanted, the only man for her. Her heart was his, her body was his. It seemed to her in that moment that her very soul was his, if he would but ask it of her. She would follow him across the river Styx. She tugged his lips to hers then, her fingers once more delving into his hair, nails raking over his scalp, and then lower, down his neck, over the planes of his back. Her fingers absorbed the tenseness of his muscles, the indentation of his spine. She learned him, revelled in his quiet strength, her fingertips grazing every bit of his naked skin that they could find. He lifted his head for a moment, his bright gaze burning into hers. "Georgie." She failed to manage a coherent response. All that emerged was, "This is what I should have done on our wedding day," he said. And then he moved against her, his hand slipping between them to guide his cock to her entrance. His hips pressed down on hers, and with one shallow thrust, the tip of him was sheathed within her. Another jerk of his hips took him deeper inside her. Pleasure mingled with a sharp, burning pain. She was gloriously full of him, and the sensation was so new, so unlike anything she had ever imagined, that tears gathered in her eyes, collecting on her lashes. He stilled, his body partially inside hers, stretching her. A frown furrowed his forehead, his expression one of intense concentration. She realized he was restraining himself on her behalf. "Have I hurt you, love? I'm told there is pain the first time, and I do not wish to cause you." Georgie yanked his mouth back down to hers, muffling the rest of his words with her kiss. She didn't want to hear apologies. She didn't want tentative or controlled. She wanted wild. She wanted him to take her. His tongue slipped past her lips, and he groaned into her mouth, his lips canting against hers. More burning, more stretching. But the pleasure had begun to overwhelm the discomfort. Testing herself, she moved against him, tipping her hips, opening her legs. He sank even deeper inside her, and she pulsed around him. He tore his mouth from hers, kissed her chin, her jaw, her throat. His lips found their way all over her. "Fuck," he muttered into her ear, his breath scalding. His curse landed inside her like a burning ember kindling into a flame. It was raw and real, torn from him, evidence of the effect she had upon him, she dared hope. "Yes," she whispered, her nails scoring his back. His skin was so smooth, so warm. The muscles rippling beneath her touch were tense and strong. "Take me, Kit. Please, I need... Oh!" She didn't know what she needed, not precisely. He was what she needed, deeper, more, faster. It was all the impetus he required. He surged forward, seating himself deep inside her. She felt herself spasm and clench around him, adjusting to this new, bold invasion, and then his fingers were on her, teasing, circling, working her into a frenzy. She moaned. He withdrew, only to slide inside her again. It was so good, so very, very good. The pain ebbed. In its place was a searing, transcending pleasure. The world seemed to shrink around her into a minuscule buttonhole, and all she could see, all she could feel, all she knew was Kit. His body, on her, within her. His mouth on hers, stealing her breath as he had thieved her heart. He fed her kisses, tongue in her mouth. She murmured his name, her delight, her pleasure against his lips again and again. In and out he slid, his cock hard and huge, but she no longer felt pain, only the most delectable craving for more. More of him, more of his lips on her, his cock inside her. Just more. And then she was coming undone. Her body had tightened into a knot, and she exploded into a sea of stars, delicious pleasure washing over her as she kissed him, sucked his tongue, her inner muscles clamping down on his cock. He drove inside her as the shudders of her climax roared through her. Just when she thought she could not stand a moment more, he stiffened, ploughing deeper still, and tore his mouth from hers. With an exclamation that was part curse, part her name, he lost himself inside her, his seed filling her in a hot, wet spurt. Acting on instinct, she tipped her hips, wanting as much of him as she could have. Kit collapsed on her, his breathing heavy, his body heavier. But it was a welcome weight. She hugged him to her, their hearts thumping in tandem into each other's chests. "I love this man," she thought to herself. "God, how I love this man." Even if he did not return her love, she could no longer hope the feelings she had for him would lessen, and she knew that now, knew it all the way to the marrow of her bones. Daisy had been right. Love did not scatter into the wind like a handful of dead autumn leaves. It was permanent and true and strong, evergreen. "I was wrong," he whispered to her, disrupting her mind's tumultuous meanderings. "You have always been mine, not just from this moment forward, not just from the day of our wedding, but always. You have always been meant for me, Georgie. Always." Her foolish, foolish heart cried out inside her. "Yes," she wanted to say, "I am yours, always. I love you." Stupid, stupid heart. She could not, would not, say any of those things, for she still did not trust him. Her heart was his to break. So instead, she pressed a kiss to his high cheekbone, relishing the rasp of his whiskers against her lips, and issued a challenge. "I am mine, Christopher Anthony Hogcore. Claim me if you dare." Chapter 19. The tension in the carriage was so thick that Georgie swore she could cut it with a knife and spear it with a fork. Their conveyance swayed through the streets of London. She had been ensconced in the city long enough now, a year's time, in fact, and she had grown accustomed to the scents, sometimes unpleasant, the noise, always disturbing given the quiet of the farm on which she was raised, and the traffic, not as loud and brash as New York City's. But this was only the second occasion upon which she had travelled in an enclosed carriage with her husband. They sat opposite each other, and though she tried with all her might to focus her gaze on anything but him, he was all she saw. Handsome in his evening finery, his dark hair brushing his collar, his jaw cleanly shaven, he looked the part of elegant duke to the manner born. She was acutely aware of her crude upbringing, though she was dressed in one of her finest Worth evening gowns of embroidered silk and satin, bedecked with lace and pearls, and wearing a small fortune in diamonds at her ears and throat. His gaze clashed with hers, a small smile kicking up the corners of his mouth as he caught her staring. "Do I pass muster, darling?" Darling, she shivered, for she liked that endearment on his lips far too much. Georgiana took a deep, calming inhalation, forcing herself to be cool and impervious. "You look well enough." "Only well enough? That cannot be conceived as a compliment, wife." The curve of his lips turned wicked. "You did not find fault with my appearance earlier?" No, she had not, nor did she now. He was the most alluring scoundrel alive, and that was the problem. He had yet to make her any promises or earn her trust, and she was terrified that she had made a mistake in allowing intimacy between them. For it had not been just the once.
They had dozed in each other's arms following their fiery coupling earlier that day. When they woke, Kit lured her to the oversized tub in the Duchess's apartments, where they shared a long, warm bath. He had washed her everywhere, his touch so reverent that she had not been able to resist making love with him a second time in her big, comfortable high tester. He had been gentle and sweet, bringing her to the pinnacle twice with his mouth alone before taking her again. Only their looming dinner engagement had sent her from his arms. With distance and a few hours to herself, she had begun to realize how perilously near she had come to confessing her love to him. And as her lady's maid put the finishing touches on her toilette, she had vowed that she would be sterner with him this evening. She would resist him, reconnoitre and decide what her strategy ought to be. But now she was in a carriage with him, uncomfortably close, and she could smell his spicy male scent. And he was looking at her in a way that suggested he knew what she looked like naked, because he did. She flushed, all too aware of the new tenderness between her thighs, along with the ache that told her she wanted more. "It is incredibly unkind of you to allude to such a thing when we are about to arrive at the Duke and Duchess of Trent's home. Have you no manners?" "I thought we established that I haven't," he winked. Georgiana did not know what to do with a Duke of Leeds who was light-hearted. "Do you have something in your eye, husband?" His lips twitched. "No. Do you have a bee in your petticoats? For it certainly seems as if we have traded places, and you are now possessed of my darkness, whilst I have snared your light. Bloody hell, before we know it, I will be charming all the rats of London and leading them to our door." His amusement did nothing to assuage her pique. "I do not have a bee in my petticoats, thank you. Nor have I ever brought any rats to Leeds House, so the comparison is all wrong." Yet he was still smiling, the knave. She found herself captivated once more by his mouth, recalling the way it moved over hers, remembering every glorious second of it pleasuring her elsewhere. "I beg your pardon?" "You have not brought rats to Leeds House yet," he elaborated. "Given your weeping heart for beasts, I would not be surprised if you attempted to drag a horse and cart into the drawing-room, or a group of hedgehogs, or even a bloody skunk." "An array," she grumbled, still nettled by his good cheer. "The proper term for a gathering of hedgehogs is an array." "Georgie." There it was again, his ridiculous pet name for her, sliding into her heart and making her weak. She stared at her hands clenched in her skirts, anything to avoid looking at that gorgeous mouth and those twinkling eyes. "Why must you insist upon calling me that?" "It is your name, is it not?" "It is a condensing of my name." Her fingers tightened, and she didn't care if her skirts were wrinkled when she arrived at dinner. "Just like Lady. Must you go about renaming everyone?" "Only those I care for." His quiet words had her lifting her eyes back to him. The teasing light had fled from his gaze, and there was not a hint of a smile on his sensual mouth. He appeared serious. A swift rush of warmth coursed through her. "You care for Lady?" she asked, for she could not yet find it in her to ask him directly how he felt about her. He raised a brow. "The feline likes me, and I find that a rather endearing trait. But if I'm being honest, it is you that I care about the most." She swallowed. It was not a declaration of love, nor was it a promise, but it was something more than he had ever offered her before. "Me?"
His expression grew intense, his eyes never wavering from hers.
You, Georgie.
Oh. Georgiana searched her mind for something to say, but he had completely robbed it of the ability to think with his unexpected admission. Here was her chance to tell him she cared for him as well, and yet she was terrified that if she opened her mouth, she would announce that she had fallen hopelessly, ludicrously in love with him. And so she said nothing. He leaned across the space between them, planting his large hands on her waist and sliding her to the edge of the morocco leather of the bench. Her gloved hands flitted to his shoulders, and she could not help but admire their breadth and strength, even with so many layers between them.
"Where are you?"
he asked suddenly, startling her. She had not expected such a query. "Right here, of course." He shook his head slowly, and their faces were so close together that their noses nearly brushed. His breath heated her lips in a precursor to the kiss she wanted more than anything else.
"You are lost somewhere in that mind of yours, fretting. I can tell by the way your right brow crinkles, just here."
His index finger, gloved as well, traced over her forehead.
"It happens whenever you are deep in thought."
"It did?" She frowned at him, warmed despite her every inclination to keep him at a distance. The surly, arrogant Duke of Leeds had noticed a crinkle on her brow. He admitted to caring for Georgiana herself.
"Tell me,"
he ordered when she continued to hesitate, and though it was a command, tender concern underscored his tone. Enough so that she answered him as best she could. "Everyone has left me, Kit. My mother, my Uncle George, my father, you. I am tired of being the one who is left behind. I cannot bear it again."
"That is another reason for all the animals, isn't it?"
His touch grazed her cheekbone before settling on her jaw, his thumb gently stroking. She hated that he could see through her, straight to the heart of her, that he could understand her so well, better perhaps than she even understood herself. Her husband had depths she had not imagined, and it was bemusing and endearing all at once. "The animals need me." Before Kit, she had never bothered to examine the driving need within her to collect strays. It was simply something she had done since her mother's death, and in all the years since she had never stopped.
"I am sorry for our wedding day. I was an unfeeling cad, and for that I will be eternally in your debt."
His lips met hers in a kiss that was somehow different than the rest. But she heard what he did not say just as much as what he had, and she leaned her head back, breaking the kiss. "You are planning to return to New York City, aren't you?" His gaze became shuttered.
"Georgie, I am not at liberty to discuss the specifics of what happened, but I do need to find out who betrayed me and why."
She shoved at his shoulders, her heart going cold. "You said yourself that you no longer have a mission, and yet you will return there and put yourself in danger. For what reason, Kit? If you are no longer a spy, why can you not tell me the truth? I am your wife. You owe me that much, if nothing else."
"To clear my goddamn name," he bit out,
and once more he was the Leeds she recognized. Cold and hard, bitter and angry.
"You wished to know why I returned here, wounded and unexpected? Here is the truth, then. An unidentified informant fed me inaccurate information. I wound up at an abandoned factory where I was ambushed.
I escaped by climbing out a second-story window with a gunshot wound to the hip and nearly fell to my demise on the pavement below. By the time I made it back to the hovel where I was staying, I had almost bled to death. My landlord found me and took me to a Sawbones. When I regained consciousness, an agent from Home Office was at my bedside, informing me that I was being removed from service for betraying my brothers-at-arms by revealing classified information to enemies of the Crown. That betrayal, that lie, has been my driving force ever since. I will not stop until I uncover who was behind it. She didn't want to hear more, for the very idea of Kit being ambushed and wounded, let alone climbing through a window, was enough to make her want to retch. And he would willingly place himself within such danger again. Someone wanted him dead, and it chilled her, made her mouth go dry and the hackles rise on her neck. But here at last was the closest she could get to gaining a true confession from him. "It is exactly as Ludlow said, then." "Do not bring that man into this," Kit gritted. "He has no place in any dialogue between you and I." "Sometimes I trust him more than I trust you," she said on a rush, her anger with him getting the better of her. It was small of her, perhaps, but she wanted to needle him. The moment she spoke the words, she wished she could recall them, for they hung heavy in the air, and they altered the atmosphere of the carriage. Any hint of teasing had long since left her husband's taut expression. His eyes no longer glinted with mirth, but burned instead with rage. "Tell me that again at your peril, madam," he warned, his tone going frigid as he released her and slid back against his squab. She felt his withdrawal and the loss of his touch like a blow, but she continued on the path she had barreled down, for anger was far more comfortable than unrequited love could ever be. "What will you do to me if I do not keep quiet, Leeds? Will you thrash me? Lock me in my chamber? And what precisely is it that you do not wish to hear? That Ludlow has been a steadfast presence at my side for the entire half a year you abandoned me and left me to rot in London? That he has been a friend to me and a source of solace? That he has treated me far better than you, my supposed husband, ever has? Fucking hell! Your supposed husband?" His last words almost quivered in the air with their visceral outrage. She made a show of straightening the fall of her silken skirts, avoiding his gaze all the while. "You do not mean to suggest you have ever been a true husband to me?" "Need I remind you of what happened earlier today, madam?" His tone was dark. "I am as true a husband to you as I can be in every sense of the definition." She knew without bothering to look that he wore his customary scowl. Should she not be relieved to have put some much-needed distance between them so that she could recover from this sudden intensity? Why, then, did she feel only hollow instead? "That was an aberration," she denied, keeping her tone as cool as she could manage, when inside she was beset by the tumult of every conceivable emotion. "One that ought not to be repeated." Longing, fear, desire, love, yearning and confusion collided in her, clashing and crashing and banging with the fervour and violence of a summer thunderstorm. Lord, she was a mess. Succumbing to his seduction had tied her up in knots, leaving her with a hopeless tangle, with a heart that hungered for him even more. "Hush, heart. You will only land us in more trouble than you already have," she admonished. A growl sounded from the opposite bench of the carriage, and just as suddenly as he had retreated from her, Kit's hands were once more on her waist, hauling her toward him. His handsome face hovered before her, his jaw rigid. "It was not a bloody aberration," he rasped, holding her captive with his brilliant gaze. "You know it as well as I, and it will happen again and again and again. Do you know why, Georgie?" She could only shake her head, spellbound by the barely leashed heat of him, by the power and the smouldering concentration he exuded. "No." "Because you're mine." One by one, with slow and deliberate intent, he removed each of his gloves, discarding them on the Morocco leather at his side. And then he pulled her nearer, her skirts billowing around them as he caught them in his fists and dragged them upward, taking her petticoats along. Air kissed her stocking-clad ankles and calves. "Deny it all you like, but it won't make it any less true." "You're crushing my gown," she protested, vexed with herself at how breathless she sounded. "To hell with your gown." A wicked smile curved his lips for a fleeting moment. "If I had my way, it would be in shreds on the floor right now, and you'd be riding me." His shocking words sent an arrow of desire quivering straight to the heart of her. A pulsing ache of need bloomed and radiated throughout her body until she felt at once as if she were wound as tight as a spring, and as if she would come apart at the slightest provocation. A whisper of his breath on her lips, a glancing touch, a knowing look. "You are indecent," she said. But her admonition held none of the sting she'd intended to infuse within it. And instead of escaping from his hold, as she could so easily do, she listed forward until their lips brushed. It was inexorable, the pull between them. The way she wanted him, the depth of her love for him, which seemed to have taken on a life of its own. And she could not resist, could not hold on to her resentment, frustration, and fears when he looked at her as he had, as though she lit a fire that burned bright enough inside him to stave off 1,000 winters. He consumed her mouth, and one of his hands released its fistful of skirts to skim along her knee. Higher still, his caress travelled to her inner thigh. His tongue was in her mouth, and he did not need to cajole her into parting her legs for him. She sighed into his kiss, allowing her thighs to fall open, and it was the most natural, delicious thing in the world when his fingers swiped over her seam. Kit tipped his head back, breaking the kiss, his eyes hard and hungry on hers. "You are mine everywhere, Georgie." He pressed his lips to her temple. Here, then her ear. Here. He kissed down her jaw. Here and here and here. That magical mouth found its way to her throat, where he muttered into her skin, and here as well. He dragged his lips over her daring décolletage, which was deeper than most of her gowns and far more revealing, but showed her bosom to splendid advantage. She had worn it with him in mind, of course. She arched her back when he kissed over the curved expanse of her left breast. He stopped directly above her wildly thumping heart. "Definitely here," he murmured into her skin. What had happened to her ability to resist him, for her need to muddle through her complicated feelings and guard her heart? He kissed the stiff fabric of her bodice directly above a nipple that was painfully tight and begged for his mouth beneath her corset. "We must not forget here. I do adore your nipples, Georgie. I could suck them until you spend." His teeth worked over her bodice, exactly where she longed for him most, aside from one other place. As if reading her mind, his fingers found the part of her that clamoured for him with a desperation that made her rock against him, a moan tearing from her lips. His thumb swirled over her nub in teasing circles. He kissed her silk-clad breast once more before claiming her mouth again in a ravaging, powerful kiss. When his fingers slid inside her, slow and deep, a delicious spear of pleasure radiated from her centre. She tipped her hips, seeking more. He added another finger to her channel, curling it, stroking an extra sensitive spot that had her gasping. "Best of all, here," he said into her mouth, nipping her lower lip as he worked her into a mindless frenzy. "Every delectable bit of you is mine." It was. She was. His. All of her, especially her heart. She didn't bother to deny it, for what was the point of further dissembling when he'd proven the truth to the both of them? Instead, she clutched at him, kissed him back with a savagery that took even her by surprise. Her good intentions faded away, and all that remained was the way he made her feel and the way she felt for him. She gave in to the desire, to the delicious aching want. A trill of pleasure shot through her, like lightning bursting in the sky. It didn't take her long to unravel. This time the force of her climax took her by surprise. She jerked into his hand, tightening on his knowing fingers, wanting more, wanting harder, faster, just wanting. And he knew precisely what she needed, quickening his pace, adjusting the pressure, until he sent her over the edge. As the carriage swayed to a halt, she came violently, her release shuddering through her as he stroked her to a crashing crescendo. A gush of liquid pooled between her thighs, soaking his hand, and the wet sound of his fingers slipping through her folds was itself as riveting as his touch. She should have been shocked by the vulgarity of it, by the crudity of her own body, but it only served to draw out her release. She returned to reality in stages, becoming aware of her mewling cries, the halt of their vehicle, the busy street sounds jangling beyond the thin walls that separated them from the outside world. The jangling of tack, cries of drivers, the plod of hooves and din of conversation brought her back to earth, along with the warning rap on the carriage door that announced to them that they had arrived at their destination. Kit pressed another kiss to her lips before withdrawing from her, and discreetly wiping his hands on a handkerchief before helping her to rearrange her skirts. "Rather crushed, I'm afraid," was all he said as he surveyed the damage he'd done to her silk and satin. "Wrinkled beyond repair," she agreed with a frown. "Daisy and Trent will take one look at me and know." "Yes." A satisfied grin curved her husband's mouth, lending his dark good looks a rare boyish air. "They will." And there was not a crumb of contrition to be found in either his voice or his expression. Kit noticed the smoke before he saw the box. At first, he told himself he was imagining the grey cloud lingering on the heavy summer's air as he escorted Georgie to the Duke of Trent's townhouse. He was so discomforted by his tumultuous and bloody delicious carriage ride with his wife that of course his faculties were not in their proper working order. His cock was still stiff enough to suspend a bucket of coal from it, and his bollocks ached with the need for release. Surely his mind was suffering from a lack of proper circulation. But as the stupefying effect of making the gorgeous woman at his side come all over his hand with such sweet abandon gradually wore off, his wits returned to him. And still the smoke hung in the air, bitter and acrid, mingling with the familiar London scents of horse-dung and hearth-fires, blending in with the evening's steadfast fog. The hackles on his neck rose as he focused on the smoke. his spy's senses returning to him. This smoke was out of the ordinary. Something was bloody wrong here. Dynamite. Fucking hell. His eyes lit on the rough-looking wooden box tucked against the far corner of the Duke of Trent's townhome in the same instant as he saw the burning end of a fuse protruding from it. Good God, the thing was short. There was no time to think, only to act. He pressed his palm to the small of his wife's back and shoved her forward, without regard to her comfort, desperate in his need to put some distance between her and the bomb that was about to detonate. "What in heaven's name, Leeds? You'll push me to the ground." He dimly registered Georgie's affronted exclamation. His mouth went dry at the thought of her in the shadow of such grave danger. The Fenian bomb that had exploded in Salford a few short months ago had killed an innocent young lad and blown apart the wall of the military barracks, in addition to decimating a butcher shop. "There's a bomb!" he shouted at her, his voice hoarse with fear. Fear was new to him. He had never known it before. The only difference between this and other dangers he'd faced headlong was that this time the well-being of the woman he loved was at stake. Yes, the woman he loved. He knew it now for the stark truth that it was, blatant and irrefutable in this sudden moment in the grip of life and death. And it terrified him. All of it. "A bomb?" She swung to face him, her expression one of disbelief. He shoved her again, needing her to move, to get as far away from the potential explosion as possible. "Run, Georgie! Get as far away from here as you can!" Her eyes went wide. "Not without you! I need to attempt to defuse it," he said without preamble. "I haven't much time. Now, for the love of Christ, woman, go!" "But—" "Go!" he roared, and then he spun on his heel, running for the box without heed for his own safety or the scarcely healed wound in his thigh. The desperation of the situation dashed any discomfort he may have felt. His entire body was numb, because it had to be, because that was what a soldier of the Crown did. He did his damnedest to protect those entrusted to his care. And there really was no telling how long the fuse would last or how much time any of them had. Depending on the quantity of explosives inside the thing, the entire row of stately homes could be savaged. He hoped like hell that the obstinate woman would listen. He couldn't bear to lose her. Not now. Not ever, damn it. She was everything, and she was all he could think about as he raced to the box which had begun to billow with smoke. Time was running out. He reached the bomb, breathless, half out of his mind, and did the only thing he could think of doing. Bracing for impact, he covered his head, though he knew it would accomplish nothing at this proximity. He did not have a desire to die today, and crushed the burning fuse beneath the sole of his evening shoe. Chapter 20. Georgie grabbed fistfuls of her skirts and raced after Kit, her heart hammering against her chest. One moment they had been an ordinary couple, walking calmly to dinner, and the next it was as if she had returned to the war-darkened days of her childhood. The reminder that life was precious and also capricious hit her now with the force of a slap as she chased after her husband, who was a great deal faster than she with the encumbrance of her skirts, even with his healing wound. He was sprinting toward a smoking wooden box that had been laid against the cornerstones of the Duke of Trent's townhouse. It looked innocent enough, almost like a small travel trunk that had been inadvertently left behind. Only the smoke emerging from it told the true story. It was a Fenian bomb. In Belgravia. She raced after Kit, breathless, calling his name into the wind. But horror and worry had decimated her voice, leaving it little more than an ineffectual rasp that was easily drowned by the busy noise of the street. "Kit!" she called, cursing her heavy skirts and impractical train. "Leeds!" He either could not hear her or he ignored her, for he was unerring in his path, not stopping until he reached the bomb itself. What in heaven's name was he thinking? Did he imagine himself invincible? She cried out, rushing for him, frantic to remove him from harm's way. How did he think he could possibly face an explosive laid by the dynamitards and live to see another day? "Kit!" she called again, feeling as though she were trapped in the unrelenting bowels of a nightmare. He had to get away, to run, to find safety somewhere. The papers had been filled with the horrible story of the bombing in Salford, the dead boy, the wounded woman, the destruction. If something happened to Kit, she could not bear. She loved him so much. How could she ever? No, she would not even allow her mind to entertain such a thing. He ground his foot down on something alongside the box, and gradually the smoke seemed to dwindle as she reached his side, gasping for air, still calling his name. "Kit! What in heaven's name are you doing? Have you not a care for your safety?" His brows rose, creases marking his high forehead, shock glinting in his gaze as he caught her around the waist and pulled her against him. He pressed a fervent kiss to her hair, another to her ear, then to her jaw. She clutched him, her arms going around his neck. "What in the bloody hell are you about, madam?" he demanded, his tone both forbidding and frigid. "Do you never listen to a bloody word I say?" It was not precisely the response she had expected. Georgiana didn't care. All that mattered to her was that he was alive and well, and he was in her arms. The bomb had not exploded. He was safe. He was here. And she was so incredibly thankful that he could say anything to her, regardless of how cutting. She was simply grateful for his strong arms enveloping her, the heat of his body, the hardness of his muscled form pressing into hers. She kissed his clean-shaven cheekbone, inhaling deeply of his beloved scent. "You are safe, thank heavens. When I saw you chasing after the bomb, I was terrified." "Come." Grimly he tugged at her, guiding her away from the still smouldering wooden box. "It is not safe here. God damn it, Georgie. Why do you think I told you to run? Why do you think I advised you to seek out safety, to protect yourself? You could have gotten yourself killed, curse it. What in the hell would I have done then?" As he spoke, his hands roamed her person. She was dimly aware of shouts and commotion about them as others gradually became cognizant of the smoke, the odd box, and the unmistakable smell of burning sulphur. "I do not know," she said stupidly, standing there with him, not 10 feet from a bomb that had nearly torn the both of them asunder. She could not help feeling in that instant that everything between them had been forever altered. What would I have done if I had lost you? She did not even wish to contemplate such a travesty. She needed him, far too much. Having just found him, she was not prepared to lose him so swiftly, or ever for that matter. Kit's hands cupped her face before travelling lower, down her throat, grazing her sides, her spine, the flare of her hips, her upper arms to the lower, and finally her wrists and her hands. He twined his fingers in hers, still breathing harshly, his eyes dark and unfathomable. He yanked her to him then and kissed her, hard and swift. There was nothing gentle or tender in his claiming of her mouth. It was infused with desperation, rough and shocking and deep. Right there on the street, in plain view of the fashionable world, he kissed her so thoroughly that she almost melted. And then he gripped her shoulders, thrusting her away, a scowl darkening his handsome face. "The next time you do something so damned foolish, I'm going to throw you over my knee and—" "Good God, Leeds!" The Duke of Trent was upon them like an avenging angel, and Georgiana did not miss the flash of a pistol secreted beneath his parted jacket. "Cease mauling your Duchess on the street, if you please, and by all means lower your voice, unless you would like your affinity for corporal punishment to taint the whispers of every drawing-room from here to New York. What is the meaning of this?" She had been so caught up in first the mayhem of the bomb's discovery, and then Kit's kiss, that she'd failed to notice his presence. She flushed, aware of the sight they must have presented, frantically kissing and berating each other in equal measures before half of Upper Brook Street. Kit's expression was still savage, however. "Now isn't the time for witticisms, Trent. A bloody bomb was laid outside your residence. We need to call for Carlyle." Trent was grim as he swore a violent oath, then put even Kit's wicked vocabulary to shame. "Escort her Grace inside, and warn my wife to stay within doors and out of trouble, if you please. I'll have my men on this post-haste." As if on cue, a half a dozen men, varying in age but not in physical menace, swarmed them. Orders were shouted above the din, but Georgiana could not seem to make sense of any of it. Shock continued to render her half numb. The change that had overcome the ordinarily affable Duke of Trent alarmed her. He did not even seem surprised to hear that a bomb had been placed virtually on his doorstep, though his countenance was dark with rage. What manner of world was this in which they lived, where an unseen enemy would attempt to destroy the homes of the innocent? Kit had almost lost his life in the pursuit of his duty. What would be next? And who? She found herself being unceremoniously hauled to the front door of the Duke's townhome by her husband, but her mind was too disarrayed to form a protest. To his everlasting credit, the perennially elegant butler did not appear at all ruffled by the shouting bustle that had erupted outside, along with cries of "dynamite" and "bomb." "Kindly direct us to the Duchess of Trent," Leeds said grimly. "Of course, your Graces." The butler remained unperturbed, as though it were commonplace for a duke and his duchess to rush the door after a bomb had nearly blasted the edifice in which he stood to pieces. "You are expected. Follow me, if you please." A distraught-looking Daisy rushed toward her when they entered, throwing her arms around Georgiana. "What is happening, Georgiana? There was such a commotion, and Sebastian charged out of the house like a madman." "Oh, Daisy," Georgiana whispered. A sudden, suffocating rush of horror attacked her belatedly. "There was a bomb!" A gasp tore from her friend's throat. "Dear God!" "I'm afraid God has nothing to do with this," Kit said grimly. "Ladies, remain within if you please. Trent and I will return as soon as we are able." Georgiana withdrew from Daisy's embrace, reaching for him, but he had turned on his heel and was stalking from the room. "Welcome back, Leeds." The words were what Kit had been waiting for, what he had longed to hear ever since he'd been informed of his excommunication from the League. But hearing them now, issued by the dark-eyed, unsmiling Duke of Carlisle, did nothing to ameliorate the restlessness or the dawning sense of fear clawing within him. "I would thank you, but I cannot say gratitude seems the proper sentiment." His tone was wry. "There was £30 of gunpowder inside that goddamn box, Carlyle. Had the thing exploded, Trent added, his face a mask of barely concealed rage, it would have destroyed the front of my home and possibly injured my wife and babe. Or worse. Silence descended. None of them wished to consider what worse would have been. They were seated in Trent's study, the Duchess's nearby in a drawing room, under heavy guard, while this inevitable meeting of the minds occurred. "It has all the hallmarks of the bomb attempt on the residence of the Lord Mayor," Carlyle gritted, the first to break the quiet. "There is a distinctive ring at work here, and thus far they have managed to compromise the identities of not one, but two of my finest agents." "You have a rat in your midst," Kit said bluntly. "Someone is feeding information to the Fenians from within the ranks of the League. It is the only explanation. And it sure as hell isn't Leeds," the Duke of Trent added. "I cannot countenance the daftness that allowed Leeds to be expelled." Kit was startled that Trent had taken up the cudgels for him so swiftly. They were not good friends, though as League members they often travelled in the same circles. Carlyle lifted a hand of dismissal, almost as if he waved away a troublesome gnat. "Home Office wanted him rotated out of service pending a more thorough investigation into the ambush. I knew he would be restored in time." "Who was their source that named me?" Kit demanded, for he could not shake the feeling that somehow all of these events, the ambush, the betrayal, the attacks on Georgiana, and now this bomb, had a connecting threat. "The informant was anonymous," Carlyle said. "How convenient," Trent drawled. How bloody vexing. It seemed that every way he turned led to yet another brick wall. "I need to find out who is responsible for all of this," he bit out. "I will not stop until the bastard is in the grave or in prison." "Nor will I," Trent added, his face as hard and grim as his tone. Carlyle inclined his head. "That makes three of us. Gentlemen, it would seem we have some work to accomplish." "We have some traitors to root out like the swine that they are," Kit corrected him, feeling the pulsating warmth of a need for violence burst inside him. "And when we accomplish that, God help them, because it isn't going to be pretty." If someone had laid a bomb at the doorstep of the Duke of Trent, nothing would stop the unseen menace from doing the same to others. Between this newfound danger and the attempts being made on Georgie, his rage was a boundless, swelling force that threatened to sink his ship and take everyone else he cared for down with it, including Georgie. The Fenian menace had to be stopped. "We will end this," the Duke of Trent said, his voice dark with the promise of certain death to their foes. "One way or another, our families will be safe." Family. The word struck Kit straight in the gut like a fist. He had never, in all his life, had a true family. He and his brother had been at odds. His father had been a cold, unfeeling bastard. His mother had died birthing him. Now, for the first time, he had that sense of belonging and love he had been seeking without realizing it. The basic human need for acceptance and caring, for a partnership. Georgie lit that fire within him. She was his family, and he was hers. But he had brought danger close to her again and again, and that killed him with the virulence of 100 deaths. He could not shake the belief that he was responsible for all the danger swirling around her. She did not deserve it. She was, as the not butler had once said, golden. She lit every chamber she entered with her rays, and he would give anything to bask in her glow for even a bloody minute. But he would also do anything to protect her. any goddamn thing, even if it tore him apart. Which was why he looked the Duke of Carlisle in the eye and said, "Send me back to New York City." Chapter 21. The next few days following the discovery of the bomb at Daisy and the Duke of Trent's home passed in a monotonous blur. Kit had distanced himself from her. She spent her daylight hours shadowed by Ludlow and a coterie of armed men. She spent her nights alone, guards stationed at her door and in the street below her windows. The heady passion that had sparked between them in the carriage that evening had dissipated as though a bucket of water had been thrown upon the flames. On the rare occasions when she did catch a glimpse of her husband, it was always fleeting. His eyes were cool, his expression reserved. They had not engaged in a single dialogue without one of the guards hovering at her elbow. She had hoped the situation a temporary one. Until this evening, when a new sort of upheaval had overtaken the household, from the domestics to the guards. Even Ludlow had seemed odd and reticent all afternoon. She had dined alone, again, had withdrawn to her chamber alone, again. And that was when the reason for the day's simultaneous unease and unrest had occurred to her. Kit was leaving her. Again. Georgiana had undressed for the evening and dismissed her lady's maid by the time the realization hit her. Her mind had been far too preoccupied for sleep. She was pacing the length of her chamber, worry and fear uniting in a leaden ball that weighed heavily in her stomach. And suddenly the notion eased its way into her thoughts. Her heart and mind were at war, and the outcome terrified her even more than dynamite did. She had not seen a valise this time around. There had been no telling warnings. But she could feel the truth of it, almost instinctively, just the same. Kit was going back to America, to fight his shadowy battle to the death. The last time he had left her, she had scarcely known him. This time, she loved him. She tightened the belt of her dressing gown, studied her reflection in the cheval glass for a good minute. Her hair was unbound, her cheeks pale. She pinched them, rubbed some ruddiness into her lips, cinched the belt a bit more to emphasize her waist, and then she marched out the door of her chamber, straight into the chest of an astonished Ludlow. "Why are you outside my door?" she demanded, irritated with him for withholding such a secret from her. But then again, she supposed it was only one in a sea of many. Why did all the men in her life persist in either abandoning her, deceiving her, or both? He bowed formally, as though she wasn't in a scandalous state of disrobement before him. "Forgive me. I was seeing to your safety and comfort, Your Grace." Naturally, she did not believe his innocent response, nor was she moved by his elegance. "Will you ever tell me the truth, Ludlow?" she asked, frustration making her voice more shrill than she intended. "I have always been truthful with you, Your Grace, as best as I have been able," he said carefully, his expression neutral. She stared at him, wondering if she had ever truly known him, wondering, indeed, if it was even possible to truly know anyone. "I know he is leaving," she stated coolly this time, instead of asking a question he would not directly answer. "I'm going to his chamber now, and if you think you can stop me, you are dead wrong, Ludlow." He bowed again, sombre as ever. "I would not dream of interfering, Your Grace." "Good," she snapped, before turning on her heel and hastening toward the Duchess's apartments, toward her chambers. Yes, perhaps it was time she reclaimed them. She passed a handful of gruff-looking men with suspicious pistol-sized lumps in their jackets, averting her gaze, before she arrived at her destination and issued a firm knock. To her astonishment, she hadn't even a breath to compose herself before the door opened. And there he was, all stark power and muscled grace, dressed to perfection in evening blacks and a white shirt. She shivered as she fell into his vivid eyes. "Duchess," he said formally, "what do you require?" The question, so cold and detached, sent a violent wave of outrage coursing through her. "You!" she ground out. "Now!" He raised a brow. "Madam, the hour is late, and I am afraid that your timing leaves something to be desired. I have—" She brushed past him, cutting off his excuse with her abrupt action, which spoke, she rather thought, louder than any words could. Deep into the chamber she strode, not stopping until she was on the opposite end of the room, and he had no choice but to close the door, lest they attract an audience from the guards assembled in the hall. Georgiana spotted a trunk and 2 valises in the corner of the chamber. There it was, the confirmation of her suspicions and her worst fears. She stilled, staring, recalling their wedding day. If she had thought the last time hurt, she had been wrong, for the pain inside her chest at the simple evidence of his imminent departure nearly broke her in two. He truly was leaving her, and she had borne a great deal in her life. The death of her mother, the hatred of her father, a marriage of convenience to a stranger, moving to another country where she knew no one and had no friends to speak of, being lambasted in the press, and yet not one of those things, and not even the sum combined, compared to the way she felt now. Devastated, hollow, lost. "Georgie," he said from behind her, his voice as rough and deep with emotion as she fancied hers would be if she dared to speak. "Why are you here?" "Because I love you, because I cannot bear for you to leave me again, because I want you to stay for me, to fight for me with me, to know we can defeat this together, that whatever comes to pass, regardless of how difficult or frightening, we can weather the storm together. And have I mentioned that I love you hopelessly, desperately, irrevocably?" But she said none of those things, for they were far too perilous to speak aloud, and she was not strong enough to accept his rejection of her love. It was better, easier, if he didn't know. At least she still had her pride. She swallowed, staring at the assembled trunk and valise, unable to look at him directly. "When were you intending to tell me that you were leaving me?" "I am not leaving you." His hand, large and hot, pressed against the blade of her right shoulder, as if in supplication. It may as well have been a branding iron for all that his touch scorched her. She felt him through the thin layers of silk as potently as if his bare palm had been upon her naked flesh. "How would you define the trunk and valise packed with your belongings?" "I am departing, yes, but out of duty and necessity." His other hand was upon her now, and he was so near that the heat of his body radiated into hers. "I mean to put an end to the danger." She arched and tilted her head back, desperate to be closer to him, in spite of her anger and frustration. He was the other half of her, the darkness to her light, the hardness to her soft, and no matter what came to pass between them, regardless of how much time came and went, she would always want him with a fervency that shook her. The unmistakable ridge of his cock pressed into the cleft of her bottom. A breath hissed from her as need, sharp and debilitating, scored her from within. Too much time had passed between the moment he had last been inside her and now. "I am your duty and necessity," she whispered, unable to resist rubbing herself against him. The part of her that ached for him most throbbed as his erection dug into her flesh. His breath was on her ear, hot and humid. "You should not be here." Of course he would say so. If she had been meek and obliging, she would have remained on the opposite end of the hall, alone. But that was not what she wanted, and while she had not been entirely certain of her intent in storming the sanctity of his chamber, she was now. She wanted this man, desperately, and he wanted her. She reached behind her, fingers connecting with thick, soft hair. She cradled his skull, raked her nails on his scalp, and turned her head to meet his lips. They kissed, a swift joining of mouths. But it was not enough. It was too tame, far too tepid, and his words were still haunting her. "Why should I not be here?" she demanded against his firm lips. He had not shaved for the past few days, and she was grateful for the abrasion of his whiskers on her skin. "Because I cannot resist you," he confessed on a groan. "Not like this. God, you smell so bloody good. You feel even better. Jesus, Georgie, what did you come here for? I have been trying to be a gentleman to make my departure easier for you." "I do not want a gentleman," she denied swiftly, and as she said the words, her left hand travelled behind her, wedging between the curve of her rump and the placket of his trousers. She felt bold enough to dare, to be wicked. Searching fingers found the shape of him, thick and long through fabric. She stroked him, squeezed him, hungered for more. The breath hissed from his lungs. "You do not know what you want, madam. If you had any inkling of how grave this is—" She caressed his length, yearning for the cloth barrier between them to be dispelled. Touching him so intimately made her ache, made her want more. "Don't leave me," she said, not even caring if it sounded more like she was begging rather than pleading. "Please, Kit." He sighed into her ear, kissed it once, twice, ran his tongue along the shell. Meanwhile his hands drifted from her waist. They migrated higher, sliding over her abdomen to her breasts. His hands, so large and knowing, cupped her, his fingers finding her nipples through the insubstantial layers of her dressing gown and nightdress. He tweaked the buds, rolling them between his capable fingers. "Oh," she said on a sigh, increasing her pressure on his cock, still trapped, erect and thick and full, beneath his trousers. She longed so badly for him to be inside her. His hips jerked into her touch. Here, at least, in love-making, they were in accord. They wanted each other. The rest, and its resulting argument, could wait. What she wanted now more than anything was this man around her, atop her, behind her, inside her. So deep inside her that it felt as if he would never go. Because she didn't want him to go. Not now and not ever. But that was another battle for another day. "Damn," he gritted in a low voice that suggested he was about to lose control. "I want to fuck you so bloody much it hurts." He nipped the shell of her ear, and she could not resist a moan. His raw, crude words settled within her with a delicious trill. She liked him wicked, She preferred him crude and raw and unfettered, for it aroused an answering part of her that she had never known existed until he had brought it to life. With her free hand, she untied the knot holding her dressing robe in place. 3 plucks of her fingers, and it opened. 1 shrug of her shoulders, and it was on the floor, only the fine fabric of her nightgown keeping her bare skin from him. "Then do it, kid." She hesitated at the crude word, never having uttered it before. But if he had said it, why could not she? Stroking him, she plunged forward on a deep breath, her daring taking her to new heights. "Fuck me." He caught the hand that was teasing his arousal, gripping it and hauling it away. His tongue found the hollow beneath her ear. "If you keep touching my cock like that, I won't last long." Her capacity for speech fled her, and all that would leave her tongue was a hum of satisfaction. She shivered as he kissed a path to the curve where her throat and shoulder met, before settling his teeth into the sensitive flesh there. There was something about him behind her, his large, powerful body demanding and hungry at her back, that made her weak. She had never felt such a powerful urge before, such hungry desperation. Of its own accord, her hand migrated back to the delicious bulge tenting his trousers. The evidence of his desire for her pleased her as much as it sent an answering pulse straight to her core. "Naughty wench." He ensnared her hand again, but this time, instead of merely removing it, he guided it around her waist, settling it over her belly, just above the flesh that begged for fulfillment. Through the fabric of her nightdress, he bit her shoulder. His other hand left her breast, sliding down her abdomen to her thigh, where his fingers fisted in the soft fabric. Slowly, he raised the frilled hem of her nightdress. It went up, over her calves to her knees. "I like touching you," she whispered. He made a low sound in his throat, not stopping in his progress as he hiked her skirt higher still. Night air kissed her thighs. "If you like touching so bloody much," he said, his lips back on her ear, "then perhaps you should touch yourself." Her cheeks went hot at his suggestion. Surely he could not mean. Her hem reached her waist, leaving her entire lower body bare. And then he guided her hand, urging it down the gentle slope of her belly, and lower still, until as one their fingers slipped inside the wet folds of her sex. Oh! For a moment, the pleasure was so intense that she could not speak. She had never touched herself so intimately before. Even in the bath, a cloth always obscured her hand. But this, his fingers guiding hers, so that the only touch of her flesh was her own, was divine. Depraved, but divine. "Why so quiet, my love?" His deep voice teased her ear, his lips nuzzling as his fingers worked hers more firmly below. She wanted to respond, to say something flippant or bold, but she had nothing. Her entire being was focused upon what he was doing to her, what he was making her do to herself. As one, they circled the sensitive nub of flesh at the center of her folds. When her hips bucked, he held her still to linger on the spot that had caused the response. "Haven't you anything to say?" He bit her earlobe and rolled his hips against her so that his steely length ground into her from behind. "You're so fucking wet that it's running off your fingers onto mine." Still she could not force a coherent word past her lips. She was coiled up, tight as a watch spring. the bliss flooding her so intense that she could weep. Together they pleasured her, faster, harder, with sure, quick strokes. And then she couldn't hold on another moment. She was coming apart and soaring at the same time. When her climax arrived, it was swift and violent, so deep and delicious that she could feel her channel contract and spasm. So wonderful that a blissful dizziness overtook her, dark stars swirling at the edges of her vision as she collapsed against him, gasping for breath. "When I'm gone, touch yourself like that and think of me," he said lowly. "Think of me when you spend, and remember my fingers on yours, bringing you to release." The imperatives, issued on the heels of such beautiful pleasure, hit her with the effect of a pail of ice water. He still intended to go. The realization was akin to a dagger in her heart. "Stay with me," she urged. "Do not go, Kit, please. Can you not see how much I need you here?" "Georgie." He kissed her throat again, then her cheek, burying his nose in her temple and inhaling. "Do not ask of me what I cannot give you." She stiffened, straightening away from his heated body at her back. Wrenching free of his hold, she tore her hem out of his grasp, spinning to face him. "Why? Why do you need to leave me again? Tell me, and do not say duty and necessity. This time, be honest. You owe me that much." He reached for her, hands clamping on her waist and hauling her back to him. "I owe you everything, my love. That is why I must go." My love. The endearment plucked at her heart. She wanted to believe it, longed to believe that he cared for her, that he could perhaps even one day return a fraction of her love. But if he cared, why would he abandon her again? Her arms went around his neck, anchoring him to her. She searched his gaze, trying to find the answers she sought, and finding none. "You do not have to go." She rolled to her tiptoes then, pressing her mouth to his. His lips moved against hers, her name leaving him like a benediction. "Georgie." "Stay," she whispered against his lips, licking the seam that bisected them. "Stay." She flitted to the corner, then to the defined bow of his upper lip, to the whisker-roughened dip of his philtrum. Here she inhaled the essence of him, sharp and sweet and beloved. "Stay." "I cannot." "You can." She kissed him again. "You must." A growl tore from him, and in the next moment, whatever tentative hold he'd had on his control snapped. He cupped her face, kissing her deeply and with a depth of emotion that took her by surprise. In that moment, she wasn't sure what would happen when the sun rose, but all that she was certain of was the love she had for him, burning within her. If this was the last night they had, then she would not waste it. She pulled at his jacket as she returned his kiss, opening to his questing tongue. Next came his waistcoat, and finally his shirt, until her hands travelled with slow appreciation over the chiselled planes of his back and the muscled wall of his chest and abdomen. When she reached the fastening of his trousers, he tore his mouth from hers. "Take off your nightdress," he ordered. The Georgiana he had married would have flushed and balked at his directive. The woman she had become caught twin fistfuls of the fabric and hauled it over her head until she stood naked before him. "Now you," she said. A thrill coursed through her when he obliged with quick, fluid motions that left his body nude for her hungry perusal. She drank him in, memorizing the rugged wall of his chest, the strength of his arms, the taut muscle of his abdomen, the sight of his cock, bold and rigid and long. He kissed her again, his hands roaming her body as though he too sought to commit her to memory, to somehow imprint the sensation of her flesh upon his hands. He cupped her breasts, rolled her nipples between his thumb and forefinger, swept lingering caresses over her bottom, followed the curves of her waist and hips. She kissed him back with all the fervour inside her, with all the love and desperation, the anger and confusion, the want and the need. Their lips parted, his gaze burned into hers, his breathing every bit as harsh and ragged. "Get on the bed, Georgie." His low demand ignited a new spark of arousal, but she didn't wish to make her capitulation easy for him. Georgiana nipped her lower lip. "Perhaps you should ask nicely, Your Grace." Their mouths fused again, and she opened for him, sucking on his tongue, her fingers sinking into his hair. A battle of wills played between them as each tried to dominate the other. If she could not make him stay, she would at least make him beg. "Please," he whispered into her mouth, his eyes never leaving hers. The air between them was heavy, pulsing with emotion and desire, and so much they had both left unspoken. She knew in that moment that she could not allow him to go without revealing the truth of how she felt for him. If he did not make it back to her, dear God, she could never even bear to finish the thought. "Kit." She framed his beloved face in her hands, took a breath, and took a leap. "I love you." He stilled, his expression hardening, an intensity crossing his features and glittering in his gaze. "Say it again." "I love you, Christopher Anthony Harcourt," she whispered, her body and heart aching as one for him. "Come back to me. Do you hear me? Come back to me." "Fucking hell, woman." He kissed her, and this time was different from all the others. Ferocious and possessive, but also tender. His hand found her nape as his mouth worshipped her, travelling from her lips to her cheek, her eyes, her brow, her ear. "I love you," she repeated, when he kissed her throat. She buried her face in the soft strands of his hair, inhaling deeply of his masculine scent. He smelled of soap and pine, and she wanted to stay like this forever, with her arms wrapped around him, their bodies pressed together, her love for him washing over her like a warm tide. "I want you to promise me, Kit." "I will come back," he rasped, rubbing his face on her throat, so that his whiskers made the most delightful abrasion on her sensitive skin. "I promise, Georgie. I will come back to you. Nothing and no one will keep me away." She held him to her, wishing they never had to leave this chamber. "I cannot lose you." "I am yours," he said, pressing his mouth to her with a reverence that broke her heart. Cupping her jaw, he gave her a long and lingering kiss before breaking it to stare down at her, more solemn than she had ever seen him. "I love you, Georgie. I love you more than I ever imagined possible. I love the goodness in you, the heart that's big enough for all the strays of London. I even love your bloody cat." Her cheeks were wet with tears. She had never thought he would return her love. "Oh, Kit!" Words rushed to her tongue, but she could not make sense of them, could not speak past the emotion clogging her throat. "Do not look at me thus," he clipped then, his tone gruff. "I do draw the line at the mice, madam." Her heart gave a pang. This Duke, this stubborn, fierce man, how she loved him. And he loved her back. Impossible, improbable, wonderful. She moved backward, pulling him along with her, toward the bed. Joining her body with his would not wait another moment. If he was determined to leave her and face whatever perils awaited him in New York, she was equally determined to make the most of their night together. "Come to bed with me," she coaxed. He made a low sound in his throat, giving her a smouldering look as she pulled him along with her. "If you will but recall, the bed was my initial intention, wife." "Yes, husband, but if you will also recall, you did not ask nicely," she teased, though there was nothing light-hearted about their situation. He was departing for America, abandoning her again, and the unknown menace awaiting him, the prospect of another wounding, or worse, chilled her to the bone. "I have never claimed to have manners," he said as they fell to the bed as one. She landed on her back, her legs falling open, as his large, hard body came atop hers. His hair-stippled chest abraded her aroused nipples. His cock, satiny soft and hot and rigid, pressed into her belly. Their lips clung. Her wandering hands travelled every inch of him they could reach, over the rippling plane of his back, cupping his firm buttocks. He adjusted himself so that his good leg anchored him on the mattress before lowering his head to take a nipple into his mouth. She hissed a sigh of satisfaction at the delicious tug on her breast, followed by a playful bite. "You are ill-mannered and surly," she agreed, breathless. Her fingers dug into his buttocks, relishing the firmness. Here was a part of him she had yet to explore, exquisite to her senses. She suppressed the urge to guide him to her aching entrance. They had all night, and she did not wish to rush their love-making, regardless of how badly she wanted him. He released her nipple with a lusty-sounding pop. "And you are maddening and eccentric. The only duchess in London who has managed to transform a townhome into a miniature zoological society." Kit pressed a kiss to the curve of her other breast. "You astound me." One more kiss, and then he swirled his tongue around her nipple. "And confound me." She knew the feeling. Her every interaction with him had been a hard-fought battle. He was more obstinate than a goat. But when his defences crumbled, it was a beautiful sight to behold. He suckled and nipped, his mouth dragging lower still over the hungry flesh of her abdomen, and lower yet to the starving folds of her sex. His hands flattened on her inner thighs, opening her to him. She felt an answering flood of wetness as his gaze scorched hers, his handsome face so near that she need only jerk her hips and his luscious mouth would land upon her. "Your pussy is so bloody beautiful, Georgie." His tone was raw, reverent. "Pink and wet for me. So fucking wet." His tongue slid along her seam before running a slow, tortuous circle around her pearl. He raised his head then, looking up at her, and she had never seen a more erotic sight than her husband's beautiful face hovering over her mound, about to make her spend. "You taste so sweet, sweeter than honey. I could lick you all night long." She would have spoken, perhaps protested out of a misplaced sense of modesty, but he lowered his head once more. His tongue was upon her, fast and slick. It was as if her entire being had been condensed into her pulsing core. The pleasure he visited upon her was so intense that it was all she could feel. There was no room for anything else. Not breathing, not thinking, not speaking. Oh! Her mouth fell open, head fell back against the bedclothes.
They were soft and smelled of him, and his tongue was inside her now, thrusting before returning to her pearl once more. He sucked her into his mouth the same way he had her nipples, and then he gently scored her with his teeth. She was close, so close. And then his fingers were inside her, probing and deep, knowing just where to strum her, as if she were an instrument and he the virtuoso. Such sweet bliss, such divine torture. She wanted him to stop, and she never wanted it to end. He stroked her, bit down on her pearl, and that was all it took. She spent violently, a fresh rush of liquid dripping from her. Still he pressed his face deeper, inhaling, prolonging her climax until she was trembling and sated, gasping for breath and staring at the ceiling of the chamber, its familiar plasterwork of roses and fleur-de-lis. He rose over her. "Never forget that you are mine while I am gone."
"Never," she agreed. "I am yours forever."
Kit guided his cock to her entrance, stroking her needy sex with the engorged tip. "And I am yours," he said, and then he sank home inside her. One thrust of his hips, and he was seated so deep that a fresh wave of pleasure ricocheted through her. He rained kisses on her breasts, her throat, her ear, tonguing the patch of skin directly beneath that drove her to distraction, all while he rocked inside her, fast and hard. They moved together, becoming wild in their mutual frenzy. Her nails raked his back, his teeth clamped on her nipple. Again and again he withdrew and then slammed back inside her. Something about the fury of their passion drove her over the edge. Another thrust, and she was coming apart all over again, her pussy tightening on his cock, spasms beginning to shoot through her in steady licks. When she exploded, it was almost violent, a cry tearing from her throat as she seized on him, dragging him deeper into her body. His body stiffened, the tendons in his throat going taut, his jaw clenched as he found his release in the next moment, and his seed filled her. Kit collapsed on her, resting his head over her madly thumping heart. Her fingers toyed with the thick strands of his dark hair as the last threads of pleasure unwound within her. In that fleeting silence, with nothing and no one to come between them, a perfect blinding clarity hit her like a runaway carriage. She had never been happier than she was, here and now. Time passed with indistinct certainty. It could have been hours later, or it could have been days, and Georgiana would not have known the difference. All she did know was that she and Kit were cuddled beneath the thoroughly rumpled sheets of her high tester, holding on to each other as if they were the only passengers on a ship that was steadily sinking into the sea. She tightened her hold on him, inhaling deeply as she buried her face in his bare chest. "I still don't understand why you must go." His hand passed over her spine, up, then down again, in a caress that made her ache for yet another session of love-making. A third to add to the first and second. "I'm doing my damnedest to protect you." She had not intended to quarrel with him, but every part of her was clamouring for any means through which she could convince him to stay. His imminent departure hung in the air between them, heavy and unwanted, rife with dread. "You seek to protect me by abandoning me and returning to more of your secretive assignments in New York City?" Her nails skated over his chest, following the trail of hair that led directly to his groin. She stopped before her inquisitive hand met his cock, for then her ability to reason and question would once more flee her.
Forgive me if I fail to see how that could possibly protect me." She could not keep the bitterness from her voice, for lying here with him now, after they had shared so much, after they had confessed their love for each other, felt like the same betrayal as their wedding day, magnified by 1,000-fold. It was a burning, festering wound inside her, hotter than the sun, bleaker than a garden starved of rain. "Threats have been made against you, Georgie," he said then, plunging her into an even greater whirl of confusion. "Because of me, there is a price on your head. And because of me, there are Fenians with nothing left to lose who know who I am, who you are, who know where to find us and strike. Do not think for a moment that the bomb that was laid at Trent's townhouse was an aberration, or that it cannot happen here. It can and it will, unless I take action." She lifted her head to study him, shaken by his revelations. "A price on my head? What do you mean?" "For your death, damn it." His expression was dark, his jaw hard. "Someone wants you dead, Georgie, and I am at fault for that. Between that and the Fenian menace, I have no choice but to take action. The only thing for me to do is to go to the source of the danger and pull it from the root. Otherwise, like any cloying weed, it will continue to regrow." Someone wanted her dead. Georgiana swallowed, a sinking sensation in the pit of her belly, as she thought about the letter she had received from Uncle George's lawyer. "It is my duty to inform you that Mr. Dumont has requested access to the separate funds held in trust for your future heirs." "I know precisely who it is that wants me dead, Kit," she said, feeling numb. "I can spare you the trip." Chapter 22. It should not surprise him that she took his revelation in stride. After all, she was better suited to a halo than a coronet. But hearing her say the words aloud affected him in a way he had not been prepared for. She could not know, could not possibly have an inkling that it was her own bloody father. Kit would hunt the bastard down in New York and watch the light ebb from his eyes as life flowed from him. He had killed before in the name of duty, and he would not hesitate to do so now to protect his woman. He had yet to decide upon a manner of death, however. A bullet to the head was far too efficient and painless. Many shallow cuts with a knife, choking the breath from his cowardly neck, drowning him in a tub of his own piss. These were all means of murder Kit had entertained over the last few days. "I haven't the slightest idea who is trying to hurt you, but rest assured that I will personally deliver him his justice," he spat. "It is my father." Her simple, knowing sentence stole the breath from his lungs. She knew. Of course she did. His Georgie was far too perceptive, far too intelligent to be deceived or pacified. She had discovered for herself his secret work as a spy when he had been able to preserve his cover for a bloody decade. She shook her head then, tears glistening in her eyes and rendering them even more vibrant green. "Do not lie to me, Kit. You may be able to hide yourself from your enemies and those who aren't well enough acquainted with you, but I know you." Damn it all. He had become so rusty, a fish flogging on the ground out of water, without his comfortable mantle of spy. Was it that he could no longer manage subterfuge with the slick ease he once had? Or was it that he could not hide from the woman who, impossibly, saw him at his worst and loved him in spite of himself? She lay against him in not a stitch of clothing, and she had never been more beautiful. His senses were filled with her scent, her sweet curves, her soft, creamy skin, the sound of her blissful cries when she came, the wetness of her spend on his tongue. Fucking hell, he never wanted to leave her side. If he had a choice, he wouldn't. But he had none. "Kit," she prodded, "be honest with me. I'm not a child, and I do not require you to shield me from the truth, however ugly and painful it may be. My father has never cared for me as a parent ought to for his child, and I am aware of the clause in our marriage contract that reverts the portion of my fortune held in trust back to my father, along with any residuals, in the event of my demise in the first year of our union, should I fail to produce your heir." "Failure to produce an heir is my fault." He hadn't meant to say it, to reveal all to her, but the admission left him of his own accord. Ever since learning from Ludlow of her father's attempts on her life, Kit's own selfish treatment of Georgie had haunted him. His duty to the League had always been paramount, but the woman in his arms had changed all that. He should have never left her. He should have remained, retired from the League, attempted to be the husband she deserved. Instead, he had been so bloody caught up in his own hubris that he had failed her, and he had failed himself as well. Going to New York had not saved anyone's life. It had not earned him any accolades. He'd spent the better part of his time drinking Irish whiskey in the stews of New York, ingratiating himself to the diabolical Fenians who would later lead him into an abandoned factory building and attempt to slaughter him like a fattened hog. All he'd managed for his troubles was a gunshot wound and a trip across the Atlantic in infamy. "You must not blame yourself for my father's moral failings," Georgie said then, her tone like her expression resigned. "I read the provision myself. Do not imagine for a moment that I did not pore over the document, reading each word. I may be a farm girl, but I taught myself to read and do arithmetic when I was but 5. In the time since my Uncle George's death, I have voraciously devoured every piece of literature within my reach. I knew what the marriage agreement said. I agreed to it all. I was foolish enough to believe that my father would not wish me harm, and the blame for that is mine and mine alone." "Georgie." His heart ached as if it were being split in two in his bloody chest. He slid his fingers into the rich strands of hair at her nape, holding her to him when she would have retreated. "You cannot blame yourself." Her eyes flashed emerald fire at him. "Do not lie to me, Kit. I know the manner of man my father once was, and I know the manner of man he has become after the wealth. The two are not so disparate, except for the ruthlessness he now possesses. Nothing will stop him from achieving what he wants, and what he wants is more money and more power, regardless of the cost." "Even if the cost is you," he agreed quietly, for he could no longer restrain himself. Georgie was too intelligent, far too insightful, and she deserved to hear the truth, ugly though it was. "Even if the cost is me." The admission appeared to break her. She lowered her gaze to her hand, still resting on his chest. "Georgie," he tried again, covering her hand with his, hating her pain. For this precise reason, he had been attempting to avoid a conversation in which he revealed to her the horrifying betrayals of her own sire. How much easier would it have been to leave without her having to lay bare his soul to her, without ever having to watch her hurt? But she gathered herself before his eyes, straightened her shoulders like a soldier preparing for battle. "How many times has my father sent someone to kill me?" she asked, her voice strong and clear. How he wished she would meet his gaze. He longed to haul her atop him and embrace her, to somehow absorb from her all the pain and betrayal she felt and experience it for her, so that she never knew another day of hardship or disappointment or hurt in her life. No one as good and sweet and kind as Georgie deserved to be so thoroughly misused.
There were several attempts, according to Ludlow, he admitted. How many? Her husky alto held a note of steel that would not be ignored. She was harder than she appeared, and though she would bleed endlessly to protect her animals, she did not shy from being assertive and bold when it mattered most. There were 5 thwarted attempts in all. Here was another revelation he wished not to have to unload. 4 before my arrival, and 1 since.
Georgie pursed her lips, fury dancing in her eyes. 5 times someone attempted to take my life, and yet no one thought to inform me.
Ludlow was here to defend you, Kit hastened to remind her. He thwarted the 4 attempts, and together we thwarted the 5th.
Georgie's pale cheeks flared to life with sudden colour, her eyebrows lifting over her faultless forehead. I do not give a fig if Ludlow was here, or if the 2 of you joined forces to protect me from a 5th attempt. That is decidedly beside the point. I will not be protected and lied to. Why has no one seen fit to warn me? Why have you, my husband, not told me before tonight, just when you are readying yourself to leave me? He raised a placating hand. When she summarized it in such a fashion, he truly could not argue the point with her.
Georgie,
do not dare to condescend to me now, Kit, Georgie interrupted, fairly seething with the violence of her emotions. If I need to defend myself, I wish to know it, damn you.
I will bloody well defend you.
The words burst from him, vibrating with anger, echoing in the chamber between them. They were laden with his regrets, filled with his fury for her father, rife with his need for vengeance, dripping with the scorn he felt for himself for so thoroughly letting her down.
From this moment forward, I will be the one who defends you, damn it all. Not Ludlow, and certainly not you. I am your husband, and I will see to your safety. I will not stop until all threats to you are buried, and that is why I am going to New York.
Georgie paled, the only outward sign that she understood that his words were not idle chatter. He fully intended to hunt down his enemies and remove the dangers they posed, however he deemed necessary. Thank you for the sentiment, but I wish to defend myself as I am the only trustworthy person I know. The bitterness in her tone ate at his heart, especially after what they had just shared.
Georgie, these are not empty sentiments. I mean what I say.
He caught her upper arms in a gentle grip, forcing her to face him.
I wish to protect you. I pledge to you now that I will go to my grave fighting for you if I must. You need not ever fear again. I was hoping it would not come to this, but I am a man of action, and your sire is a problem that needs to be solved just as much as the Fenians.
Then listen to me when I tell you I am capable of defending myself, she said, her tone unwavering. What if the person responsible for the attacks on me is the same person who orchestrated your downfall in New York? She wasn't wrong in arriving at such a conclusion, but the truth of it was that there wasn't a shred of evidence to suggest the 2 events were connected in any way.
You mean to suggest that your father also somehow orchestrated the ambush in New York that left me and my Fenian double agent grievously wounded? It was an intriguing theory, but it was also precisely that, a theory.
A flotsam and jetsam proposed out of nowhere but the recesses of her creative mind, with no fact to support it whatsoever. She nodded, a new light entering her eyes, and she didn't look at all vanquished now. She was bright-gazed and determined. "That is precisely what I mean to say." "Impossible," he countered instantly. "Think of what you're suggesting. How the hell would your father have an inkling that I was an agent for the Crown?" Georgie went silent for a beat. "I suppose that would be too tidy, wouldn't it? Perhaps I merely wished to solve all our problems with one finite solution." He caught her chin in a tender grip, tipping her face up. God, she was so lovely, so beloved. He did not know how he would have the strength to walk away from her. "I will solve our problems." Being his intractable wife, she stiffened, balking at entrusting her future and safety to him. "Listen to me, love. You have the entire heft of the League here to protect you in my absence. I will personally ensure that no harm will ever befall you again, as long as I live and breathe." She tensed, her eyes widening at the last words he had spoken. He could have cursed himself for saying it aloud, but there was a possibility, however small, that he would not return to her. He could not protect her from the grave, but he had made damn sure that everyone he trusted, and even the bloody not butler himself, would look after Georgie, in not only his absence, but in the event of his demise as well. "You say that as if you will not return to me," she whispered, her eyes luminous and searching upon his. He could not look away. "Life is a game of chance, Georgie love. But you can be sure that even when I am not here, those I trust will look after you and see that you are well protected." Her expression was stricken, and it plucked at his heart. "I ought to be angry with you now for keeping such a thing from me." "I did not wish to upset you until I myself was certain of the particulars, and I still cannot be sure. I have many pieces of a puzzle, and not all seem to fit," he admitted. "All I do know is that I will do anything in my power to protect you. I love you, Georgie, and I will cross an ocean for you 100 times over, fall to my knees, bow my head, fight to the death. Anything that is required of me to see you safe." Her face crumpled, tears welling in her bright emerald gaze as she caressed his face. "Are you sure you must leave me?" He swallowed against a wave of emotion, tamped it down, 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 where it belonged. For he did not want this departure any more than she did, and leaving her behind, thousands of miles between them, entrusting her safety to the hands of others, it was something he almost could not bear. His sole motivating force was the fact that he needed to uncover the truth and keep her safe. And leaving her was the only way he knew how to accomplish that monumental but necessary feat. "I am afraid I must," he said quietly, pressing his mouth to hers, once, twice, 3 times. God, he could never get enough of her sweet lips. "Never doubt my love for you, Georgie. I will return, one way or another. I will come back to you, and I will end the threats against you. I will not stop until you are safe." Her hand slipped between them, her fingers curling around his length. It did not take even half a breath for him to harden beneath her tentative touch as she gripped and stroked. "If you must leave me," she murmured, "then the least you can do is make up for the time I will be without you." In one swift move, he caught her against him and rolled her to her back, pinning her delectable body beneath his. This was what he needed, to lose himself inside her, to love her. His cock was ready, poised at her cunny. His fingers dipped into her folds, and she was wet, dripping. For him. Fuck yes. He kissed her, sank his tongue into the silken depths of her mouth, and sank home inside her once more. This would have to last. This brand of her skin upon his, the hot, tight sensation of her pussy welcoming him, would have to carry him through the darkest days facing him. And he would have to do whatever it took to protect her, to save her. Hell, who was he kidding? To save them both. Just before dawn, Georgiana awoke, jolted from slumber by a nightmare in which she watched Kit sailing away from her on a ship that began to sink into the ocean. No matter how hard she called out for him or how desperately she tried to reach him, he never looked back at her. He simply kept disappearing into the seas until the dark waters swallowed him. When she reached across the bed to find his comforting presence, to reassure herself that it had all been a terrifying dream, her hand connected with cool, rumpled bedclothes. Kit was gone. 5 days later, Ludlow showed her a ring that had been secreted upon the person of a man who had been behind the last attempt on her life. It belonged to her stepmother, given to her by Georgiana's father, and it was unmistakable, with a distinctive diamond and ruby cluster and an engraving on the interior of the band, "For my darling Josephine." In that moment, Georgie knew she had been right, and yet so very wrong at the same time. She stared at Ludlow, her mind made. "I'm going to New York, and you cannot stop me." He inclined his head. "I would not dream of stopping you, Your Grace, but I can certainly accompany you." Chapter 23. New York City. A bloody week. That was the length of time it had taken Kit to locate Mrs. Robert Dumont. It was the interminable span of time since he'd left his sleeping wife's bed in London to begin his journey across the Atlantic. It was how long it had been since he'd seen her beautiful face, fallen into the depths of her emerald eyes, the time since he had last kissed her sweet lips and lost himself inside her delectable body, the time since he had told her he loved her, and now. After finally finding Georgiana's stepmother, the next increment of time he measured his life by was 6 bloody hours. That was the length of time Kit had been locked inside a darkened room, tied flat on his back to a table with such tight, precise knots that escape was impossible, and his hands and feet were numb. He could tell how many hours had passed, thanks to the dependable ticks of his pocket watch, audible in the eerie silence of his current tomb. After he'd awoke with a throbbing head, thanks to the unseen bastard who had clobbered him from behind in the nondescript brownstone where he'd unexpectedly discovered his quarry, he'd had a great deal of time to ponder such vagaries as time, and life, and death. He'd survived many missions over the years as an agent of the Crown, but this one was the one that mattered most. Of the myriad League missions spanning the years, the outcome of this mission was paramount. If he failed Georgie. Georgie. Sweet, intelligent, fierce, lovely, kind-hearted Georgie. On his passage to New York, he had studied all the information available to him, examining the evidence from every angle, and he had come to a staggering conclusion.
His wife was correct. What if the person responsible for the attacks on me is the same person who orchestrated your downfall in New York? She had asked, and at the time, both of their minds had been focused on her father. As his ship crossed the restless sea, the final niggling piece of the puzzle had fallen within his grasp. The answer was in the lad's revelation about the man who'd hired him to murder Georgie in her bed. That he worked for a rich bird and she were in love with him. At the time he'd thought it perplexing, or that perhaps either the lad or the man who'd hired him had been prevaricating. Perhaps even that there was an intermediary involved. When all signs had pointed to Georgie's father, it had been a part of the tale that had been easy to overlook. But as he'd read and reread the love letters Ludlow had plucked from the dead man's pocket, he'd discovered it held coded secrets. And it had struck him with frightening certainty that there was one woman in Georgie's life who would wish her ill. One woman who had written to her lover in London that she was poisoning her husband, that she had secreted away the funds he would need for his cause, that removing the Duke and Duchess of Leeds for good was the final solution to all their problems. That person and the author of the letter were one and the same. Her stepmother. A door creaked open. The dank room was suddenly illuminated by a shaft of light as a figure entered, bearing a lantern. Booted feet approached. "And what have we here?" the man asked, a slight brogue lilting his words. "Could it be the mighty Duke of Leeds, Her Majesty's spy?" Kit clenched his jaw. His hours in the darkness had also given him the time to prepare his response, or lack thereof. He was ready now. Nothing would make him bend. He maintained his silence, making his face an expressionless mask. "Nothing to say for yourself?" The man stopped, not a pace away, placing a lantern on the table. Though he ought not to have been surprised, a tremor of shock coursed through him before he could tamp it down. It was his informant, the bastard who had led him to his ambush. Cold rage threatened to overpower his control, but he fought it back. "Yes," he said slowly, "I know who you are. But do you know who I am, your high and mighty grace?" Kit maintained his silence. There was only a finite number of reasons for him to be strapped to a bloody table, and none of them were good. He refused to believe that he had at last managed to land himself in the one scrape from which there would be no extrication, but it seemed increasingly likely by the moment. When he had swept the brownstone, he had not expected to find it occupied. His sources had reported that the woman, who had rented the home with cash and had introduced herself as a widow by the name of Mrs. Montford, had not been seen for several days. His shock at finding her within had been eclipsed only by the blow he'd promptly taken to his head. He'd been careless and foolish, and now he would pay the price. "My brother was murdered in a London alley by a duke and a giant. At least, that's what a little birdie told me." The man's lip curled. "You wouldn't happen to know aught about that, would you?" Bloody hell. What had the bastard done to the lad to make him sing? "I didn't think you'd want to talk just yet." The man's tone was patronizing, but it held a steely edge of violence. This was personal. "Fear not, your high and mightiness. I have some encouragement of the liquid variety right here." He lifted a pitcher above Kit's face, angling the spout directly over his nose and mouth. Oh, hell. The water sluiced over him gently at first, with calm aim. He thrashed his head from side to side, held his breath. But a bound man could only defend himself so much against a madman with a vendetta.
The son of a bitch meant to drown him. Slowly. He inhaled water, choked for breath, and from somewhere within the house a strange sound echoed, reaching his ears. Very strange indeed, for it sounded like dogs barking. The passage back across the Atlantic in a steamship, regardless of how ornate her accommodations and how luxurious the dining saloon, how sumptuous the fare, or how elegant her state-room, had not been a pleasant voyage for Georgiana. She spent it in turmoil, trapped in a paralysing fear that she and Ludlow would arrive too late. And they may have still arrived too late. She could only hope that their madcap plan would work. With the aid of the Duke of Carlisle and his shadowy network of agents for the Crown, they had located the whereabouts of one Josephine Dumont, currently travelling under the name of Josephine Montford. As Georgie awaited the signal from Ludlow, she prayed that Kit had not been harmed. The Duke of Carlisle had lost contact with him 2 days ago, and no one knew where he could be found, if, indeed, he could be found at all. No, she refused to think it. There was only one resolution she would accept, only one she would consider. He would be found, and he would be safe, and she would drag him back to London, where Lady would gleefully cover him in white fur, and they would live the rest of their days in love and happiness, surrounded by her rescues. From his position across the street, Ludlow gave a jerky nod at last. Georgiana set her knuckles to the door and rapped with all her might. Predictably, no one came to the door. She knocked harder, announcing herself. She needed to gain entry and distract her stepmother, so the police could surround the home without further endangering anyone inside. "Josephine! I know you are within. It is Georgiana." She knocked louder. "Josephine! Please! I must speak with you." The door wrenched open, and there at last was her stepmother. She did not resemble the bright-eyed, elegantly dressed woman Georgiana had last seen before her father and stepmother's departure for New York. Instead, her brown hair was shot with grey streaks. Dull purple bruises marked the skin beneath her eyes, suggesting a lack of sleep, and her woolen dress was grey and unremarkable, her expression pinched. Her lip curled. "How did you find me here?" "I went to the Fifth Avenue house, Josephine," she lied. "I was looking for my father, but all I found instead was a home stripped of all valuables. I hired a Pinkerton detective, and he led me here to you." Her stepmother's eyes narrowed. "Your father is dead. He made beggars of us by gambling away everything we had, and now I am left with nothing but this roof over my head, secured with the measly funds I could secret before his creditors swooped in like vultures to claim it all." Georgiana pressed a hand to her thudding heart. Though she had not shared a loving relationship with her father, learning of his death upon reaching New York had been a shock. "My father is dead because you killed him," she longed to say, knowing it was the truth. "Every word from your lips is a despicable lie." But she had to trod carefully, to perform as if she were an actress born to the stage. Everything depended upon it. She had to find Kit, and time was running low. "Josephine, I am so sorry. Perhaps I can help? May I come inside?" Josephine's eyes glittered, a strange predatory expression crossing her features for a moment before she chased it away and replaced it with feigned sadness. She held the door open and stepped back. "Come in, dearest daughter. My home is your home." The hackles on her neck rose as she stepped over the threshold. knowing she was the nearest she had ever been to pure evil, knowing that she must persevere. The door closed at her back. She walked deeper into the house, keeping her back to Josephine as long as she dared. Only 4 steps. She needed to proceed according to the plan, to make certain Josephine remained near the door. She spun about, facing the woman. "I want to help you, Josephine. I can provide you with funds, whatever it is you need. As my father's wife, you should not go without. I am sorry he betrayed you by squandering Uncle George's fortune, but if there is any way I can assist, I wish to." Josephine's hand had slid inside her skirt, and she withdrew a small pistol, training it upon Georgiana's heart. Georgiana stilled, took a deep breath, and raised her hands. Here was the ultimate gamble. If her stepmother chose to pull the trigger here and now, their plan would fail. But there remained the chance that Kit would be saved, and that was all that mattered to her. "You can assist me by dying," Josephine spat, hatred emanating from her intangible waves. "You stupid girl. Do you know that I have been trying to arrange your death for months? And for months I failed. Now here you are, like a fat little lamb in my parlor, worth far more to me dead than you are alive." "I'm afraid that isn't true," Georgiana said. "Perhaps you did not read the documents left behind by Uncle George with enough care. They clearly state that should my father predecease me, in the event of my death, all remaining wealth assigned to me will revert to the state of New York to be dispersed in charitable works." It was a bluff, but the chance that Josephine had not read the documents herself was strong, and Georgiana felt that it was worth the risk. Josephine went pale. "Revert to the state for charity? And what of me? Am I to be left with nothing when your father has bankrupted us before dying?" Georgiana continued to train an unrelenting stare upon her stepmother. "What is your connection to the Fenians?" Josephine gave a bitter laugh. "I suppose I may as well tell you. I have nothing left to lose. So if you think you will be walking out this door and running off to tea, you're wrong." She paused, considering Georgiana. "If you must know, I fell in love with Jack in London. He was dashing and young, and everything Robert was not. My mother's kin hail from Ireland, you see, and when Jack told me about his cause, I knew I could help. All that money in Robert's hands was a sin. He had no need for it, and he certainly didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve me." "You are right," Georgiana agreed. "He did not deserve you." Her father had been an unkind man. He had withheld his love from her his entire life. He had used her and belittled her as it pleased him. He had never once embraced her or showed her tenderness. But no one deserved to be murdered. "A little rat poison in his food each day." Josephine laughed again, sounding unhinged. "That was all it took. Scarcely any time at all. He was sick in his bed most days, and it was easy to take the funds from the bank and give them to the cause. It was right. I do not regret a moment of it. Until Jack was killed." "Why?" Georgiana asked. "The cause needed the money. Jack needed it, and I loved Jack. He loved me. At first, I thought our portion would be enough, but then your father told me what your portion was," Josephine tusked. "Such a travesty. Such an error of judgment on the part of your dim-witted uncle, leaving so much of his fortune to some foolish girl.
One night your father told me that if you died, your remaining marriage settlement and all funds designated for your heirs would revert to him. What I needed to do was clear. My father, she spit out, because she had to know, even though she didn't want to know. Was he complicit? Josephine sneered. Wouldn't you like to believe that he wasn't? Why do you think I learned of the requirements? Do you imagine he offered it as idle chatter? Georgiana swallowed against a rush of nausea. Of course. But tell me one thing, if you please. How did you know that my husband was involved in combating the Fenians? It was surprisingly easy with the money to grease the proper palms, Josephine sneered. The London Fenians already suspected Leeds, and all I needed to do was pay a boy to intercept his correspondence and replace it with copies. I gave everything to Jack. They knew all about the little trip he had planned, and they bided their time until they could get rid of him. Only the bastard wouldn't die. Georgiana felt sick, but she forced herself to continue. Josephine was in position. At any moment, Ludlow and the team of police would strike. How could you do it? Oh, look at you. Josephine tilted her head, considering her with an expression of ill-concealed disgust. You're such a... But Georgiana would never know what her stepmother had been about to say, for in that moment a gunshot rang out. The world itself seemed to explode as her stepmother crumpled to the floor. In the next moment, Ludlow crashed inside, with Alice at his heels. The mastiff barked. "Find the Duke!" Georgiana ordered her trusted hound. "Find him, Alice!" Alice's nose went to the floor, her tail going stiff, and she ran. City police were everywhere, swarming. Alice barked. Ludlow caught her gaze, nodding. Something passed between them, an understanding on a deeper level that required no words. And then he nodded. "Let's find him, Your Grace." Kit coughed and gasped for air. By some miracle, the sadistic bastard's water supply had run out, and the barking had gotten louder, nearer, along with footsteps. His torturer heard the commotion as well. "Sounds as if we have company," his captor spat. "Such a shame. I wanted to torture you a bit more before finishing you." The barking grew closer still. And then there was the voice he'd recognize anywhere calling his name. The voice of an angel. His angel. "Kit!" What in the bloody hell was she doing here? Did she not know the danger? For the first time since regaining consciousness hours earlier, emotions he had successfully held at bay assailed him. Panic, fear. Good Christ, he was helpless, useless, and incapacitated. The madman determined to slowly drown him to death was armed. There was no good option available to him, save one. "Kit!" Her voice, beautiful and clear, rang out on the other side of the door. A chorus of barks ensued. Sweet Jesus, was it possible? He even recognized that bark. Alice? How in the name of all that was holy? "What the hell?" growled the man. Kit took a deep, shuddering breath and bellowed with all his might. "Georgie! Get the hell away from here! Protect yourself!" His captor's snarling face hovered over his, and that was when he saw the gleam of a wicked blade, raised and poised to strike. "Looks like I'll be sending you to hell a little sooner than planned." In the next moment the door burst open, and a barking, growling flash of fur launched itself into the room. Shock rippled on the captor's features as the canine launched itself at him. He caught a glimpse of the mastiff's sharp teeth as she bit down hard on the man's arm. The knife clattered to the floor as his captor cried out in pain. "Good girl, Alice!" A flurry of footfalls sounded, along with a rush of voices. The small room was suddenly filled with moving bodies. Police officers, he realized, and... bloody hell. Was that the not butler he spied? "Stand down! Seize him!" But Kit focused on the only voice he wanted to hear and the only face he wanted to see. His wife's. She raced toward him, throwing herself upon him, covering his face in kisses. "Kit!" she cried out. "Are you hurt? Say something!" Thank Christ. He closed his eyes for a moment as relief unfurled within him, warm and comforting, along with the fiercest rush of love he'd ever known. She had saved him. His avenging angel, he amended, and how fitting that she had come armed with one of her beloved dogs. It was over. She was safe. "Kit!" Georgie said again, fear colouring her voice as she rained kisses across his brow, his nose. "Will you not speak, please?" "I bloody love you, Georgie," he said, opening his eyes again to find her beautiful face hovering over his. She was all he could see, all he wanted to see, forever. A blinding smile curved her lips. "And I love you, Kit." They were safe at last. Everything was right in his world. Epilogue. London, October 15th, 1881. The Duke and Duchess of Leeds have announced the creation of a home for rescued animals. Her Grace, formerly of New York City, is well known as the heiress to the Western Star Railroad fortune and has become a champion for the plight of abandoned creatures. The home is widely considered to be the first of its kind, with many more to follow. New York, October 19th, 1881. The disgraced Mrs. Josephine Dumont, having convalesced from a gunshot wound, currently awaits trial along with Mr. Sean McGill for the murder of Mr. Robert Dumont and various other charges that correspond to aiding and abetting the Fenians. The evidence against Mrs. Dumont and Mr. McGill is voluminous and is expected to lead to additional arrests in New York City, London and Liverpool. Reported in the New York Times. Georgiana clung to the beloved warmth of her husband's hand as he guided her through Leeds House, en route to the surprise he had awaiting her. With the blindfold he gently tied over her eyes firmly in place, she couldn't see a blessed thing. She felt rather like a mole feeling her way through a subterranean lair. A well-loved and cherished mole, to be sure. In the last year she had become a wife and a duchess. She had fallen hopelessly in love with her husband, had learned just how precious and wonderful a gift it was to have her love returned in equal and ardent measure. She had grown stronger, wiser, had learned to let go of the past and move forward into the bright future awaiting her and Kit both. And she had just discovered within the last 2 weeks that their love and their world was about to grow by the size of one small child. She hadn't yet told Kit, but she had every intention of doing so today after his surprise. The woman she was now, dressed in a navy bodice and custom billowing trousers, an ensemble that had cost a small fortune, but that enabled her to work with her animals with freedom of motion, was happy. Her happiness was a buoyant, beautiful thing inside her chest that made her feel simultaneously as if she had stepped into a fairy tale and as if she couldn't breathe. Her corset was cinched, but not so very tight.
Really, it was her love for the man at her side that had her at 6s and 7s. The tall, lean, elegant stranger she had married and grown to love. The Duke of Leeds was still more beautiful than most women, all harsh angles and strong symmetry and commanding presence. He had fierce brows, a patrician nose, blades for cheekbones, a wide, rigid jaw, and the most perfectly sculpted lips she had ever seen on a gentleman. She loved him more than she had ever imagined possible. But even so, as she bumped into a piece of furniture with her knee and then struck her elbow upon another unseen object, her patience wore thin. "Kit, when can I remove this blindfold? I'm like a bat, flapping about blindly into things." "You have an appalling lack of grace, my love," he agreed, and there was a grin in his voice. "You scoundrel," she said without heat, for she adored his teasing nature. It was so much easier to endure than his dark moods, though as his wife she loved him surly as much as she loved him silly. "You love this scoundrel," he said swiftly. "Of course I do," she smiled. "But I decidedly do not love walking into furniture. When can I take this infernal blindfold off?" "In good time." "I feel horribly naked without my ability to see," she complained, and then flushed when she realized what she'd said and how wicked it sounded. "Strange you should say that," he murmured into her ear then, his lips grazing her as he spoke. "I've a secret desire to see you in nothing but the blindfold, darling." She shivered, an answering throb beginning between her thighs. Perhaps the blindfold wasn't such a bad thing after all. She made a mental note to stuff it into her concealed trousers pocket after Kit removed it. "You're a wicked man," she said, breathless. He squeezed her hand. "You like me wicked." "I wouldn't have you any other way," she admitted, following where he led her. She would follow him anywhere, any time, to the moon if he but asked it of her. Thankfully, he did not have so lengthy a journey in mind today. At last they stopped, and his lips brushed her cheek. "You may remove the blindfold now, my love." She released his hand and reached behind her, fingers nimbly undoing the knot that held the cloth in place. They stood together at the entrance to the dining room, a massive dinner laid out on the long table. 2 footmen in full livery and their new butler, Pitstone, awaited them. As she took in the scene before her, she tucked the blindfold into her pocket for later use. Kit held out his arm for her, and she noted for the second time that night how very handsome he was, with his dark hair neatly combed and a rakish beard shadowing his jaw. Her heart fluttered like a butterfly. "My darling Duchess, would you do me the honour of accompanying me to our wedding breakfast redux?" Kit asked with a formal air, as though they had just crossed paths in a ballroom for the first time and he had asked her for a dance. She could still recall the dance, a polonaise, of that long-ago day. How stilted he had been, a world away from the man who now owned her heart. Georgiana tucked her hand into the crook of his elbow. "Of course, my darling Duke." Touched by his effort to woo her in a way he had not on the first occasion of their wedding breakfast, she did not notice until she was seated that the array of dishes laid out in elegant splendour before her was almost entirely the same, down to the perfectly formed aspics. "You recreated our wedding breakfast," she said, awed as she took in the array of dishes she had chosen. "Sans the ortolans," he said, a flush stealing over his high cheekbones. "I know you could not bear to eat them then any more than you could now." "They were my father's choice," she said. "Precisely as I suspected." Kit's smile was soft, almost boyish in his eagerness to please her. "Our wedding breakfast was never for him. It was for us. But since I missed it, I thought it only fitting that we could enjoy it together now, just as we should have done almost a year ago." Tears pricked her eyes at his gesture. Every detail was correct. Every dish she had chosen, from the entrée chaude to the lobster salad, was laid out awaiting them in the fashion of a feast rather than a staid, multi-course affair. She could not have asked for a more perfect surprise or a more perfect husband. "Oh, Kit, I love you so, you wonderful man." "I love you, Georgie mine." He raised a brow and gave her a half grin. The servants offered each of them a plate laden with delicacies, beginning with the entrée froide. There at last was the lobster salad Georgiana had requested with Kit in mind, the self-same salad she had not been willing to consume after the manner in which he'd left. "Les salades de homard," Kit intoned. "The famous lobster salad." She raised a forkful as though in salute. "To you, my love." He copied her gesture. "No, to you, darling, with my humblest and most sincere apologies for being an arse the first time around." They both sampled their dishes at the same time, and it was definitely not delicious. It was mushy and cold and tasted of the sea, doused in a vinegar dressing that was far too potent. She chewed it slowly, hoping the salad may have a deeper flavour or a note of decadence that emerged the longer one allowed it to sit upon one's palate. But once again, she was doomed to suffer a disappointment. Georgiana made a mew of distaste that dissolved into a fit of laughter when she realised her husband bore a matching expression of ill-concealed disgust. "It isn't very good, is it?" "No, my love." They grinned at each other. "All that time I resented you for not staying to eat the lobster salad," she said on a fit of giggles. "And it wasn't any bloody good anyhow," he finished for her, laughing as well. When their mutual levity subsided at last, Georgiana met her husband's glittering gaze, feeling a molten rush of anticipation sliding through her at the tender way he looked at her now. "It was never about the wedding breakfast or the menu I prepared, or about any of the dishes that were served." He sobered. "I know, love." "It was about you." She lowered her fork to her plate, her eyes never straying from his. "It was always only about you." "I will happily spend the rest of our lives making it up to you," he promised with an intensity that left no doubt about the veracity of his words. "Oh, Kit," she said on a sigh, feeling a prick of happy tears and blinking furiously to keep them at bay. "You have. Your love is all I require." "It is yours, my love." He reached across the table, capturing her hand with his and lifting it to his lips to deliver a reverent kiss to her fingers. "It is yours always and forever." "I love you," she whispered, not caring about their audience. Contentment blanketed her like a luxurious cocoon. They finished their dinner, apart from the infamous lobster salad, of course, and when at last the time for them to withdraw from the table, Pittston instead appeared, unflappable and irreproachable, and in every way the opposite of Ludlow, with an announcement. "Your Grace, the carriage has been readied as you requested." Kit nodded. "Good man, Pittston. What of lady?" "The feline is ensconced in her Grace's special cat portmanteau and awaiting your departure." Pittston executed a perfect bow and disappeared. Georgiana turned to her husband. "Where in heaven's name can we be going with lady?" Kit's eyes twinkled. You shall see, Georgie mine. I should have known you could not leave the thing in her cage where she belongs. Kit grinned at Georgie as their carriage rumbled through the side streets of London to the destination of his final surprise for the evening. His wife gave him a look he recognised well. She appeared more regal than a queen, dressed in her evening finery. Jesus, he loved the way her hips looked in those ladies' trousers she wore. One fluffy, purring white cat in her lap. His heart squeezed just to look at her, and he could not fathom how in the bloody hell a miserable sot like him was fortunate enough to call her his own. First, you know as well as I that the name of the thing in question is Lady. She pursed her lips in that way she had that never failed to make him want to kiss her. And second, I will thank you to refer to her conveyance as a portmanteau rather than a cage. There is nothing at all cage-like about this. In addition to her lavender flea soap, his Duchess had also invented an ingenious modified portmanteau that featured a sturdy bottom and a framed, open top so that the cats residing within it could take plenty of fresh air. She never ceased to amaze him, though he did enjoy teasing her for the inevitable reaction it always garnered. Georgie in high dudgeon made his cock twitch every damn time. It is a marvellous invention, he praised her gently, reaching out to squeeze her knee, easily found within the freeing silk of her trousers. You inspire me, Georgie Leeds. A soft smile curved her generous lips. Thank you, my love. You inspire me as well, and I cannot help but think that working with the Home Office to train new agents will be an ideal fit for you. In the aftermath of what had happened in New York City, he had decided to resign his commission in the League. Georgie and the children they would have together were his future now. The Duke of Carlisle, in a rare show of heart, had offered him the post of training new agents in the physical arts, and he had gratefully accepted. It was a way for him to bridge the gap between his old life and the new, without placing Georgie and their future family at risk. I hope I will be well suited to the task, he said simply. Of that I have no doubt, Georgiana stroked Lady's fur. Do you think Ludlow will be happy in his new post? Pittston is lovely, but sometimes I miss Ludlow's brusqueness. And Pittston refuses to tend to the Lilliputians. He says they are dirty. Ah, Georgie and her bloody mice. Kit had long since given up attempting to convince her to send them elsewhere. And even he had to admit that the little beggars were cute. But the not butler was an altogether different matter. With the danger and threats against Georgie vanquished, and Kit retired from the League, Ludlow had no longer been needed at his post, and in truth he was not suited to serve as a butler. Kit wasn't sorry to see the man go, but he did harbour a reluctant respect for him, and he would forever be in his debt for the many times he had saved Georgie. For her part, Georgie had sent the mountain on his way with her favourite kitten as a parting gift. The white and black striped kitten, Sherman. Though Kit had objected to her parting with her beloved kitten, he had not denied her the opportunity to give the not butler this one final gift. As long as it was the last bloody gift she ever gave him. He will be as happy as he is anywhere, I expect, Kit answered truthfully, for the man had darkness in him. But the not butler was no longer his problem, and he was glad for it. I wish I knew where he was going, his wife murmured. He seemed so very grim the day he left. A sound of irritation left him. Georgie, I do not give a damn where the man went, so long as he is no longer hanging about mooning over you. "He is like a brother to me, Kit," she protested. "You know you are the only man I love, the only one I want." He did know that, but it still made him feel like the luckiest bastard in England to hear her confirm it. As the carriage came to a stop, he grinned at her. "I never grow tired of hearing you say so, darling. Now, do put Lady back in her portmanteau so that we can disembark without fear of losing her." She smiled back at him, securing Lady in the contraption with ease. "Will you not tell me where you've brought me, and why it was necessary for Lady to come as well?" "You shall see, love." Something buoyant skittered through his chest as he alighted and turned back to take the portmanteau from her before offering her a hand down. Excitement, he realized. God, he hoped she would not be disappointed. She stepped down, her curious gaze slipping past him to land on the towering brick building at his back. A puzzled frown pulled her brows together before she glanced back at him. "What is this place, Kit?" He knew what stood at his back. It was a towering edifice in a genteel neighbourhood. Though in need of some repair, it was the ideal location and building structure for what he had in mind. "Come inside, and I will show you." He led her up the walk and into the front foyer of the building, lighting the gas lamps to illuminate the room. It was empty, and this, along with all the rooms in the building, were in a state of construction. Kit placed a portmanteau on the floor and unleashed Lady, who tentatively began inspecting her new surroundings. "This building is yours, Georgie. I realize it is not much at the moment, but my workers are busy reconfiguring the rooms so that we can properly house as many dogs and cats in comfort as possible." She was silent, staring all around her, and he could not tell if she was pleased or horrified by what he had done. "Georgie, love?" He stalked to her, taking her in his arms. "Talk to me. What do you think? You can arrange the chambers to your liking, and the entire building and its management is solely yours. Name it whatever you wish. Do with it what you wish." Finally she met his gaze, tears glistening in her emerald eyes. She pressed a small, soft hand to his cheek. "Oh, Kit, you did all this for me and our animals?" Our animals. Yes, he bloody well liked the sound of that, of finally being a team with his wife. Together they were one. "I did it for us," he said softly, "and also because I want my morning room and bedchamber back, not to mention the library, which is once again housing an inordinate number of felines." She laughed, and it was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. "Thank you, my love. This is perfect, perfectly wonderful, just as you are." He could not resist crushing her mouth beneath his then, kissing her full and deep. And she kissed him back, making a sweet sigh of feminine contentment that he felt all the way in his bollocks. This woman, she undid him. She made him whole. But there was one more surprise for this evening, and it was hers. He could not wait a moment longer to hear it. Breaking the kiss, he held her to him, pressing his forehead to hers. His hand slid to the gentle swell of her stomach beneath her corset, scarcely noticeable yet with its change. "When were you planning on telling me the good news, Georgie mine?" he asked tenderly. She stilled, looking up at him to find herself trapped in that haunting blue gaze. "How did you know?" "You haven't left my bed for 2 months straight," he said with a wicked grin. She flushed prettily, her cheeks staining soft pink. We are going to have a babe, Kit. Are you happy?" With a whoop, he lifted her and spun her in a full circle. When at last he placed her gently back on her feet, he kissed her thoroughly, and then he looked down at the woman he loved and the mother of his child. "I am happier than I deserve to be, happier than I ever imagined possible. I love you so much, Georgie, so fucking much." She kissed him again before breaking away to give him a look of stern admonishment. "Your Grace, you really will have to learn to temper your shocking tongue, else our child's first words shall be an epithet." He kissed her again. "You do have a point, love. I suppose we will have to busy ourselves finding other, more improving uses for my tongue. Can you think of any?" Georgie laughed. "I am sure I can think of a few." When the Duke and Duchess, with Lady accompanying them, of course,